Check out the best parts of this video in the comments section.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome everyone to a very special broadcast with our brother Muhammad Hijab. So before we have brother Muhammad Hijab come into the studio and begin the interview, inshallah, I just wanted to do a sound check and make sure that you all can hear me very clearly. So I've had some changes in my audio setup recently, and I just want to make sure that when brother Hijab comes on the stream, everything is crystal clear. So how's the sound? Press 1 if it's if the sound is clear and there's no background noise. Okay, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. So I'm very excited for this interview. I'm sure you're very excited for this interview. It's going to be hopefully substantive and inshallah fun as well. So that's the goal, inshallah. And we're going to get into some, serious topics, serious issues as well. And I think I'm looking very forward to what Brother Muhammad has to say. As you know, I have reviewed a couple of his interviews with Jordan Peterson. You can check that out on the channel. And overall, he's interviewed me in the past. We've interacted online, and we, alhamdulillah, have shared ideas. And it's always, for me, it's been beneficial and positive for the most part. So I'm looking forward to getting into the topic. Inshallah, he is set to join us in a few minutes. He's just finishing his prayer, Maghrib prayer, and then he'll be in the studio. So also throughout the interview, I'll take a glance at the chat. So just keep things respectful and on topic, please. And any notable comments, we'll just add it to the stream, inshallah. Imam Peterson, come see us. I think it's Rabbi Peterson. He said he's become a rabbi, or the Jewish community has invited him to become a rabbi. So it's not an imam yet. So people are asking for slow mode in the chat. If you want slow mode in the chat, press 1. Sometimes I put on slow mode and people say, no, keep it fast mode. Oh, wow, okay. A lot of people want slow mode. Mesh, let's do that. I hope I don't break the video. Okay, how about... Okay, now it's slow mode. Is it too slow or too fast? Yeah, so one thing that you guys might have noticed recently is that there's a lot of interesting characters who are trying to take down Muslim skeptic and attack Muslim skeptic for what? For criticizing Halloween. For criticizing Halloween. We're being blasted at Muslim skeptic, and we've had this whole back and forth with a certain group. You might have seen the video we put out about the Medkhali virus. So I just put out a debate challenge yesterday against Sajid Lippam. So Sajid Lippam has been making videos right and left, and I did a video response, kind of documentary on the Madkhali virus, and we didn't see a real response to the contentions and questions in that video. So check out Madkhali virus video on the channel, and let's see if Sajid Lipham responds to the debate challenge. I mean, I invited him to a friendly discussion at first, but there was no response. So let's just cut to the chase. Let's cut to the chase and actually get into a moderated debate. Each side gets equal time to speak. And, if he doesn't feel like he's comfortable debating, then he can have, he can outsource basically the debate by bringing in a partner to help him out in the debate context, like some of these, Madkhali guys, electronic flies that he has on his channel. Bring a partner, and we'll have a really nice debate, and we'll lay out the evidence, we'll lay out all, the relevant information, and we'll let you decide, the audience, who is correct. Can we in Islam do inkar of the munkar? Can we do basic amr bil ma'ruf wa nahi anil munkar or not in Islam when it concerns the ruler? And we'll see what, all the imams have said in the past. We'll look at the Sahaba, the Salaf. We'll have a good old time, inshallah. So I hope that Sajid, for the sake of clarifying the truth, for the sake of, the haqq, right? Let's be very clear about what the truth is in the Quran and Sunnah and have a debate. It should be a no-brainer for Sajid and crew, especially since they think I'm so ignorant and mentally challenged. Call me, psychologically disturbed. Like I'm suffering from psychological problems. So it should be a cakewalk for them, really, in a moderated debate, 100% fair. Have a neutral moderator, and it's no brainer for them to take up my, this offer for debate. I mean, if they have the right position, right? Shouldn't be afraid of it. So let's see where Brother Muhammad is. Yeah, he was praying Maghrib, so he didn't have to cut in between, in the middle of the stream, to pray. Oh, there's also a video that just came out on Brother Muhammad Hijab's channel with Brother Abdullah Al-Andalusi. And they actually did a reaction to the interview between Jordan Peterson and Benjamin Netanyahu. They did a reaction. I haven't watched it yet because it just came out this morning. I haven't had the chance. But apparently they really destroyed him. They destroyed Jordan Peterson and Netanyahu. So some of you are still saying the chat is too fast. Okay. Let's slow it down a little. Yeah. Now it should be 3 times slower. See if that's better. So, what else is going on? Inshallah, I have a debate coming up next year in a few months, inshallah, with a Christian. And we are going to debate the age of Aisha, inshallah, and whether minor marriage is something morally acceptable. So I'm going to be defending the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this Christian is going to be attacking Islam. We're going to have a good debate. This is someone I challenged publicly. I said, look, you want to debate? Let's debate. And his name is Michael Jones. So we're going to get into that, and it should be a very good debate, inshallah. I have to prepare for it. And another thing that a lot of you ask about is Genius of Islam, episode 4. When is episode 4 coming out? So I've been working on it, writing it, and inshallah, it's turning out really good, alhamdulillah. I think you guys will really enjoy it, and just on the basis of the content. But then the video team is going to take it to the next level, obviously, with the graphics, with the sound, with whole video production. So that hopefully, I hope, is going to come out in the spring, inshallah. And another thing is I'm going to be at a conference in Philadelphia next Saturday, inshallah. So if you're in the Philadelphia area, be sure to come out for that. I'm going to be speaking about the topic of feminism. It's going to be a good topic, inshallah. And I'm going to, bring some heat to the feminists, inshallah. So that's next Saturday conference, and there are a lot of good speakers that are going to be at that conference as well. Check my Telegram channel for more information about that, the location, the venue, and timing. So Telegram has all the details, and I'll also post it to the YouTube channel. Brother Daniel, come to the UK, man. Inshallah. Love to do that. Michael Jones. Interview him, I guess. You want me to interview Michael Jones? We'll see about that. Love from Kashmir. Barakallahu feekum. Our brothers and sisters in Kashmir. May Allah free you and liberate Kashmir. Ameen ya Rab. Jazakallah khair, brother. Genius of Islam. It's ridiculously good. Alhamdulillah. Desperate for more episodes. Yeah, I hear you. Also have some super chats already. Jazakallah khair, brother Nabil, for the super chat. Jazakallah khair, brother, for the super chat. Ever planning to come to Amsterdam for a good reason, obviously. Yeah, we'll see, inshallah. I'd always love to travel, meet Muslims in different parts of the world. Love from Colorado, Daniel. This is from Modern Day Debates. Assume it's James. Thank you so much, James. Everyone check out Modern Day Debates. That's the main platform that I have moderated debates on. So you can check out a lot of the debates that I've had on Modern Day Debates. Thank you, James. Let's see. May Allah bless your work and bless your family. I mean, me and my husband always look forward to your videos, doing important work. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm saying that Brother Muhammad is in the studio. He's getting his audio and video set up. So we're going to be starting very soon, inshallah. Ustad Daniel, when will you expand your team? Inshallah soon. I mean, we've been expanding, and our team is, if you count everyone, it's approaching 50 people. So if you include like translators and different members of the operation, mashallah, it's a big operation, alhamdulillah. So, but we're still looking to expand. So stay tuned for that. Jazakallah khair, Crypto Pro Trader. Brother Daniel, is there Q&A after? We'll see, inshallah, how much time our brother has to share with us. We'd love to get into more Q&A, but we don't want to overtire him. So we'll see how our guest feels about that. Jazakallah khair for the super chat. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Please stop this quarrel with Sajid. He means well, but just deluded by some people. Just continue your dawah. Yeah, I mean, this is not a personal beef. It's not a personal quarrel. I'm just responding to the accusations that have been made and some of the problems that we've seen with this Madkhali virus. So it's a very serious issue. I posted it on that. Pass my salam to Brother Hijab. This is Mufti Yasser Nadim. Make sure to subscribe to Mufti Yasser on YouTube. We'd like to have both of you here in Chicago in February. Pass my invitation to him, please. Okay, Mufti Yasser, I will be sure to do that. Okay, now Brother Hijab, give me a thumbs up whenever you're ready to join. Okay, he's still setting up. Okay, dear brother, I'd be interested in hearing about differences between Muhammad Hijab and you with regard to feminism, liberalism, and other. Inshallah, we will get to these kinds of details. Thumbs up, brother. Muhammad, can you hear me? Okay. Oh, yes, already? Okay. Yeah, bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Can
you hear me? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, now it's good.
Alhamdulillah. I'm sorry about the lateness. It was bad London traffic today. It took like maybe an hour and a half to get here. Oh my god. How you doing? You okay? Where are you based in? By the way, where are you based in America?
I'm in Houston.
Is it? Okay. So there's a big Muslim community. How's life there? Like, what's it like?
Alhamdulillah, life is good as can be expected. So, yeah. I was born and raised in Houston, so this is.
Do you own guns Texan. And stuff like that? Because everyone when you say Texas, everyone thinks I'll be going like doing the shooting ranges every week. I'll be doing all that kind of stuff. Are you into that kind of things?
Well, I think I respect the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. So I think that's a good right that we have in the U.S. And there are shooting ranges everywhere here, but it's an expensive hobby,
Is it?
Expensive. Yeah.
Well, you can do it in your back garden and stuff as well, isn't
it? No.
You can't. You're not allowed.
Unless you're like on like multi-acre ranch, it has to be zoned specifically. Otherwise, there are gonna be stray bullets everywhere.
Oh my god! Is there no like some fields or stuff where it's designated you can do that kind of thing, or?
Yeah, designated shooting ranges. You can do that.
Yeah, that would be something I would want to do. But I think that the crime rates for like in Texas is probably less than other parts in America, like Chicago or something like that. Is that right or?
Yeah, the laws here are more strict on criminals, violent criminals. So,
is that why you think it is? I was thinking that if everyone has a gun, you'd be scared to approach them. But like, for example, if the laws are stricter, then some people have it. There's an asymmetry of the people that have weapons. What do you think of that theory? Do you think that carries any weight?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because like in London, you get people that carry knives. We have knife crime problem. But because most people don't want to take the risk of carrying a knife because it carries a jail sentence or some prosecution of some sorts. So
here we can carry. It's like you can carry an actual firearm wherever.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's a huge asymmetry. So we have some people that have, weapons, and some people that don't have weapons, and those who have weapons are in life and death situations. Quite frankly, they're advantaged. So you get a 14-year-old walking with great confidence and thinking, why has this guy got confidence? And I'm thinking, he must be carrying something. This is the reason why he's good.
Yeah, that's I think the right to self-defense is a fundamental Islamic right. It's a human right. So taking that away from people and saying, no, you can't have a weapon, but that makes you vulnerable to any criminal that comes by. So it's very dangerous.
This is one of our problems here in London, It's really one of our problems.
Yeah. So tell me, brother, again, we're very happy for you to join us. And I kind of introduced you a little bit before you came on, but for the sake of time, let's just talk about the World Cup first of all. Like, you just came back from Qatar?
Yeah, I actually attended one of the matches there, the Morocco match. It was surreal, actually, man, because the World Cup is probably the most watched event, like sporting event. I think the final last time was watched by 3.5 billion people, which is huge numbers. It's like there's nothing else which kind of compares to it, I don't think, in terms of viewership. And so this World Cup has been particularly symbolic because it has had like these countries, they call it one love nations, all of which have been eliminated, by the way. We're the ones that wear a certain like armband or something to promote LGBTQ ideology and stuff like that, and in a sense try and undermine Islamic values in Qatar and so on.
Right.
And it feels like it's more than just football this time. I mean, obviously football has been notoriously, we call football soccer for those who but football has been notoriously the international language of sport, for probably the last 100 years. It's the most popular sport in the world. But I feel like in the subtext of this particular competition, it's more than just football, in the sense that, Morocco, which is now in the semi-finals tomorrow that we're playing, they've just dealt with 3 countries which have had a colonial past: Belgium, and then Portugal and Spain, and now it's France. So there's a lot of symbolic value that I think people are looking at and stuff like that. And then these countries with the One Love nations, including England, which has recently been eliminated as well by France, actually, which, funny enough, is not one of the nations of the One Love nations. Is also that there's a lot of symbolism there. So I think this time round is certainly something which people are taking interest to. Obviously being hosted by Qatar. One thing I would say, looking at the World Cup as well, I don't follow like league football and stuff like that, but with international football, I do follow it. And, I've been watching the World Cup since I was a child, and you always see European teams and Latin American teams dominate. Latin American teams have overachieved, comparative to the amount of Latin American teams that are allowed to go into the competition. I think there's only 5, just like in Africa. There's only 5 African teams allowed to go in. And the World Cup has been operational since 1930. In fact, the first one was in Uruguay in 1930, where only 13 nations started, and then subsequently, I think only 3 World Cups were ever hosted outside of Europe or Latin America. One South Korea and Japan, and obviously South Africa, and now Qatar. But because of this, when I was there in the stadium, I started to realize how important the home field advantage is. It's not just a quote-unquote home field advantage, but it's in a hemisphere where people are not used to. So in the last World Cup, in South Africa, the one before the last, which was held in South Africa, you had Ghana almost reaching the semi-finals, which is an African team.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing really well. And I thought maybe this could be a fluke, it could be a coincidence. In 2002, you had Turkey reaching the semi-finals, and this was held in South Korea. Yeah, I think South Korea also went very far, maybe to the semi-finals as well. When you take the football out of the hemisphere where, Europe or something like that, you start seeing different results. But football, because it's an international language, it sends messages. If it's always Europeans winning, if it's always, Latin Americans, I think, because it's so entrenched in their cultures, they're overachievers. But if it's mostly Europeans, because after, Brazil, who've won it 5 times, you've got Germany, who've won it 4 times, and then you've got a range of other European teams, like France, who've won it twice, and, and so on. But if it sends messages to the rest of the international community when you're seeing, Europeans keep winning things, whether it's sports or whether it's this or whether it's that, it has this, message, or even if it's subtextual, that the Europeans are the ones that you should be following, and so it crushes that kind of narrative when you find, to be honest with you, an African team or an Arab team or even an Asian team, maybe to a lesser extent, because Japan is doing very well economically, doing very well in the World Cup, because it kind of breaks that narrative down a little bit. And I think from that perspective, it is significant, the fact that Morocco is in the semi-finals and has gone this far.
Yeah, inshallah, we'll see what happens in the semifinal. I agree with you. I think the symbolism is very important. And just because of the history of colonialism, seeing Muslims dominate or win in the World Cup and reach, even reaching the semifinal is such a, big achievement. I think that has a positive effect on the Ummah and, the need for a win, the need for a victory, wherever we can find it, inshallah. So
Exactly.
Shifting gears a little bit, I want to talk about one of the latest things you've been dealing with because of UK news outlets slamming you and smearing you as an extremist because of the Leicester Hindutva thug clashes, and you were defending Muslims there. You went on the street. So has this smear campaign mostly died down?
It has died down. I think it started to die down. The defamation laws in this country are much more strict than I think in America. Because one time I tried taking someone to court in America for defamation of character, and the quotes that I got from the solicitors and stuff was kind of astronomical. It's like, you got to pay $100,000 for this, and you're not guaranteed anything. And the constitutional rights for freedom of speech are very strong in America. In England, they're not as strong, in the sense that it's pretty easy to win a defamation of character case. So I've taken, I'm still, today I was speaking to my solicitor, in fact, about my case, and we've added another person into it, because I'm taking 3 of them to court, 3 papers to court, and now I'm taking Douglas Murray himself to court himself. I wanted to, if we're going to do it, I might as well just do it, go all guns blazing. So that's, for me, I feel like that's the only way to stop it. In the UK, it's an effective strategy. Because they'll be forced to, hopefully be forced to offer an apology, which they've done in the past, in fact, with Sheikh Haytham al-Haddad. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He's quite well known in the UK. So they've had to apologize to him before, and in other cases, they've had to remunerate. Now, I'm not expecting a remuneration, but yeah, so I'll be working on that case and, in the background, the legal case. But the fight is not just an intellectual one; it's a legal one, it's an intellectual one, it's a sports one. Like you said, it's the victory we have to try and win everywhere, and as comprehensively as possible. But certainly, it was difficult to deal with it, to be honest with you, because it was multifaceted. I had to deal with the legal aspects, I had to deal with the PR aspects. Muslim Skeptic was very instrumental. In fact, it was the first time I realized the influence of Muslim Skeptic when I saw that your article came up, and many people were citing it and stuff with the Muslim Skeptic article. In fact, I was very surprised to find, because we've got these people in the background for us in the UK as well, who deal with the rankings of websites and the traffic that goes. And I think, from what I understand, Muslim Skeptic, if you compare it with all of its quote-unquote competitors, is actually probably one of the best, one of the highest in terms of viewership, readership, and stuff like that. And so I was very surprised. I had no idea that Muslim Skeptic was doing so well on that front. And the fact that even, for example, the article that was written in defense of the brothers in Leicester, including myself, which I'm grateful for, it went very high in terms of even the search kind of accreditation on Google and stuff like that. And this is exactly what we need. I mean, I think this is, this is exactly what we need. We need more and more Muslim people that are willing to, write pieces and to fight back in the media campaigns against us, because they've got their narratives and we have our own narratives. And it's a battle of narratives, and it's a battle of the minds. And so it's helped me, to be honest with you. I see it as a blessing, because it's made me realize that the complexity of the fight that we're facing. We're facing a fight against think tanks, against organizations, against figures, against the media, And that's why it's so important that Muslim people come together, especially people like us who are in the dawah trying to promulgate Islam, promote it, that we all come together and really have each other's backs. Which unfortunately, when people become maybe successful or influential, as I'm guessing you're facing at the moment, you start to feel some criticism from our own from the brothers, the Muslim brothers and stuff, with all kinds of pretenses. But unfortunately, that's another thing which we have to deal with, which in fact, quite frankly, the Prophet ﷺ dealt with it. In his ranks, and all the prophets dealt with it, and so it's an expected thing. But the main point to note with that is that I think that when the Muslims come together and they have a counter narrative, whether it's through the media, we started something called critical content news. It's not as popular as Muslim Skeptic or as consistent, but it's just an attempt, to also get involved in this kind of thing. So yeah, it's taught us a lot. And subhanallah, as the Arabs and actually this is a concurrent saying, they say al-haja ummul ikhtira', which is that necessity is the mother of all invention. Sometimes when you're pressured to do something, when the enemy puts you on the back foot, you become most genius then. The genius is awakened at that time when you're put in the back foot, because you're forced through necessity to think of the best options. And so in these kinds of things, the enemy is only making us stronger. They're sharpening our blade, I think.
Yeah. So speaking of narrative, I heard that you had been invited to be interviewed by Piers Morgan, right? And you turned that down, right? So what was your thought process on that?
Before Abdullah Andalusi and Dili Hussein, both people I know quite well, they went on that show, and both of them reported back to me, in addition to actually quite recently Andrew Tate going on there, and all of them reported that there was distortion, that a big chunk of the interviews that Piers Morgan done with them has actually been removed. Now, for me, one of the worst things is that you can distort something. So for the way I've always had it is that if I'm debating somebody, or if I'm going against, they have their own right to record, and I have my own right to record. So, for example, when I went with the BBC some time ago on the Palestine issue, a guy called Tom Brady, the producer on the BBC, he wanted me to come and speak. I said to him, I'll do so on the basis that I can record myself, and he allowed me to record myself. The same thing with Channel 4. So I did it on the basis that I could record myself. And that is my policy. Piers Morgan has his own studio, and he's got his own editors, and he's got his own distortion methods. And he makes it unfavorable for the interviewee. And you know what he's going to do? He's telegraphed his punches with me. I know what he's going to do. He's had my colleagues on before, and he's barraged them with leading questions. Even with Andrew Tate, he barraged him with leading questions. He doesn't give you a fair chance, and I think the dynamic is fundamentally unfair. If Piers Morgan wants to engage us, then he should do so on a topic where we are allowed to speak to him, and he's allowed to speak to us. He's allowed to interrogate us, and we're allowed to interrogate him. That it's on those kinds of basis. Otherwise, he's going to bring this false image that he is the white savior that is bullying this Muslim guy and getting him to apologize and these kinds of things. And you can imagine how that would look in a general sense to the people in the public. So number one, because he distorts things. Number two, because he doesn't, from what I understand, his policy doesn't allow us to record simultaneously as he's recording. And number three, because the structure is fundamentally unfair. So for me, I don't need 15 minutes of fame on his channel. It's not about trying to garner that kind of clout, because that would be negative and it would put us on the back foot. I've been invited to many things. It's not just Piers Morgan. There's many different things which I've turned down, in the past, especially with broadcasters, because we know what they're trying to do. Broadcasters have their own narrative, they have their own editorial methods, and the beauty and the amazing thing about having a social media account, as I and you do, and for example, the Dawah guys, alhamdulillah, we all have it, is that we can set our own narrative, and we can have our own voice. We don't need to be at the mercy of those guys anymore.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. So when it comes to your Dawah in general, one of the big components of that is being on the street and interacting with people, whether it's in Hyde Park or in Leicester. But there's always risk being on the street. Anything can happen. There's a lot of risks involved with that. So in all of these years of you being on the street doing dawah, Hyde Park and elsewhere, was there any point that you ever felt in danger, like any real danger?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, to be honest with you, we're living in London, and the thing is, because London is it's densely populated with Muslim people. I think there's about 1.3 million Muslims just in London alone, of like an 8 or 9, maybe 10 million overall population. So there's a lot of Muslims, and unfortunately, there is, I don't mean this as a hidden threat, but many of the gangs in the UK, in London, are actually populated with Muslims from different places, from the Somalia, from the Black Brothers, or from the Asian or white, whatever it may be. And so, and by the way, illegally, it's not illegal to be part of a gang in the UK, in London. I'm not saying I'm not advocating it. It's not illegal to be part of a gang. It's
Muhammad Hijab advocates gang violence.
I'm not clearly. I'm just saying it's because I looked into this thing. But the point is, because of that fact, almost every area I go in London, whether it's North London, West London, South London, and definitely East London, right, that I don't feel that level of fear as I would if I was in a place which didn't have that. Because number one, Muslim communities all around London probably know who I am. Even if they didn't, there's a level of, okay, these guys are, religious guys, leave them, let them do their thing. They're not about that life. They're not on the road, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or even if they are Muslims, there's a level of camaraderie there and backup that you get, whether it's from those guys or from anybody else. So from that perspective, I'll be honest, I don't feel that level of fear. However, there have been altercations. There have been altercations, physical altercations, some of which have been online, where I've been beaten by a group of EDL guys and stuff, and I had to go to court and stuff like that, try to get remuneration, which I didn't get, but the guy, got a criminal record. And some of them haven't been online. And you can never be too prepared in London, because it's a game of weapons. And as we started off by talking about, it's asymmetrical. You can't carry even a penknife. You can't carry anything. And the 14-year-old can carry a Rambo knife. And the issue is that no matter how big you are or how trained you are, actually, to be honest, if someone has a big Rambo knife and you don't have that, 9 out of 10 times you will lose that altercation. You will lose that because it's too much of an advantage. And I've seen it too many times where, people that you would not expect to win an altercation otherwise, because they have this advantage of a huge jagged weapon, they'll beat you, And so if you try your best to circumnavigate, there's things that you can buy which are legal. For example, there's something called UV spray, which is good especially for women. You put it in your pocket, the person comes, you spray their faces. You can get this. You can get it online. You spray their face, because that's the best thing you can do. If someone's got a big knife, you spray their face and run away. That is the best thing. If you don't have something you can defend yourself with, then it's not worth it. And nowadays people are fighting each other for mobile phones and watches and shoes and stuff like that. So that's probably more of a fear for me. Some gangs operate in a very malicious way, and you have to always, and for my children, because I've got 3 children as well, growing up and stuff, I don't want them to grow up in that environment, to be honest with you. So I fear more for, my children and for other people than I do for myself. I do feel a little bit protected because I kind of know how things work. However, it's always going to be dangerous,
How old is your oldest?
Almost 9, actually. My daughter.
Oh,
yeah, my daughter's
close
almost
to me. 9. My oldest is 10.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
She's almost 9, and I've got 6 and 3, so 3, 6, 9.
Mashallah. Yeah, that's similar. I have 10, 8, 7, 4.
Really? Oh, you got 4, yeah? So let's do a competition now. Yeah. So we have to see what we can do. But no, it's that's good. So inshallah, if we come to America, then, or you come to London, you can see my children.
They'll have a good time. They're all in the same age group. They can have a good time.
You haven't come to London before, have you?
Only to Heathrow Airport.
Oh no, you need to
this
come. I think a
connection.
lot of people will know who you are, like, and a lot of people appreciate what you're doing there in America. I think you've got more of a London style, maybe. Your style is more suited for London.
Maybe, inshallah, we'll see. Speaking of style, you're mentioning self-defense, and I know that you're a fan of the martial arts. Here's a question for you, a fun question. If you could liken your debate style to a martial art, what would it be? Would it be kung fu or jujitsu or boxing?
Oh, that's another interesting. How I actually fight is different to how I debate. By the way, it's completely different because I'm quite tall and I've got a long reach. So the way what would make sense for me is to keep the person away with a jab and these kinds of things. And then obviously I've got a grappling background. So, however, I think with my debates, people don't realize that there's a lot of counter punching going on. Like, I think with you're a forward fighter. You go in, you don't really care if you take some punches along the way. I would for you, your fighting styles like the Mexican boxers. They come in, they take the punch, throwing punches around and stuff like that. And if you take a couple of punches here and there, which in this context would be like reputational damage, what they're going to say about you, it's almost like you don't care. It's almost like you're proud of it. For me, there is a bit of evasion going on. So I don't know. I think I would be. When I was young, I used to watch a lot of boxing, and the boxer that I used to watch a lot was Lennox Lewis. He's the same height as I am, but he was probably the best heavyweight of his time. I would say he's the best heavyweight of his time. He was 6'6", and he had, I think, 83, 82 reach, and he used his jab very well, but he had strategic, acts of aggression. And he knocked out everybody that ever fought him. Like, there was two guys that beat him, and he beat them back. Hasib Rahman and another guy, I can't remember who it was. So I would like to think that I'm trying to kind of emulate that kind of model, where there is a bit of distance. There's a bit of distance, but then when it's time, there is also a finish or the right hand or the right uppercut or something like that is there.
Yeah, I reviewed your latest conversation with Jordan Peterson that was released a couple of months ago, and that definitely came out. I don't know if this is the best example of what you're describing, this kind of style of debate, but I felt like you were just biding your time, but at key moments, the jab came in or the uppercut came in, and it threw him off, and that's how he got some of the funniest memes of this year with what is the meaning of what is the meaning of you. So let's talk about Jordan Peterson, actually. So how were these interviews set up, basically? Like, did his team contact you, and what were there any terms for this that you had to agree to?
There's a lot of stuff in the background that happens, like for me, I feel like when I have one of these big discussions with either Jordan Peterson, whoever it may be, David Wood, whoever it may be, I feel like I'm not just negotiating on behalf of myself. I feel like I'm negotiating on behalf of the community. I really do feel like that. And a lot of the decisions that are made on the terms and all these kind of things are usually in a shura group, which is headed by, for example, the head of Sapiens, which is Hamza Zoltzis. So usually, he makes the final decision on certain things. I can have my opinion, but there's been a few times where I've had an opinion, and say, for example, Sabur Ahmed or Hamza Zoltzis or other friends of mine, Ali Dawah, Zishan Ali, and others, have said, no, this is not the right way. And I usually take the view of the shura group, because if they're saying something and I'm saying something, and so there was a back and forth in terms of negotiation and how would it be, where will it be held, all these kind of things, and what there was a lot of discussion. In fact, if you think about it, there was a lot of discussion to make it even a possibility. There was a lot of discussion. And yes, he did actually approach me the second time around. I didn't approach him. And to be honest with you, especially in private, he was very humble and respectful. I have to be honest with you. And he showed a keen interest to learn about Islam. I have to be honest with you as well. And there's many things about the dawah that I thought, if I'm potentially his only source or his only thing to Islam, or way to know it or then I have to kind of be steady with my behavior, and I have to be emotionally on point, and notwithstanding, or especially considering the fact that he's double my age, quite literally. He's my mum's age, actually. He's about 60 years old. So there's all those things, you know. He's a respected figure in his community. He's 60 years old. He's trying to look for Islam. Yes, and he has these connections with the Zionists. So that's where because my usual thing is, if someone has those connections, then they're usually a write-off in the beginning. I wouldn't even be speaking to them. The only kind of relationship I'd have with them is an antagonistic one. As many of the people would know, like with the many, things I've gotten in trouble for with the press, in the Palestine marches, I've been in major trouble, big trouble, violence with a dog. There was a dog that was going to come and attack me. And I said,
a Zionist dog?
It was a Zionist dog. We're not talking about the person. It was actually a dog. So these guys got an Alsatian dog to the protest. Wow. And then I said to the police officer, I said, if this dog comes for us, we're going to have to kill the dog, and then this is still being spoken about until this day. They say he threatened to kill a police dog. It wasn't a police dog. It was these guys. They brought a dog, and a dog in the UK is one of the biggest weapons you can have. You're legally allowed to have a dog. In my past, I've been bitten by a dog. I've been attacked by a dog. I know what a dog is. A dog is basically, you might as well bring a knife to the thing, because a dog can be actually more dangerous than a knife. So when they brought a dog to the protest, it was Muslims on one side, Palestinian, pretty much Muslims and Palestinian supporters on one side, and then you had the Zionists on the other, and there was a lot more Muslims. So these guys came with their dogs and stuff like that. And so I said to the police officer, listen, if they come over with the dog, I'm going to have to put down the dog, physically. Now, whether I would have been able to do that or not, that's another question. But, I did say that. And so, for example, something like that has come up and it's haunted me, or, it would haunt me, but I don't really care, to be honest with you. I've been on the Daily Mail, some of the main newspapers. They've accused me of being anti-Semitic. I've been on the BBC, questioned by these guys, anti-Semitic, all these kind of things. So I've always been there in terms of the protest scene when it comes to Palestine and stuff like that. And we've had a very antagonistic approach. But this time I thought, there is an opportunity here. And even now I'm thinking that. I made a video yesterday. I recorded it and it's up now, talking about the way I'm trying to navigate this, because Daily Wire has some of the top Zionists. We've got Ben Shapiro. We've got some other guys, which I don't know.
Matt Walsh.
Is he a Zionist as well? I don't know. He's more
hardcore Zionist. Yeah, Christian.
Is he? Yeah, maybe him. Yeah, I don't know if he's known for that. Like, if he's good at debating the issue. And we've got our own debaters. We've got yourself. We've got Abdullah Andalusi. We've got these guys, and it would be amazing if we can get them. If we can get the two parties together. If we can get, the Zionists versus the pro-Palestinian supporters. There's enough of us and enough of them to make something big, to make big events. And for us to establish that, or to create that, I think there needs to be a level of diplomacy that I employ here, because for many years I've been just blasting Ben Shapiro, mocking him, ridiculing him, and these kind of things. But now I think we're edging towards, a confrontation between some of our guys and some of their guys, which would be fantastic. Would be brilliant.
Has Ben Shapiro really debated like an experienced debater in his history, or it's mostly like he goes to a college campus and undergrads, like random undergrads, ask him questions? I haven't seen him like.
It's really pathetic, because for someone who is meant to represent, like, a polemical edge, someone who's one of the main polemicists of the Zionist movement and probably the biggest voice, Zionist voice, he's never actually had a debate. Like, I remember back in the day, there was Christopher Hitchens and George Galloway. I'm not sure if you ever saw that debate. It was a classic debate. And both guys came to the ring and they were swinging, and even atheists would say, because atheists, this guy, Christopher Hitchens, is seen as like one of their main, guys. They say that was the only debate he lost. George Galloway came on because it was to do with the Iraq issue. So there was a time where people weren't scared to debate. They would come and they would just, let their hands loose. However, unfortunately, with these Zionists, I think, they are. I don't want to put. How do I put this? They are reaffirming the stereotype that already exists. With Zionists, they're reaffirming, that stereotype of cowardice, and that you have someone else do the dirty work for you, and then all that kind of thing. And I don't think it's fair for them that they reaffirm that stereotype. I think that they should come and show us that they are willing to fight and ready to fight, because here, I mean, obviously intellectually, because at the end of the day, why not? Well, if you really believe that Israel has a right to exist, or all those things that Netanyahu was saying in the podcast, and why not come out? And we've got many debaters in the Muslim. We have Daniyal Haqiqatjou, we have Abdullah Andalusi. We have a lot of people that have debated this issue. Adnan Rashid, who have debated this issue in the past, and that'll be you'll be more than willing to debate these guys, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, we've got many guys. All of them are just ready, and there's no hesitation. But the issue is getting them to sign on the dotted line, and unfortunately, I don't think, even though we've got the connections with them, and even though we're sure that they're probably listening to me and you right now, they probably won't bat an eyelid, and they won't do anything about it because of their cowardice.
Yeah, I think we just have to keep the pressure on them, and at a certain point, like, they have to respond. Like, that basically we continue to do our work, put out the best arguments, put out the best videos and documentaries, and they will be forced to respond. And then, unlike them, we aren't afraid of a face-to-face confrontation, a face-to-face, battle of the words, battle of the minds. They're the ones who have been shrinking away from it. So inshallah, yes, that will happen eventually, but we just have to do our work in the meantime. So going back to Peterson now, again, you mentioned you did an entire reaction with Abdullah Al-Andalusi on the Netanyahu interview. What do you think the Muslim stance on Peterson should be now that he's kind of laid out his Zionist commitments on the table? Should it just be straight boycott? That's, full disclosure, that's what I advocate.
Well, I personally don't tell people what to do. I don't tell Muslims, watch this guy, don't watch this guy. I even don't cancel Muslims. I say, look, if you guys want to see this guy, if you want to watch him, you can, for all I care. But you should know that he's certainly working with, these guys, and it's established now. In fact, he put up a shorts just today, on his clips channel, where he was saying, I can't remember the titling of it, but it was very provocative. And he was saying something about the big misconception about, Palestine and stuff like that. I have no idea why he's decided to get involved in this. I genuinely believe that his arm is being twisted. If not, these guys are really destroying his reputation. And I think it hurts him. I'll be honest with you. I think it does actually hurt him. For him to go online and to see 34,000 comments, okay, on his channel, on his video with Netanyahu, 34,000, with 84% negativity. 84% negative comments. In fact, it's probably more than that if you consider how many of the, like, for example, the top comments are the most negative ones, most liked negative comments. So Robert Greene said this very well. He said that in the 48 Laws of Power, he said, protect your reputation with your life. It's one of his laws. And my advice to Jordan Peterson would be, it's not too late to leave the Daily Wire. It's not too late to come to Islam. It's not too late, because wallahi, here's what I actually think. I think the man believes in Islam. I believe that he believes it's true. I do. I believe he
said, you asked him straight up if you had all the evidence. He said, no, I would not accept Islam.
I know, but I think deep down he sees the intellectual. It's intellectually satisfying for him. I think so. I think that. I think what's stopping him from embracing Islam are psychological things, are barriers, are cultural reasons, are friends that he has or something. But he could be like an Andrew Tate. He should look at the situation of Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate has become Muslim. What negativity has he received? Not really that much, right? In fact, it's made him more palatable for a mainstream audience. It's given him a proper backing. His right-wing, friends and stuff, and the Zionists, they don't even have the power to back him. Now they've left him. Like, think about it, right? If you were him, think about this. You're him.
I was Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. If you're Jordan Peterson, and now you're with the Daily Wire, they've suggested that you have this discussion with Netanyahu. Fine. He has this discussion with Netanyahu. He puts it up on Instagram, puts it up on YouTube. Almost 40,000 people don't like it, and they're telling you why they don't like it. They're criticizing it. They're very upset with it. Some of them will say, I've never seen, and I've had to look at all of his videos in order to discuss with him. because before my discussions with him, I do my homework. So I've never seen such a negative reaction to any video he has ever put up on YouTube. It's never happened. They have dented and damaged his reputation. Because I think there was an assumption on their part, which is that actually they thought that we already have a right-wing audience. That's what they think. They've got an alt-right audience or right-wing audience, and right-wing people are in pro-Israel. So therefore, there shouldn't be such a negative response. What he didn't calculate was that he actually has audience from all around the world, and even those right-wing guys or center-right guys that do support him, they don't really agree with this whole Israel point, and that they see Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire and the whole establishment as completely contradictory and inconsistent as it relates to their freedom of speech, messaging, and on the one hand, but when it comes to Israel, a completely different kind of thing, labeling of anti-Semitism every time you speak about them, all these kinds of things, trying to censor the virtue signaling comes, they basically become their own worst enemy. So from those perspectives, I think that, there needs to be someone that keeps the door open for Jordan Peterson. And since he's already...
Is that you? Are you the person keeping the door open?
Well, yeah, in a sense, yes. If he comes and says, listen, and this is what we have to keep saying this. I say, if Jordan Peterson, with all of that he's done, he's received so much dawah privately and publicly. By the way, I speak to him privately, or I used to at least, and send him stuff like Quranic stuff, and he would ask questions, and it was like that, yeah? Oh, what should I read? Read this. It was like that kind of conversation. And what I'm saying is that the message of the Quran is that the doors of Islam are still open for you. And that might be the best way and the only way that you can restore your reputation in the world. And it could be one of the best ways and the only ways that you can have a happy life. At the end of the day, this might sound very facetious and very rude, but, forgive me. And I mentioned it to him once, but I'll mention it again. Jordan Peterson is at the highest level of understanding when it comes to psychology and stuff. Like, he's one of the top guys, yeah. But even he is depressed or has been depressed, and he was, he went, I don't know where he went, Russia and all these kind of things, taking benzos, very addictive drug, all these kind of things. Therefore, this should show the world, show the Westerners that are watching this, and everyone, even the Muslims, that it's not your understanding of psychological theory and your anti-depression methods or the 12 rules for life or any of that stuff, which is going to make you have a happy life or a content life or a satisfied life. That's not the answer. It can't be the answer because the main proponent of it is not benefiting from it. And when I spoke to him, there was one aspect of one thing I said to him, which he agreed with, which I think has not been emphasized as much as it should have been, which I said to him, the Quran says that man a'rada an dhikri fa inna lahu ma'ishatan danka. Whoever goes against my dhikr, he has a depressed life. And I said, this is what the Islamic messages says, what the Quran says. If ala bi dhikrillahi tatma'innul qulub, that certainly with the remembrance of God that you become. He said that he can see why that's the case, because if he went like this, and he said that if you have multiplicitous ends, then you're likely to be in a state of constant anxiety. But if you have one objective, which in this case is Allah, the transcendental, then that should bring about a state of peace and tranquility and so on. And what I'm saying to him is that we offer this to him, and this is better than any money anyone can offer him.
That's the thing that I feel is the disconnect between Peterson and Islam, is that he will acknowledge, okay, a transcendental principle, a unified principle that we can focus on. And actually, in your interview or your discussion with him, he kept mentioning unity and we have to reach this transcendental unification. But it seems like he looks at it as an abstract concept. And the idea of an actual Lord, or God, creator, he literally said that, I'm not interested in that kind of interpretation or that kind of understanding. It's as if he wants to take this more abstract or deist type of intellectual, quote unquote, intellectual approach. So that's right. What makes me...
If you look at his latest book, because I read it a couple of times actually before I spoke to him first time, and if you see what he says about like the Mesopotamian gods and whatever, I forget the name of the god that he references, but he he basically talks about the unity of God as a functional thing for society. So he was saying, like, you had all these gods, and then it became one God, and then it became one God. So he believes in this kind of, like, I'm sure you're aware of it, this anthropological idea, which that there's pantheism or polytheism. Then it transformed into monotheism, and he sees the societal impact of that, and he calls it a unifying entity or a unifying thing. So I think he's looking at it from a sociological / economic perspective, and much of his arguments are like that. He says, okay, I can see the benefit, the consequential benefit of there being one thing that all the tribes or all the people can direct, their attention to. But as you've mentioned, does he actually believe in a creator in the same way as I or you do, that there's a creator that is real, that is out there in a correspondence real way? I don't think he does, actually. I would think he's an agnostic. I think he's an agnostic. I think he's either an agnostic, maybe a negative atheist, actually, because he's not a Christian. This is a big misconception. There is no way this man is a Christian. And his friend even said that to me, Jonathan. He said that Jordan Peterson is not a Christian. And Jonathan is one of, he's a proper Christian. He said that, Jordan Peterson is not okay. People think he's one of those Christian Zionists. He's not a Christian because he does not believe in the real. He's not a Christian as per how a Protestant or a Catholic or anybody actually would see it. He's actually, which is what I find ironic, because he keeps talking about these postmodernist Marxists, which I don't know who he's talking about, because there's no such thing. There's no such thing. The Marxists they have a meta narrative. And I tried to kind of allude to this, and I said it will be a worthless victory, but let me just mention it now. The Marxists have their own understanding of, oppression and surplus value and these kind of things, which postmodernists, for the most part, deconstruct, because they've deconstructed any meta narrative. So who are these figures that he's talking about, these postmodernist Marxists? These two things are almost juxtaposition. They're not the same. So he's made up a phantom enemy, this postmodernist Marxist. There's no such thing. In fact, if you really pay attention to Jordan Peterson, he is the closest thing to a postmodernist, because he's clearly stated with Sam Harris, he clearly stated that he believes in what do you call it, pragmatism. And if you look at all the proponents of pragmatism today, a lot of them are postmodernists. For example, what's that guy called in Stanford University? I forget his name now, but there's a guy. He's postmodernist pragmatist as well. So the point is that this pragmatic epistemological theory is almost completely in line with postmodernism. So why I'm bringing this to your attention is because he keeps talking about this phantom enemy, the postmodernist Marxist, where in reality, he is a postmodernist. I mean, he's the closest thing to it. So it's almost like he's projecting, use a Freudian term.
It's a deception. It's like a deception of his Christian audience, his mainly Christian audience, that he's presenting himself as a Christian, but he's really it's just a facade. And he's talking about the Bible as if it's just a book of myths, just no different than the Babylonian or Mesopotamian or Greek myths. Like that's
exactly that.
So this is as far away from a Christian as you can imagine. But I mean, Christianity has these kinds of strains within it that makes room for someone like Jordan Peterson. But in Islam, like it's weird to us, like, to consider someone a believer who thinks the Quran is a book of myths, right?
Yeah, no way,
you're like a clear kafir if you were such. But for Christians, I think they do have strains within their tradition of, oh yeah, we don't take the Bible literally at all. It's all just allegory. It's all just figurative. There is no kind of reality to it. So maybe in that sense,
but to be fair, they don't do that with the key doctrines, like the essential. So with the crucifixion and the resurrection, the most lenient and allegorical, spiritualizing strands of Christianity that I've seen here in the UK, because I was in the Church of England. That was a part of it with my training, and I was in the Church of England, and I've met all these kind of liberal ones. Those guys, I don't think any of them went that far. He's going to a point where you could put it this way: You can be a fine atheist and believe in exactly what Jordan Peterson believes in when it comes to Christianity. Like, for example, Richard Dawkins, he said, I'm an Anglican atheist or something like that. I actually believe when I listen to, because I had to listen to them a few times, when I listened to Jordan Peterson's interactions with the new atheists in particular, I believe he was overpowered by them, actually. And I think not only that he was overpowered, I think he was actually convinced by them, bro. I believe it. I believe they convinced him. But he doesn't want to come out and say that. So he starts bringing up all these things. But I think they convinced him. Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins. And look at the way, if you ever want to see how a dominant conversation goes, dominance and bullying, is to see Richard Dawkins and Jordan Peterson. Richard Dawkins just has none of it. He just goes for it. He keeps going for the jugular with the guy. And I think deep down, Jordan Peterson kind of agrees with that kind of materialist understanding of the world, because you can't be a Christian, and I don't think he even claims to be, and believe in the stuff that he believes in. It's out of the question, really. So this idea of him trying to align with the right wing and attacking the postmodernists, I think it's a phantom enemy. If anything, he is a postmodernist. Jordan Peterson is a postmodernist. Because if you're a pragmatist, it's so close. It's there. You're at touching distance from being a postmodernist. If not, you could argue you are. He is definitely closer to being a postmodernist. Let me refine the statement. He's closer to being a postmodernist than he will ever be to being a Christian. There's no doubt about that, to me anyway. And so I don't think it's the case with his wife or his daughter. I think they're actual Christians. But I think he is, an atheist, basically. We would call him a mulhid in Islam. We'd call him just a disbeliever, or a mulhid, someone who does jahd of the the asma of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the names and the attributes and the that and everything. He would not be considered like Ahl Kitab. He would not be considered.
Yeah. So I think ultimately your position, though, has been clear now, that you, like, maybe personally, the door is open. You'll share with him ayat of the Quran, but you're not promoting him outside of that to the Muslim community.
I've never promoted anyone. Like, to be honest with you, if you name me the worst, guy in the world, or the worst woman, I would go, and they say, look, if they have a following and they have people that listen to them, Cardi B, or I don't know what's that one, the Nicki Minaj, any of those, I'll go and speak to any of those. If someone says, well, why are you promoting her? I'm not promoting her. I'm just giving dawah to her and her followers. Same thing with Prophet Moses, alayhi salam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to him and his brother, فَقُولَ لَهُ قَوْلًا لَيِّنًا لَعَلَّهُ يَتَذَكَّرُ أَوْ يَخْشَى. So say something lenient to them, to him, i.e. Fir'aun, that maybe he will ponder, he will fear Allah. So the point is that our job is to deliver the message of Islam, and deliver it to anybody, and people have to be mature about that. They have to know what we're doing. If they feel like they can't handle it, or that it creates shubuhat for them, like, for example, yourself speaking to some, I don't know, Aaron Ra, or some would say, or some have said, this creates more shubuhat and they shouldn't do it, and so there's nonsense things that people say, then they don't have to watch. If it creates shubuhat for you, then don't watch it. The idea is there's a group of people that it actually solves the shubuhat for, or there's a group of people that will benefit from it. So for me, my perspective, the Prophet ﷺ, he went and spoke to the chieftains of Quraysh. He spoke to people that are considered enemies of Islam. In fact, he spoke to people that are considered enemies of Islam.
Let me push back a little bit, if you forgive me. What someone could say to that is, even with the Anbiya and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they will engage, but ultimately it's very clear that it's an oppositional engagement. It's not, let's join hands and have a conversation about some unrelated matter. Rather, it's, meeting to debate, or meeting to, here's one side and here's the other side, and it's clear conflict. And it can be civil. It can be, that's how I took your interview, actually, with Jordan Peterson. I didn't think that, Jordan Peterson and Muhammad Hijab, they're on the same page, basically, and they're just having a chit chat about politics. No, I felt that you are coming with a strong position for Islam. He's coming from this kind of doubtful position, atheistic position, you could say. and you're, engaging those ideas. And no one could say that, oh, Muhammad Hijab is just promoting everything that Peterson is saying. No, there's a purpose for that confrontation. So I think that that's an important component, because I think that's what you're basically saying. You're not saying you're going to go sit with Cardi B or whoever and have a chat about like your favorite, type of art or something like that. It's going to be, the opposition is going to be either explicit or it's going to be, just implicit by, what you're saying and how you're presenting yourself.
Absolutely. And I remember sometime before speaking of Andrew Tate, also people were really upset about that, and they were like, do you think he's? And one guy said to me, "Do you think he's going to be Muslim or not?" This was before he became Muslim. I said, "I don't know." I don't know, but we have to keep the door open, and because if he does become Muslim, a lot of people will follow him. And when he did become Muslim, a lot of people followed him, and it was like the floodgates were open of a lot of his people that were just wanted to become Muslim. Now, Jordan Peterson, the same kind of aura surrounds him, and the same kind of opportunities are there with him as well. So we always have to keep a door open there for the enemy or the opposition, or people that are on the other side of things. We have to keep a door open for them, because my fear is that we can drive someone away from Islam that could otherwise have become Muslim. Like a lot of the Sahaba, people have to remember, started off as enemies of Islam. But like Al-Khattab famously, became a Muslim. So,
but those enemies were fought, right? They were openly fought against. It wasn't like, I think that's
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with your point about opposition. Like you have to be clear about where you stand. Like where we stand is we're Muslims. We believe in Allah and the Messenger. We have our red lines, and the red lines are twofold. The way I see it is that you can become an enemy of Islam, a harbi, if you like. That's one strand of things. And then there's a lesser level, which is that you are aiding the enemies of Islam, let's say. And then the third level is that you are not an enemy of Islam, but you indulge in a fasik lifestyle, for example.
But isn't that what Peterson is doing? He's like allying with the enemies of Islam. He's like desecrating Masjid Al-Aqsa.
Exactly, and all of that things was done after I had conversations with him.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's part of the problem. Well, to be fair, I did have a conversation with him. I said to him, like, what's going on with the Masjid Al-Aqsa thing, and there's a few things with that one. There's a bit of ta'wil that you can make, in the fact that is he trying to desecrate it or not. His answer to me was completely different, and he did allow me, by the way, to share it, so I can read it out. I don't know if I should. He gave me an answer that was completely different to the answer that he subsequently made. He made an answer, he subsequently made it. And he said, look, I said, do you give me permission to be public? Because even with him, I believe in Majasul Amana. Even with the enemy of Islam, I don't, if I have conversations with people, it's confidential. I don't share emails or stuff like that, even with the enemy, because if we don't have that, then people won't engage with us. It's as simple as that. It's very dangerous for someone like me to share. But this one, because he allowed me to, I can read it out to you if you want.
Go ahead. If he gave you permission. Yeah.
If he gave me permission to read this one out, so I'm gonna find it and get it. Sure. But I asked him about this, like the Aqsa thing. I said, what's going on and blah blah blah. And I was at that time still giving him, a lot of concession, because at the end of the day, one second, we'll still try and get these guys to become Muslim. One second, let me try and find.
Yeah, the thing about Peterson and others who, I think that's exactly right. The line that you're drawing is that they are now into the territory of battling against Islam, battling against Muslims, and violating, just sitting with Netanyahu. That should be, a red line, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he did that once again after I spoke to him. But let me find you.
Yeah, this is all, we're talking about your stance, now that all of this has come out. Of course, your previous conversations, it was before he sits with Netanyahu. He goes to Masjid
I found what he said. Yeah. Now he actually gave me permission to read this out. Now the reason why I'm reading this out is, number one, he gave me permission to publicize this. Number two, because subsequently he made a message. He put a message forward, which is completely different to this. The tone was different and everything was different. He goes, he calls it on storming in quote marks Al-Aqsa. That's what he says. Yeah, he goes, on Tuesday, the 11th of October, I journeyed with a Daily Wire Plus film crew, including Ben Shapiro, to Temple Mount or Haram al-Sharif Al-Aqsa Mosque. The entire project had been cleared with the requisite authorities, so there was simply no storming of the site. Quite the contrary, and there was nothing at all particularly political about our activities. We traveled there as part of the completion of an upcoming documentary about Jerusalem, which is in turn part of a planned series on the sources of Western civilization. When we arrived, a rabbi who has been agitating for the right of the Jews to pray on that site, something currently forbidden by the very authorities who arranged our right to walk and film there, made his presence known nearby. He was not part of our group and was not given permission to undertake his activities under our auspices, nor was his activity part of any authorized, nor was his activity part of what was authorized by those who granted us permission to be there, to walk and to film. None of the people with me engaged in any activities that were outside the purview of what had been formally granted permission. All the claims that my compatriots and the Daily Wire film crew and I were violating the rules that obtain on the Al-Aqsa site are patently false, based upon misunderstanding of what occurred, and unnecessarily troublesome and adversarial because of that. Suspicion is not the same as reality, and we could all do with a bit less unwarranted suspicion and the claim of combative moral virtue that often accompanies such a claim. J.B. Peterson. What do you think of this?
That sounds exactly like what he said publicly.
No, there was something different. Remember what he said publicly was, he said something like tyranny. He referred something about tyranny, the tyrannical rules or something. The reason
of the masjid.
Yeah, and what he's referring to there, by the way, he was referring to basically they've got some. I think it's the Jordan government, the Jordanian government, and Masjid Al-Aqsa have a rule. If some tourists want to come to Masjid Al-Aqsa, that there's a particular time for non-Muslims to come. They can come and see the Masjid Al-Aqsa in that time. Otherwise, if you go to Masjid Al-Aqsa and you're not a Muslim, you're not allowed to go inside, because they realized through in the past, in the last 20, 30, 40 years, that you had like these settler Zionist guys coming in and creating problems. So what they do now is they check if you're Muslim or not before you go into the masjid. So what I think he's trying to say here is, he's saying that he came at a time where it was okay for the non-Muslims to be there. Now, this is what he's saying here. But in the message that he put out, he started referring to it as tyrannical and these kind of things. There's a stark difference, I think, in respect. However, if that's tyrannical, then let's talk about Gaza, and let's talk about the West Bank, and let's talk about the settlements, and let's talk about the apartheid regime. Is that not tyrannical? Because to date, and
even the idea that these authorities that are dictating who can and come into Masjid Al-Aqsa, like that in itself is the problem. And he's kind of ignoring that elephant in the room and saying, oh, we got permission from the authorities. Well, these authorities are not legitimate. Like, that's the response that we would give. So don't be so naive, deliberately naive, that you don't understand like the implications, the political implications, the religious implications of this is our third holiest site, and you are just traipsing in there with one of the biggest Islamophobes, enemies of Islam, just walking in on permission of an authority. Okay, which the Zionist authority, the pro-Zionist authority, like that makes it legitimate. So
and Ben Shapiro in the past has actually, he was on the newspapers, the Israeli newspaper. I think Haaretz being one of them. He was on there because he trespassed one time, and he went in and started doing his Jewish prayer in Masjid Al-Aqsa. Now, the legitimacy of that, I haven't fact checked it, but at least there is some discussion about him being controversial in that respect. So you go in with him, considering that background and considering the fact that, from what I remember, the Intifada, the second Intifada, was ignited when Ariel Sharon went into Masjid Al-Aqsa. That's when it started. So it was a symbolic figure, or a symbolic move that triggered an entire Intifada. And for those who don't know what that is, it's basically like an uprising or a revolt that the Palestinians had, which led to many, many deaths on both sides, but mostly on the Palestinian side, as usually is the case. It was one of the probably the biggest revolts, or if you're going to call it rebellion or whatever you want to call it, of the time period. And it was led on the back of Ariel Sharon going and doing it. So these are the kinds of facts that people should be aware of. Now, unfortunately, it seems like Jordan Peterson is not listening to advice, man. And obviously, he's doing what he wants to do. So people are doing what they want to do with him. You know, they're attacking him and they're showing him that they're not interested in watching his stuff. Many people have said, you know, we've unsubscribed. And, you know, that's really painful for someone like Jordan Peterson, I think is. I think, you know,
it's on the verge of tears.
He spent his whole life accumulating an audience of multinational people, international, cosmopolitan, and now the Daily Wire are ruining it all for him. They're destroying his reputation. I would say to him, look, no matter what is the deal is, the reputational damage that you're getting from these guys is too much.
Yeah,
it's too much. And I would still say to Jordan Peterson, the offer is still open for him to repent for his sins, to leave off the Daily Wire, to leave off these guys, Ben Shapiro and these guys. You don't need them in your life. And do what Andrew Tate done. Become Muslim, and you'll see a real supportive system. People that just not use you, you know, in a Machiavellian sense, you know, for their own objectives, and to your own detriment. That's not a good partnership. It's not a good deal. It's a very bad deal. Very bad deal.
Yeah. And, you know, I think I gave you this advice as well. And, you know, I think you agree that we shouldn't let someone like Peterson take advantage of a prominent, world-renowned Muslim figure, Daniyal, such as yourself, and try to gain clout, because, you know, I think it's actually he is more dependent on you than you could ever be of him, because he doesn't have that foot into the Muslim audience unless he maintains a good relationship with someone such as yourself. So I think you can actually exert pressure on him and give him, you know, tough love, so to speak, and say, look, this is unacceptable, and we don't tolerate this. You're violating our holy spaces, and this is, you know, you need to shape up or ship out. You know, how can I continue to, or how can I not denounce you in strong ways, which you have done. You have, you know, given him strong words since that interview came out and since the Masjid Al-Aqsa event happened. So inshallah, you know, I think that you are in a good, strong position, inshallah, to influence these types of public intellectuals in favor of Muslim interests and, you know, Islam in general.
Inshallah. And, you know, as I say, we try and negotiate on behalf of community to try and get something from, because one of the objectives that we had for a very long time here in the UK is to get to one of those ru'us, or one of those a'imma of the kufr, actually, of the disbelief, which are the pro-Zionists like Ben Shapiro and Netanyahu, or whoever it may be. Now, I know it might be sounding like we're aiming for the stars, but wallahi, I don't think it's too ridiculous for us to do a Zoom call with Netanyahu where he can put his things on the table. Why not? You know,
debate of the century.
It'll be fantastic. It'll be great. It's better than look how many views he got. He got 700,000 views with Benjamin Netanyahu, and that, which is 1/3 of the amount he got with me in either of the two discussions, because I got 3 million with him each time. Now, I'm saying this only because I know I'm just data for him, you know. And number two, when he engaged with a Muslim, either me, even with Hamza Yusuf, both times he got over 90% approval ratings. This guy got from 85% disapproval, negative comments. So even from a dunya perspective, even from a worldly perspective, it doesn't advantage him. If I was a multi-millionaire, billionaire, I don't know what his net worth is, Jordan Peterson, but I would not take even 1 billion pounds from somebody or from an organization or from whoever it is at the expense of me being called, I'm under someone, I'm being controlled of someone, and these things that people are saying, I would not accept this. It's a reputational damage that is too much. It's too much.
For people like this, sometimes there's more than just reputation. Like, they want the access to the halls of power. They want to be able to enter and rub shoulders with the ru'asa, as you said, of the kuffar, some of these satanic elites, and some people have suggested that maybe Jordan Peterson is being blackmailed. Maybe there's some kind of satanic ritual that he was a part of, and this is being used to control him. Not Netanyahu.
What
Peterson.
can Netanyahu offer him? What can you offer him? What can he? This is the question you have to ask yourself when you're negotiating. What can these guys offer me? What can the Daily Wire actually offer me? Yeah, what can they offer me? Money?
Well, if they have
friendship, all these things. Like, to be quite honest with you, there's no better
pictures
friendship.
and video.
Pictures
and video, then that's blackmail.
Yeah. He cannot offer you. Wallahi, he cannot offer much. I think what we offer as Muslims to Jordan Peterson's likes Islam, quality of life. Your depression is alleviated. You have meaning. He wrote a book called Maps of Meaning. You have the biggest community of people that will be always for you, loyal with you, that you can be with them. Yani, the people would die for you. People would die for you if you become a Muslim. Now, people don't realize this about Muslim people, but Muslim people would die for other Muslim people. If you see them getting hurt, or if a woman was being attacked or something, we would put our lives on the line for this people. This kind of loyalty, this kind of camaraderie, this kind of fraternity, you cannot and you will not get it from whatever superficial relationship is being had elsewhere. So I'm saying that I can't offer any money, and I wouldn't. But I'm offering something more important. And for someone like Jordan Peterson, where his legacy really matters, for himself, it really matters, because he's going to die soon, just like we all are. He's 60 years old. How long do human beings live? He's got another 20 years, 30 years. And in that time, you want to consider leaving behind a legacy, you see, which is going to be, people are going to be citing you from all around the world. These guys are blocking you from being able to do that. I would say that you should go out against him, in fact, and join us, actually. That's what I say to him.
So I had some rapid fire questions just to lighten the mood a little bit. But one of them is not so light, and we kind of touched on a little bit with the idea of satanic elites and so forth. So is there any kind of conspiracy theory that you believe in?
No, I don't know. I don't even know if I believe in this conspiracy theories like flat Earth and all this kind of things. I'm not interested in them. Do you know that? Yeah, I'm not really, to be honest with you. I don't know.
You can give a wink, if you don't want to say it out loud. Just give us a signal if there's any conspiracy theories that you believe in.
Only one.
Okay. Yeah, I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. So
I would like to see not even the evidence. I would like to see some videos like, about it and stuff. Oh, JFK, stuff like that. Yeah.
Any conspiracy theory, not just
probably. A lot of them probably elites. True. But a lot of them. It's speculation for me. I don't know. To be honest, I couldn't say I definitely believe in any of this stuff, because it's all shrouded in like speculative stuff. The whole thing is speculation for me.
Illuminati and Freemasons and these are
Freemasons. I don't know what they. Well, they've got hierarchies and stuff, isn't it? Yeah, they do black magics and stuff, innit? Like, I think they do. Because I met one guy one time that he was telling me about it. I had a guy at my workplace. I was working in a thing before, and he was telling me that he was admitting it. He's doing black magic, and that he gets the woman to come to him, and that he done a magic trick, and then the woman came to him. Did I say about that? Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, so if people can do it like on a low level, then on a higher level,
definitely. I think there is satanic rituals. I believe in that stuff. But is that really a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, because they're not openly Satan worshippers. Yeah,
this stuff is happening, man.
Or do you think Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I don't know, man. I wasn't really watching the whole thing properly. Like I didn't. I know there's a Netflix thing on there. I didn't really watch that, and I don't know what happened, man. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Good reputational damage. Like once again, we were talking about Jordan Peterson. Like that's the worst thing you can be in the society, a pedophile and these kind of things. And it was too much. I think he killed himself from it.
Well, the conspiracy with him is not that he was the pedophile. It was that he was getting
The
children, girls
Ireland.
for the Epstein Island, and people are flying, these elites and billionaires and politicians are flying to his island and doing these kinds of things with little children and girls, and then they take pictures of it and then use that as blackmail to control those politicians and figures for the rest of their lives. So that's some people are speculating that maybe Peterson's erratic behavior can be explained by such strings attached.
No, we couldn't say, but I don't know, man. It's like to be honest with you, this guy, I don't care about him, to be honest with you. this Epstein, but yeah, did he kill himself or did he not? I have no idea at all.
Okay. So continuing with some of these interesting rapid fire questions. What's your favorite cuisine?
Indian cuisine, number one.
Okay.
I've got a top 5, in fact. I've been thinking. This is a question I've been thinking about for a very long time. Because like Indian is up there. They're 100%. The issue is with number 2. Like, where do I put? What do I put as number 2? But you were surprised. I actually put American there as well, because if you're talking about like burgers and stuff like that, we always eat that stuff, man, and that is American, isn't it? I don't know if that's American or not, but
yeah,
it's up there then, because we always have it. Like we always have burgers, we like it. I base it on the things that I would have on a regular basis. One thing that people don't know about and it's very underrated is Somali food. I don't know whether or not to put it in the top 5, but there's a place in London. There's a few places, man. There's very, very good. So it's amazing, but their marketing is horrible. Another thing which I actually really like is Nigerian food, man. Like the spicy ones, man. Very, very nice. And Italian food has to be in the top 5. Why? Because they've got all this. I would put Moroccan tagine as number 2, bro. I actually think Moroccan tagine is fantastic. It's brilliant, but they've got 2 or 3 really high quality meals. But I wouldn't say their entire cuisine is deserving of that. Gordon Ramsay, he went to Morocco, and I saw like some videos of him eating some of that meat, and he said, I quote, "It's the best meat I've ever had in my life." That's what he said. And Gordon Ramsay is a high level guy. But yeah, so these are the kinds of Afghan food, Iranian food, and Turkish food are all for me around the same kind of level, isn't it? It really depends on what you want, but they basically do very basic stuff. It wouldn't be the top 5. Not because it doesn't deserve to be, not because I don't like it, but it's simply because it's not as creative as it needs to be for a top 5 meal cuisine. Indian is like when you're eating a good, Indian dish, it's like you are having an experience. It's an experience. But with Afghan, I'm sorry to say, you can't say that. That chutney, it will be there in the top 10. the green chutney, with the cowboy, was it palau? The rice and that. That actually is brilliant. It's fantastic. I'll put it in the top 10. But to be in the top 5, like world class, no. I'll say no.
Okay, so anyone who has been angered by these comments from Brother Hijab, please don't take out your rage in the chat.
No. Afghani food is fantastic, but I wouldn't put it up there with what do you call it? Indian? No way.
What about Egyptian food and Masri food?
I love Egyptian food myself, but I know that it wouldn't be world class level, because mulukhiyya and mahshi and stuff, I love it. I personally love it, but it's an acquired taste. I'm from Alexandria, and we have livers. Anywhere I go, I always ask for chicken livers. I love chicken livers. I love any kind of livers, in fact. But with Nando's and stuff like that, maybe we should order some food, bro. We've got a place called Nando's with the chicken livers. They have it in some places. It's very good. It's a good thing to order, bro. But what I was gonna say, would I say that it's if 1,000 people from all around the world tasted all these different kinds of food, would they put Egyptian top 10? I don't think so. I don't think it's got enough there to get to the top 10. To be honest with you, that's me being. No. I'll be very specific. I don't think the Pakistani cuisine is as good as the Indian one, especially not the Gujarati curries. The Gujarat curries are on a different level, bro.
Are you talking
they've got matured.
But bear in mind, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh used to be one. So Indian, Pakistani are pretty much the same.
I know what you're saying, but I've had both, and I prefer Indian, actual Indian, Gujarati. This is for me, it's the number one. It's the best thing you can have. If you want to really enjoy food, you have to try this Indian stuff. Pakistani would obviously it's great. I'll tell you later. I don't want to.
Is this?
Now I've had it in houses and people's houses. No, but it's good, man. It's really good. Indian food for me is up there. Chinese food and stuff like that. They're in the top 10. Once again, I like spicy food, as many of you would think, but I wouldn't put it there in the top 5. But why? Because no, it's fantastic. It's brilliant. And same with Thai and same with Malaysian food. It's all there. But you know, of all those 3, I probably put Thai as number 1. Of all those 3 things. But yeah, I like spicy food. I like fish. I really like fish. Like in Alexandria, we have like fish stuff in it. So I like that. Paella and stuff like Spanish food, Portuguese food and stuff like that. It's not as good as it looks, I would say. It's not as good as it looks. And when it comes to like Central Asia, we talked about. Europe, like Central Europe is horrible food, like Germany and these kind of places. In fact, the French have good food. You'd be surprised. The French have good food, but you can't have a lot of it because it's pork and this kind of things. But I wouldn't put it up in the top 10. No chance at all.
Yeah. Okay, well that's I also really love Indian food as well. So
do you? Yeah,
that'd be at my top.
Do you have Persian food? Because you're from Iran, isn't it?
Yeah. Persian that's I like as well.
You can still have.
Yeah. I eat Persian food. I actually eat a lot of Egyptian food because my wife is Egyptian.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Would you have mulukhiyah and stuff like that?
Yeah, mulukhiyah, love mulukhiyah, ta'amiyah.
Really? Yeah.
Mahshi, of course. So.
Or you have mahshi as well. With the wara anab. You have that.
Yeah, wara anab, fulful, filfila. I mean, yeah.
No way. That was a good one, I have to say. I think that wara anab, the Egyptian one, is probably the best one of the other ones. For me, anyway. But
yeah, come to Texas. You know, you want to go to a gun range, we can go to a gun range, and then we can finish off with some mahshi at my place.
Be fantastic. That would be brilliant, man. Inshallah, yeah. That would be very good.
Yeah. So let's talk about Andrew Tate. So you had him on. You announced the interview that you're going to have with him before he became Muslim, correct? So, or was it that he had become Muslim but he hadn't announced it yet? Oh, from before.
Yeah.
So when you scheduled that interview, you knew that he had become Muslim.
No, not. I didn't know yet.
Okay. So then when you announced it, and immediately there was all this blowback, mainly from Muslim women. So they had all this kind of criticism of you, saying, why are you platforming this misogynist, blah, blah, blah. So to what extent, if at all, should the opinion of these Muslim women be considered, you know, in this kind of situation? Obviously, you had the interview, but
alhamdulillah, like it wasn't even Muslim women, it was some Muslim feminist women. And you'd be surprised, man. Like I think after you made a lot of videos as well, and you know, I made some videos, you made some videos, and after people saw that, especially when people saw the actual podcast itself and his subsequent behavior where he's, you know, trying and stuff like that, I think those voices were almost silenced. Like right now, these voices are like nothing now. And because especially some of them said such ridiculous things that anyone with reason and iman could not accept it. Like this famously, one woman said on Twitter, she goes, if he becomes Muslim, I'm going to leave Islam. You know, and so everyone started reacting to that, and they started to see how emotional this thing was for a lot of these sisters. And it's not just sisters. There were some brothers that are like that as well. Like feminism can corrupt anyone. And so there were these guys coming out and they were saying these kinds of things, man. And alhamdulillah, I think we dominated the narrative with that one. I think it was a victory. Like I think that by and large, people started to see like, what is the problem with somebody becoming a Muslim? Like, because if you take this thought process, like, to its logical conclusion, there was lots of Sahaba that did lots of bad things. There were Sahaba that tried to kill the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like think
Before
of
they
it, that's
became Muslim, yeah.
yeah, before they became Muslim, of course. So like, imagine if that is the worst thing you can imagine. I cannot imagine anything worse than this. One of the worst physical actions that you can do on the dunya is try and kill one of the prophets, and yet they were forgiven, and yet all of these things were there. You know, so at the end of the day, I think that when people they realize that their line of thinking and questioning, we will not accept this guy as a Muslim. What do you mean? Because if you say that, it's actually a slippery slope to rejecting the religion of Islam, or rejecting the foundations of the religion of Islam, which are the Sahaba, the companions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because then, when you start investigating the lives of these people, they say, okay, this man did this, or this woman did this, yani, or this one, or yani, Wahshi done that, or whoever it may be, and they became Muslim. So you will not be able to be consistent in being a Sunni Muslim and having these attitudes towards someone converting to Islam. I don't think so.
Do you think that there is a problem with the way that some Muslim women or Muslim women who have been wooed by feminism, attracted by feminism, them trying to influence dawah and the direction of dawah? Do you think like this is a big problem based on your own experience?
Yeah, I think we've done like a lot of responses to the Honest Tea Talks sisters. There were some sisters there that were kind of like, they were in a terrain, they were in a space which was quite similar, which was quite ambiguous. Was it a dawah space? Was it a counseling pastoral place? And I don't think that, I'll be honest with you, women who are that way inclined, like have feministic tendencies or influenced by some feminist narratives, even if they don't claim to be feminist, may vehemently deny that they are feminists, even. That those types of women are not as much concerned with the dawah, quote unquote, especially to non-Muslims, as they are to their own everyday lives, pastoral issues, their own marriages. They've had heartbreak, you know, their husband's married another woman, whatever it may be. So that kind of dynamic exists. And I think there needs to be a multifaceted approach on how to deal with that. I do believe that there is the ideological approach or the promulgation approach. There's the media approach that me and you do, but there also needs to be a pastoral approach, because a lot of sisters, it's not, if you sit with them and speak with them and ask them, why do you feel these ways? And you investigate their lives, you'll find heartbreak, pain somewhere in their life. So they need a lot of them, they need someone to kind of guide them out of that process, to help them, to be kind with them, to be gentle with them, to be compassionate with them. And sometimes they need something else. Sometimes they just need to be told they're wrong, that this is kufr. They need the hard approach. But I think we need to have both in the ummah. And me and you, let's say, we occupy one certain space, but there is also a need for, I don't know, some kind of other sisters, especially like other sisters that have the right aqidah, the right manhaj, and that are role model figures, to take these sisters as mentees, so that they can be their mentors. They can say, okay, this is, how it's meant to be.
I think that's a great thing to have a mentor or have pastoral care, as long as it's private. It's not like
private stuff,
public, and you have your podcast and you have like lessons online or even halaqat, because this is the problem, like that I see with some of the imams, especially in the West, that they want to have a soft pastoral approach because of interaction with usually women, and they will distort aspects of Islam for the sake of being softer or being more liberal, basically. But the thing is that that's that pastoral approach may be justified in a private context, because you're dealing with a specific person and you're trying to guide them to the right direction because they're so far. But if you put that online and you put that in public, then that becomes the standard or the default. For example, if someone has a real problem with let's say polygyny, like multiple wives, a sister has a lot of problems with that, and she's on the verge of leaving Islam. The way that someone would talk to that sister in a private context, like another sister talking to that sister in a private context, might be, a little bit more accommodating and won't be like the kind of hard stance or the clear-cut stance that you or I would give in public. But if that kind of soft, private, pastoral context is then broadcast online, it gives the impression that, oh, well, this is the standard stance of Islam on polygyny. That, for example, some are saying, oh, in our times, polygyny is not even allowed, it's haram, or it's makruh, or things of this nature, like that, are actively distorting deen.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And there are some people that can come publicly and be very kind and compassionate, whatever, so long as they don't distort. Because we have different, temperaments. Like I'm more of a confrontationalist or controversialist sometimes. Sometimes I can be a bit of a joker, whatever it is. You yourself can be, you're more stoic, and you can control your emotions a lot more than I can, but you also you don't mind being thrust into the eye of the storm of controversy. But there are some other people that their temperament won't really be like that, and they don't like to deal with these kind of things, and they want to accommodate. Now, you can do all of that so long as you stay within the remit, and that's what you're saying, and I think that's right, because there's some people that will take it above and beyond what Islam can allow, and that's where the problem is. And it becomes weakness at one point. Actually, it starts moving away from lenience to being weakness, and that's what we don't want. So I agree that I think that though there needs to be, I agree that there should be a private approach, and there should be an organized private approach where sisters can look at other sisters as role models, because al-mar'u ala dini khalili, at the end of the day, the person is on the religion of their friend, and if all their friends have these tendencies, it's so difficult for them not to have them. You'd have to really be a strong person and strong-minded and stuff like that. So my advice to sisters in these kind of situations would be, try and remove those people from your life, the ones who you see yourself being influenced by, that they're really pushing you in that direction, and try and put people in your life that will embody at least the spirit of Islam. And if you can't find it except through a man or your husband, then it might be a good idea to be honest with you, make your life more family centric. Focus on women that are not going to do that to you, because they're going to ruin your life. At the end of the day, they're going to push you towards divorce. They're going to push you towards hating aspects of the religion in an indirect way. And I think that stuff is actually really prominent in our societies, man. And families do it as well, unfortunately. Like, you'll find some families saying to the woman, don't accept this from him, don't allow this, don't let him treat you like a slave, don't this and that. This kind of behavior, this talk, which it destroys households. It infuriates me, to be honest with you, because it destroys households. And obviously there are men that are oppressive and they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing, but we need to surround ourselves with people with similar mindsets, because then that we can have happy lives, family lives, stable families, and so on.
Yeah. On the same topic of Andrew Tate, do you think that his popularity, like unprecedented popularity with Muslims, does this really show that a kind of more compassionate imam type of dawah, and a more maybe feminized dawah, soft, that this is basically obsolete, and it's basically something that is no longer going to be effective in the dawah scene?
I don't think it's ever been effective. I'll be honest. If that's all you're going to be, like, let's look at any protagonist in any film, look at the IMDb the top 250 films that have been that they have. 100 of them, or top 100, yeah. I actually put this on Twitter one time, because I haven't watched all those films. I used to watch these films when I was younger. A lot of them I watched them, and the ones that I would say probably 90 to 95% of those films in the IMDb top 100 have a male alpha protagonist. The moment they remove that, they start to get these kinds of low ratings and money that they're losing in Hollywood and all this kind of thing. Why? Because it's just the case, as always been the case, that men like to imitate other men who have qualities of leadership, which include but not limited to courage, forthrightness, leadership, control, these kinds of things,
willingness,
and
to
including compassion as well. But they're always compassion. These kind of things are there. They're integral. They're important. The Prophet ﷺ, he's rahmatan al-alamin. He is a mercy for all of humanity. But it would not be mercy if if you're being controlled or manipulated or told what to do, that would be weakness. And I that's one point I probably disagree with your usage of the term compassionate imams, because compassionate is actually a positive thing. We should just call them weak imams, because that's the truth of what we're talking about here. If this appeasement style and stuff is not really compassion. Compassion, the Prophet ﷺ was called the compassionate, and he was the warrior. He went out to the battlefield. He was killing stuff a lot, killing the people, but he was battling the people. He was doing this, and he had 9 wives at one time. And then he started speaking about the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, for example. He says, "Ma kana rifqu fi shay'in illa zanahu wa nuz'a rifqu min shay'in illa shanahu." The gentleness was not in anything except that it made it more beautiful, and it was not removed from anything except that it made it more ugly. And it comes from a man who's acting like a man. That's why we accept it from him. He's the same one that says, "Tabassumu fi wajhi akhika sadaqa." That if you smile if your face of your brother is a sadaqah. He's the same one who, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, was so humble, was so merciful and so kind. He was so kind with everybody. With Julaybib, the disabled man, who was the only one he cried when he died. With Bilal, who was a black man, and there was racism in that society. With the women in that society, he was very, very accommodating and very merciful and very compassionate with them, and also with all the men. He was so merciful to everyone, even those who came to Islam. Wahshi, who came into Islam, it's the same Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam who was also very strong, and that's what we're talking about here. Unfortunately, these guys, a lot of the so-called compassionate imams in America, especially in California and these places, and when I went there and see them, they're not compassionate imams. They're just weak imams, and they shouldn't even be called imams.
The word compassionate imam is like an ironic, facetious type of mockery of them.
Yes.
Because they have labeled themselves as compassionate. They say we are the compassionate ones, as opposed to these harsh Muslims who are distorting the Sunnah by talking about ghazawat and jihad and masculinity and being the wali, being the strong leader. They're not compassionate. We are compassionate. And so they have appropriated this term for themselves as if liberalizing and feminizing Islam is in line with mercy. But exactly as you say, no, compassion goes hand in hand with leadership. Compassion goes hand in hand with being strong in the face of opposition and all of the shaja'a, all of these values that Islam teaches. That is compassion, not this distorted, feminized, liberalized, weak, pathetic, cute imam type of stuff. So when we say compassionate imam, it's like a mockery of them. Oh, okay, yeah, you are the compassionate imams, like in this
I get
distorted
you.
way.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, but compassion is one of the manly attributes. Do you know the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was? Do you know nowadays they're talking about masculinity and this and that? I find all of that stuff kind of what's the word, cringeworthy, or the youth say nowadays. I don't like this whole thing about like this videos about what is a man and what is masculinity and stuff, because it's more of a thing. It's like what is a curry? You have to eat it, taste it, feel it. It's an experience. If I tell you a curry has got spices in it, it's got this and it's got that, it's not the same. So what a man is something you do, is something you observe. It's not something you write down in abstractions. But there are some things. Having said that, there are some things the Prophet ﷺ, because when you ask what is a man, one common approach that people do is they go in the Quran, they find whether rijal or rajul or whatever, or rajulan or whatever is there, and they try and find that. Yeah, that's an approach. I'm not saying it's wrong, but there's one beautiful hadith of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, which he said, "Asharru ma fi rajuli bukhlun hala wa jubnun khala." The worst thing that can be in a man, there's 2 things he said, the worst things, and this for me, if you want it, it's in balagha, it's called al-ijaz. It is one of the best ways, summarized speech, and it's comprehensive, and it gives you everything that you need to know. Really, the worst 2 things you can have in a man, the Prophet is telling us, is somebody who is so bakhil, is so miserly, stingy, and is at the same time is very cowardly, which means the 2 most important, because mafhum mukhalafa in a sense, although there's difference on the issue of mafhum mukhalafa, but 2 most important things that a man must make sure that he has to differentiate himself from a woman is, in a sense, generosity, the ability to provide financially for the woman, and that's in the Quran. وَبِمَا أَنفَقَ مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ. And number 2 is courage, because a woman is not expected to do jihad and not expected protection physically. So you have to put yourself in a position where you can make money for your family and you can protect your family physically in these things. That is what I think the 2 primary things that differentiate a man from a woman. So when I say to someone, be a man, I mean, be brave and don't be a coward. This is the main thing I'm saying. And I'm saying also, yani, if he's stingy, then be generous. Be generous with your friends. Be generous with your family. Don't be, yani. So when we say be a man, I'm saying be brave. That is one of the defining characteristics. And to be brave is to speak the truth. To speak the truth, you know, and not be so scared of the consequences. Sometimes you have to put people in their places. Sometimes, you know, the woman in the community, if you come out like when we did with Honest Tea Talks, many women didn't like it. So many. I said, I don't care. In a way, I don't care. This is what I knew was going to happen. I don't care. Maybe I was a bit rude, and, you know, I apologize for my rudeness and stuff. I shouldn't be compassionate. But some of the stuff, I don't retract. I can't retract, because it's the truth. And so in a way, you know, we have to start having this attitude, which is the attitude of let's bring the truth, because when we start bringing the truth, people will follow us, because the truth is so powerful. It's so powerful,
Well, these feminists will say that, well, this value of generosity and compassion and bravery, shouldn't women have these traits as well?
Yeah, but not at the same level. That's the point, because bravery is one of those things which it needs to be developed. I know for a fact that sometimes when I think about the men of the past and what they did, sometimes I think, how could they do it? Like, for example, when I read the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, and especially the fights that they got into, mushatara and mubaraza, when it's like one-on-ones with the sword, like, it's how scary must that be with Ali ibn Abi Talib, for example, choosing the most scary guy on the other side and say, I want to fight this guy one-on-one, and with a sword, and the winner, he stays alive and the loser dies. Like any MMA fight that you have nowadays, what's the worst thing that can happen? You can break your leg, you can break your arm, you can get knocked out, you can get choked out. Yeah, I cannot imagine a thing that is so high stakes. It doesn't exist in our age. So for me, if you say to me, look, in 1 week's time you have a fight, you have to, if you win it, you keep your life. If you lose it, you die. I haven't built my bravery to that level, to be honest with you, bro. I might panic. Something might happen. You know, if it happens in the street, and that is different. But if someone's telling you you're going to have a war with a sword, and you got the guy, he's very skilled with the sword, if you lose, you die. This was the level of shaja'ah that the Sahaba had, and they would continually, they put themselves in harm's way, continually. That's a level that I can never reach. When I look at people like Ali ibn Abi Talib and Umar ibn Khattab and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where even the people were running away at one point, they were running and he was fighting still in a war, like with swords and his close proximity. When you really think about what that means, how must he have felt when this is all happening? Because Castellato, what's his name? Castellato, Mike Tyson's trainer, he said something very powerful. He said the difference between the coward and the coward and the brave man is not that one of them feels fear and the other one doesn't. He said that it's both of them feel fear, but one of them is the one who acts in his state of fear, whereas the other one doesn't act. He fails to act. So I sometimes I think to myself, if I was in their times, I'll probably be I could be a coward on their standards. It's a fitna for me to imagine that level of stuff, of fighting and this and that. So bravery, therefore, is of levels. What I'm saying is that, for example, we have the Prophet, and we have the highest level of bravery. Like, you imagine you're fighting because it's in the Quran. You know, it's saying that the Prophet was calling them from behind them, and that he was fighting in front. Like, this is so deep, because when I thought about that, I thought that means that they were retreating tactically, let's say, or whatever way, and the Prophet was still there fighting, calling them back, which means he was putting his life on the line in front of so many people. This is such a level, which means that there was so many guys that could come and kill him, because he could be surrounded. Yani, this is such a level. It's so hard to imagine, yani, someone being that brave.
Yeah, it's a bravery that comes with iman. because when you have that kind of iman and yaqeen in the akhirah and the promise of Allah, then that gives you the bravery
It
that
gives
you
it.
need to stand.
But
in
I
the
think
face
it's,
of-
you know the, sorry to cut off, do you know this hadith of إنما العلم والتعلم والحلم والتحلم, and there's even الصبر بالتصبر. It's like, you know, if you want to learn, you have to practice learning. If you want to learn knowledge, if you want to be forbearing, you have to practice that. If you want to be patient, you have to practice patience. I think bravery is the same thing, in the sense that there is the abstract, which is if you have Allah, belief in Allah and the Messenger and the, you know, the hereafter, but then there is the activating your sympathetic nervous system. There is actually putting yourself in a situation where it's fight or flight, and your pupils are dilating, and your glands, your sweat glands are activated, and your heart is racing. And in that situation where all of that is happening, can you control your anxiety? Can you still do what is required? And I think that it's very difficult for someone to reach that level unless they build it up. Like, for example, if you take me now to somewhere where there's I actually watched what's his name, Anthony Joshua, the ex heavyweight champion, a boxer, and he you know, he's brave, because to be honest, it takes a level of bravery to go in the middle of the ring and fight in front of millions of people. So from one perspective, he's brave. But I saw him one time rock climbing. You know, they took him to a mountain and he was rock climbing, and he was scared, and you can see he was scared. And his friend, who's like a very small man, you know, he was doing it with great ease and you know, comfort. And the reason why is because he's put himself in that position so many times before. It's mumarasa. He's tried it so many times before. He's practiced bravery in that context. It's context specific, and because of that, his threshold for it has reduced. I think the same thing is very applicable for men. That we need to put ourselves in a situation where it is scary, and we need to see if we can act in a positive way or not. And that's why I think martial arts is one of the best ways you can do it. Actually, it is the best. I think it's the best way a modern person can do it, through martial arts, through do grappling, a bit of striking and stuff, but also things like swimming in the cold water in the deep sea, going to a place, you know, doing things like that. It's like where you're actually scared, you know, where it's scary to do it, to do it. Even doing things which are like other sports, which are not necessarily thing like football. You know, it can be scary if you're doing it in front of an audience. Public speaking can be very scary for many people. You have to put yourself debating, disagreeing, even as simply as disagreeing. You have to get yourself used to disagreeing with people. So I think a lot of it is to do with the practice of, you have to kind of build it up as well. And that's why when you were asking about men and women should be brave as well. But they don't need that level of bravery that men need it. Men need way more bravery to fulfill their functions than women do to fulfill theirs. And so we should have more bravery than women. That's basically what I'm saying, is that a man should have more bravery than women, should have more generosity than a woman, generally speaking. Why? Because it's him that has to do all these things. It's him that has to provide for the family. It's him that has to do. That's what makes him special, in a sense. Makes him a man. You know, so that's how I see it.
Yeah,
but Allah,
I think this bravery and this willing to go against the grain, I think that actually does relate back to Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate is someone who is an anti-establishment, and he's been rejected by the establishment, but he still had a lot of popularity and a lot of success in calling to people to whatever he's been calling them to. And recently he has been calling people to Islam, alhamdulillah. So do you think that this, you know, because there's two models, I think, within the Muslim community leadership within the West. The majority position has basically been one of, we have to cater to the establishment and we have to have a seat at the table with the establishment. And that's why we support certain politicians, Muslim, quote unquote, Muslim politicians, and we want to be represented in these kinds of arenas of power, and we want to be dignified and respected by the establishment. Whereas there's this other model of, no, we are major critics of the establishment, and actually we are constantly out of favor by the establishment, because in a way the establishment sees us as dissidents from that establishment. So I think that with Andrew Tate, like what was so subversive about his rise to prominence and his continued prominence as a Muslim is that he's showing that being anti-establishment can be wildly popular and wildly successful. I think that's why he's been canceled so severely, because the powers that be realize that this situation is out of control. He is threatening our power. We have to silence him as much as we can. So how does that inform our strategy as Muslims in the West and our approach? Because I think the dominant model, as I said, was this kind of catering to the establishment, getting our foot in the doors of power through Muslim politicians and Muslim academics and journalists and so forth. I think that's a failed model, personally, because it leads to watering the deen down, compromising in things that cannot be compromised, even leading to kufr, where you have figures who are actually getting into kufr, imams who are getting into kufr and shirk, because they're trying so hard to conform to the standards of the establishment. I think that's a completely failed model. It's failed not only in terms of Islamic standards, but even in terms of dunya. Even in terms of dunya, they are not achieving the popularity and mainstream appeal that an anti-establishment figure like Andrew Tate is able to achieve. So does that represent the shift in our dawah and how we should approach how we are calling to Islam?
I think, look, I mean, it's a difficult one. So in terms of politics and stuff, like, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of engagement are we talking about? So if we're talking about actual putting like MPs or senators or like House of, representative people in the House of Representatives, for example, yani, that's one thing you can do. Whether it's haram or halal, I personally believe it's halal. I don't think it's haram, based on what Ibn Taymiyyah said when he was talking about what do you call it? Yusuf alayhi salam being, in the establishment and so on. I don't think it's kufr. I don't think it's kufr akbar. I think, the way Ibn Taymiyyah mentioned it is وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَسْتَطَعْتُمْ in the Quran and stuff like that. So I don't think it's kufr. However, implementation wise, like, we have people like Ilhan Omar and others who I doubt they're Islam. Just to put it in a word, I don't know if they're Muslim or not. I'd have to look at all of their statements. Maybe they're Muslim, maybe they're not Muslim. And it didn't start off like that. It started off as a you're coming in to help the community, and you're trying to help the people, and now you put yourself in a position where even your Islam, whether you're a Muslim or not, is in question. This is the level of deviance it's caused. So in terms of different models of how to leverage the political establishment, whether to be anti-establishment, like in a way, Malcolm X versus Martin Luther King strategies, I don't know, something like that, it can be very, very beneficial. Depends on who's doing it and how it's being done. If we're talking about leveraging the political establishment using voting, once again, I don't think it's shirk or kufr or something. That's not my view. If it sometimes makes more sense if someone believes that's allowed, for someone to do that with pre-existing people, than to create something yourself. Sometimes it cannot make that sense. So I do believe it depends on the situation. I believe it's a matter of maslaha and mafsada. It's a matter of pros and cons, basically interest versus detriments. And I think in each situation we can look at it. Like, for example, in the American model, there has not been clear proof of concept, as you want to put it like that, unfortunately. In fact, most of the muhawalat attempts have been very, very negative. In the case of Ilhan Omar and this Linda Sarsour and others like her, who we don't know if they're Muslim or not. Basically, this is the status that they have now put for themselves, because they are compromising at a level which is unreal, it's uncanny, and quite frankly, it's unacceptable. So, we have to look at each situation. Being anti-establishment in the purest sense, we have to look at the detriments of that as well, because look at Andrew Tate. He has been deplatformed, and I think that's a detriment. For example, we have to look at how to keep within a particular structure or be influential within it, maybe create our own, because for us to have if me and you were to come off YouTube, for example, like Andrew Tate was, it would create a great detriment. It would create, we would not be able to be as active or reach as many people. So we have to look at these things kind of closely and
what if the situation escalates, like the liberalism escalates to such a degree that we cannot be on a platform like YouTube unless we announce that we celebrate LGBT or we celebrate, this kind of liberal identity politics and feminism and so forth, then we have no choice in that case, right?
Yeah, I mean, if obviously now then YouTube becomes obsolete as a platform. I think if that happens, if YouTube starts doing something like that, then people wouldn't even want to be on YouTube anymore. I think YouTube, by doing something like that, would actually shoot itself in the foot, like, you know, because people would say this is.
That's what I think happened with Andrew Tate. I think they shot themselves in the foot. I don't think
so.
I don't think that Andrew Tate said something that literally violated their terms of service.
Exactly, yeah.
He said things that they consider misogynistic, but it can be read in many ways. So I don't think Andrew Tate would be as popular if he catered to the standard definition of misogyny and he stopped talking about those issues. I think his popularity would be nowhere close to where it is if he compromised. And that tells me that, look, on certain things, it's not even worth compromising because you have undermined your own message.
Andrew Tate's appeal, I think a lot of it as well, is that he's a former world champion in kickboxing. So people know he can fight. And he can speak very well. Like I didn't really watch too many of his videos before, but when I was sitting with him and he started speaking and stuff like that, to be honest with you, I think he's got eloquence. Like, I know it's a strong word to use, but I think he's quite eloquent because he's able to summarize very complex ideas in everyday language. And he does it with a good flow, with a good fluency. So someone who can fight and can talk and looks the part, if you put those three things together, most men want to, that's exactly what all men want to be like. You know, you're a brave man, you're a strong man, you can talk very well. This is, and you know, and you've got all these other dunyawi stuff, which we don't necessarily rate him for, to be honest with you. Whether you make a lot of money or not, it's not a standard for us. But these three things in particular, most men, if you put those three things together, are going to want to be like that. That's why, for example, in the Attitude Era in WWE, who were the most successful wrestlers? You had Stone Cold Steve Austin, you had The Rock, before him you had Hulk Hogan. You know, imagine if the WWE it consisted of people that just spoke in a kind way. It wouldn't work, actually. The point is that you need to be coming and saying things in a certain way, and I feel like he had the persona which was just about right to be famous. He could have made it into Hollywood if he wanted to, Andrew Tate. So you know, he's just got that persona, he's got that charisma, and he's got that eloquence, and he's known to be a fighter. And I think that concoction has made him what he is, not necessarily just because he's being outrageous. To be honest with you, I think he could have still been very famous and very popular without being outlandish or a maverick or something. To be fair,
I think he'd be less so.
Yeah, less so.
Far less so. I think he's just, his eloquence is, you know, it's the substance that he brings to the conversation and the kinds of topics that he addresses. That
he speaks truth as well, and it's a truth that no one wants to address.
Exactly. I mean, that's the anti-establishment component of it.
Yeah,
that he's speaking the truth that the establishment won't allow you to address. Even though they have the claims that, oh, we allow free speech and this is a free society, free thought is promoted, ask questions. But we see with the canceling of Andrew Tate on these social media platforms that no, actually certain lines are there that you cannot cross. So I think that I tend to be more anti-establishment, and therefore someone like Andrew Tate having success while being canceled, that shows that gives me optimism, to put it lightly. So
alhamdulillah.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, no, it's good that he's part of Islam, man. He's great. He's a great person. He's a great person in person as well. Like when I sat with him and stuff, he felt like one of the lads, man. He felt like a normal guy, to be honest. You know, some people think that he paid me or I paid him or something like that. There was no money involved in the podcast like that. He was just happy to be there, and he seemed like a very genuine, authentic guy, to be honest with you. Like a normal guy, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, which it seems like what you see is what you get with him.
Like,
he doesn't have two faces. Okay, so let's get into a couple more rapid fire questions for you.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite proof for the existence of God? That's a joke. We know. What's your favorite proof?
The contingency argument.
Yeah. Okay. So what is who is your favorite philosopher or thinker? Give me Muslim or non-Muslim.
Do you know what? Yeah, I know it's going to sound very controversial, but I think Avicenna, like Ibn Sina, obviously, you can consider him a non-Muslim.
You're driving. You're
No.
driving the Madkha. He's crazy. You're driving everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I consider him, like, let's say, consider him a non-Muslim, no problem. But I think he was a genius. When I read his books and stuff, I was thinking, this guy's a genius on another level. So to be fair, I think he was probably the biggest genius that we had in that time. Like he wrote that what is it, Qanun al-Tibbi, the canon of medicine that they were using for a very long time. And he wrote obviously the Shifa and the Ilahiyat and stuff like that, and that where he talks about God and the existence of God. All of it, deviant stuff, no problem. But if you can pick out the good stuff in it, it's pretty very robust, I think. And I think the guy was a genius. If you look at his, by the way, if you look at his biography, yeah, he was a bit of a party guy. You know that, like he would,
really?
he'd drink alcohol and stuff. Yeah, he would. He would go, and he was a bit of a fasiq, like, if you would put it that way. I think what it was with him is that because he thought so hard,
yeah,
he was known as a party animal. So he'd go and drink alcohol. He'd go to the masjid and then go drink alcohol at night, and then eat food, this and that. Had a lot of. It was said that he had a lot of sexual partners, and he actually died. Some say that he died because he contracted a disease.
Syphilis or something,
like a sexual disease, yeah. But
I didn't know all these details because I thought he was worse than a fasiq. I thought he was straight, zindiq. So you're actually adding color. Yeah, he's worse than that. So okay, well, that's a very interesting choice. I didn't expect that. So here's a rapid fire question for you. Controversial question: the Muslim marriage crisis. You acknowledge that there's a crisis?
Yeah, I think yes, there is.
Okay,
especially in the West.
Especially in the West. Okay.
Yeah.
Who do you think is more at fault, men or women? And you can't say both.
Women.
Okay.
I think the reason why is because I feel like women we know that women are more hypergamous in nature. We know that they're picky, and maybe they should be. But I think that at the end of the day, they're becoming more and more picky. Now, the reason why I say that is that I've been looking at this data from like Muslim apps, dating apps and stuff like that, and I've been looking more and more into it. And it's the like and dislike, swipe right, swipe left, I don't know what it is, ratio is so much in favor of women. Like so they would like less and they would be engaging less. And I think the reason why is because the standards of living in the West are quite high actually. And I feel like women feel like I'm not going to settle with this guy, whoever it is, the guy that comes along. And what I feel like is going to happen now is that Muslim men are going to go abroad and get married. It's going to get to the level where there's going to be a phenomenon of Muslim men going abroad, getting married. And polygamy is going to increase because a lot of women are going to be like above a certain age with kids and stuff like that. And these two things are going to happen. And women are going to find it harder and harder to get married because of this not wanting to settle and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good result, actually. I'm more pessimistic. I think that men are just not going to get married. Women are not going to get married. They're just going to be alone. Like there's going to be a large percentage of the population. Already that's the case, but it's just going to get worse. Even with non-Muslims, you have like 40% who are like incel, like involuntarily celibate. They can't find a partner. Forget about marriage. Yeah. Even with dating, because you're referring to it actually with the swiping right. So they'll go on these apps like Tinder or whatever, and they will swipe. The men will swipe right for every single female profile, and they will not match. They won't match at all.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, so the women do match up. So this is Tinder. These apps become great tools for the women to get with the top status men, the high value men, so to speak. And the rest of men, they can't find anyone, whether it's on the app, whether it's through social interaction, even for zina purposes, even for like dating purposes, they can't find anyone. Yeah, this is a crisis. So Muslims are affected by this as well, I think.
Yeah, it's horrible, and I think that it's the illusion of choice, where a woman thinks that not all of the women, and some of them are very good in certain communities. Of course, we're not generalizing. However, there is a phenomenon of large swathes of women, especially in the West, that are on these apps and they think they can do it, and they stay on these apps for 4 or 5 years, and then after that, 3, 4 years, 2, 3, 4, whatever years, and then they realize, wait a minute, we're not getting what we want here, so they end up having to settle, in their minds, settling, and then their marriages become very bad because they always think what's green on the other side. They always think of what's green on the other side. And a lot of the issue of this, I was just in Qatar and I was speaking to someone, and he was saying that we started to have a marriage crisis as well in Qatar. The moment that women started to have money and start working, because they're working, women are working now, so the man has to now be making a lot more money than she is. And I was saying why, and he said in this way, he said, because she's thinking, I've got money, he's got money, I can leave him at any time, I can go and do whatever I want. So what do I need you for? Basically, what do I need you for? I don't need you for the sexual aspects. I can get it from another man. I can get it from myself. Whatever it is, I don't need you for love. I don't even love you. You're not getting me a house.
Don't need you for children either. You have artificial insemination.
Exactly. Like even children, like I can get a nanny. I can get a nanny, or something. So what are you bringing to the table? Like what Eddie Murphy said in that very famous comedy sketch, and he said, "What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately? Like, what have you done?" So there is that, and because I feel like this will be more and more of a problem in areas of the world where the standards of living is higher. It's less and less of a problem where the standards of living are lower, where women need men. I know it sounds quite simplistic, but I think that's pretty much what you're going to find, which is why, from my own personal experience, when I speak to brothers that have been to different countries and and they're looking for multiple wives and stuff like that, I say, where'd you go? They say, do you go to Egypt? Do you go to like Morocco? Do you go to like Pakistan? Where'd you go? And they say, we go to Morocco, for example, because the GDP per capita is it's kind of average for the world, but women in those particular areas, they don't need as much. There's not, like in Egypt, for example, you need to get it's cultural for you to get a flat for the woman. You get the shabka and the mahar and all this kind of. It's a long story, and you might spend $50,000, for example, dollars, maybe $100,000 to get married to a woman in Egypt because it's seen as like part of the culture. But for Morocco, it's not like that. You go to a village and stuff like that, you can get married very, very easy. A lot of Pakistani brothers from up north, they've gone to Morocco to get their second and third wives and stuff like this. So why? Because when you offer them £500 sterling a month, for example, this is a lot of money for them. If you go to one of these countries like Zimbabwe or I don't know, like you tell me the country, Malawi,
Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia.
Oh yeah, Malaysia. I've heard. Yes, I've heard that it's very easy to do this because there's not the barriers to entries are not there. Like, and so it's where you find that the woman finds it okay, and there's a cultural aspect as well. You go to Nigeria, I think it's very easy to get married to a second wife, for example.
We're talking about the first wife. You're talking about now that you're talking about the second wife or third.
No, I'm just saying. The reason I'm bringing this to the table is because, she's willing to be a second wife, even. Like, imagine these women here, like, in London. You say second wife, yes, if she's over 35, 40, 45, she'll consider it. And she has kids or something like that, she may like that would be a possibility. But if you filter those apps for woman that's 18 to 25 years old, are you looking for polygamy? I guarantee you 99% of them are going to say no chance. Yeah. No chance.
In the US, she can be like 45 years old with 5 children and she still won't consider polygamy.
Really?
Say,
really?
Yeah. And then you have compassionate imams say, men, why aren't you stepping up? We have this amazing Muslimah who's 45, 50 years old.
I mean, whatever. I mean, she doesn't need to be in polygamy, but then she might need to go back home wherever she, like, let's be honest, like my advice to her would be, okay, fine. No problem. You don't need to be in polygamy, but where are you from originally? Let's say she's Pakistan. Go to Pakistan. No problem. You'll find many men that want visa there or stuff like that. No, I'm being serious. Like this might be the approach. You'd have to change your tactics because there's a possibility that the 45-year-old with 5 kids can find the man, that's willing to marry her as a first wife. Is that they exists, but it's a very slim possibility.
Yeah, the problem is the sense of entitlement that you're talking about. Like they just feel like they're so entitled and they deserve like the best. And
and this is what happens when when the standards of living are high. It's natural. That's what happens. So, but then if there's not an attitudinal shift, it's going to cause a crisis, and that's what people need to understand. If like, for example, it's not just with women, by the way. Like, I was speaking to some brothers, I'll be honest with you, and they were just like, they were like, you know, I'm not going to get married except for this age and this virgin, this whatever. Like, they were giving me their things, and the guys are like, I was like, bro, come on, look at yourself in the mirror. I was like, I was like, you know, let's be honest. If she's divorcee, if she's this, she's that, no problem. You know, you can still marry her. You know, it's not a big for me. I don't see a big issue with. There's a stigma around divorcees. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, what's the big issue with? She's been with a man before. Asma bint Unais has been with. She was married 4 times. For example, she was married to Umar ibn Khattab, she was married to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, to Ali ibn Abi Talib, to Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, and I forget the 4th. And even there was a hadith. I don't know the authenticity of it, where they were kind of joking. They were asked her, who was the best husband you had, and she said, of the shuyukh, it was Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and from the shabab, it was Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. And then Ali ibn Abi Talib joked and said, you've left nothing for me, yani. This was Asma bint Umays. So this is a sahabiya, Jalila. She is a very prestigious woman, but she's, you know, divorcee. So we also have a problem from our side, the men, which is that she's divorcee, she's not this, that. I don't see it like that, because
I don't think that's the.
Sorry.
I don't think that's the criticism of like divorcee or not versus virgin. I think that obviously we have sahabiyat. Atiqa is another example. She was, you know, divorced multiple times.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was due to the Sahaba she was married to being killed. But she was known for her beauty. She was known for her high lineage. She was known for, you know, her piety. So it's not. So we can't compare Atiqa, for example, or some of these Sahabiyat with a woman who doesn't have those qualities. I think the point about virginity versus being a divorcee is all things being equal, right? If 2 women in every aspect of piety and beauty and lineage, they're exactly the same, but one is a virgin and one is a divorcee, which one would you pick?
Yeah, for me, I don't care. Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, me personally, the whole thing about that is I've never understood it. But once again, the different strokes for different folks in it, because I get the idea that you want a virgin. I get that, or a man would want a virgin. But for me,
I mean, this is the description of Hur al-Ain as well. No man have
yeah, I get
or
that.
seen
But
them.
if it's a personal thing, I don't care, to be like it's no one. Yani, whatever. Like, you know.
It actually makes a difference. It makes a difference, like what we promote in the community, because it basically is a stigma. I think that this is what I've said before. Like, yes, given our context, we actually need a stigma against divorce in order to prevent women from leaving their marriages. Because right now we have a crisis.
Where women initiate more, right?
Yeah, they're initiating divorce. They're leaving their marriages. So actually, this stigma is a good thing. Like, against
but the issue with that then is that if you have divorced women, which is going to be a big portion of the population, they need to get remarried either in polygamy or in monogamy. Yeah. So if you have a stigma, then
we're trying to reduce the numbers precisely by stigmatizing divorce. And women are very sensitive actually to social stigmas. And if they recognize that there's stigma, that's one more thing that's preventing them from leaving the marriage and breaking up the family. I think it is the feminist.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but then we have to see proof of concept. Like, what's worse, creating a stigma, which creates a problem in itself, which is the problem of, well, like, now it's going to find it harder to get remarried because of the stigma.
It won't though. That's the thing. Like,
do you think
men are willing to marry. You know, there are so many men dying to get married at this point. Actually, I don't think it's a stigma that will negatively affect their chances of getting.
Do you know, one of my friends sent me something which I want to share with you. It's very good, actually. It was, I think, the only thing that I saw of its kind, which was like a medieval. It was a medieval thing, a survey, okay, which examined divorce in the medieval period, and here we go. So this is what it says. Shamsuddin Muhammad ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Sakhawi was a reputable Shafi'i Muslim hadith scholar an historian who was born in Cairo. Sakha is a village in Egypt where his relatives belonged. He was a prolific writer and excelled. Okay, so he looked at his work was also anthropological. Yeah, for example, in Egypt, he recorded the marital history of 500 women, the largest sample of marriage in the Middle Ages, and found that at least a third of all women in the Mamluk Sultan of Egypt and the Bilad al-Sham married more than once. 1/3 of all women, with many women marrying 3 or more times. According to As-Sakhawi, as many as 3 out of 10 marriages in the 15th century ended in divorce. Yeah.
What percentage? Sorry.
This is. Do you want to know the? Shall I send you the stuff?
No. Which percentage ended in divorce? I missed that part.
So it says that he said as many as 3 out of 10, so like 30%.
30%.
So it's less than the U.S. average, I think. Ended in divorce. It says proficiency in. So the point is that, do you know this idea of, let's say, I might have a different approach. Maybe my approach is a bit too laissez-faire, but my thing is, let's say divorce happens. Yeah. Yani, if divorce happens, it's not the worst thing in the world.
I agree.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, so long as remarriage happens, I feel like if we're more laissez-faire with this thing,
why is the divorce happening? I think that is very critical, because if you're saying that 30% of the women are in multiple marriages or they're getting divorced in that Mamluk period or the Middle Ages because their husbands are getting killed in jihad, their husbands are dying because of work, or because the men are divorcing them and getting remarried, and the women are able to remarry, etc. Unfortunately, our context today is very far from that context, where the divorce now is women driven, and it's due to exactly what you mentioned, the entitlement that I can get better, I deserve more. This man, he's 6'4", he's very successful financially, he's very eloquent and strong, but I can get better. I can do better than him. And we see this with the divorces of high celebrities. Like, all of the richest men in the world, their wives have left them, have divorced them. Or there's the example of one of the greatest American football players, Tom Brady. His wife of over a decade divorced him because she thought that, okay, he's not really giving me what I need as his wife, and he's has all the dunyawi characteristics that a woman could want, and even he is not good enough for her. So this just speaks to this sense of entitlement that is driving the divorce rate, and it's also driving men not being able to find women for long-term relationships such as marriage.
Yeah, I think the entitlement thing is huge, and especially with hypergamy, and especially when you talk about standards of living being an unprecedented high in terms of women, their ability to kind of make their own money. All those things are fitna for that. A woman has to see all those things as a fitna. It's a fitna because, at the end of the day, we all think, what can we get that's better in life? We all think that. The thought crosses our mind. But this is why shukr is very important. And the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he warned us, especially women, he warned women about the issue of gratitude very, very sternly, in fact. For example, the hadith of in ahsanta ilayhinna ad-dahra kullahu qulna ma ahsanta ilayya khayran qat. If you were so nice to them, if you were very excellent with them in your behavior, for eternity, the whole of time, they will say that you have never been good to me. So the Prophet ﷺ is giving you the generalizing behavior. For example, the issue of kufr al-ni'mah, of not being grateful. That's what it really stems from. And what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran is, وَلَئِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. If you thank, Allah will give you more. So we have to train ourselves and train our women and our wives and our children the issue of gratitude. So, for example, what I do is, with my family, I mention these verses, obviously, and these kind of things, but we also have a game where we sit down, the kids are there and everyone. I say, let's see who can write down the things that you're grateful for. and let's see, whoever writes down the most wins, or we'll do rapid fire, and whoever doesn't mention something will lose, will get kicked out. And you're surprised because my young children are so innocent and pure. They'll mention things which are, subhanAllah, like that I wouldn't even think about, because they think about things which we would consider to be taken for granted. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تَحْصُوهَا. If you keep وَآتَاكُم مِّن كُلِّ مَا سَأَلْتُمُوهُ, He gave you from everything you asked, and if you counted the ni'am of Allah, the blessings of Allah, you will not be able to enumerate them. So this idea of trying it, sitting down on a daily basis and making it a habit in the family, in the Muslim family home, where everyone is sitting down, making tasbih, for example, alhamdulillah, thinking about the ni'am of Allah. It has to be a staple part of the Muslim spiritual nutritional diet. Because the reason why entitlement comes is because of two things: kibr and kufr ni'mah. Kibr, arrogance. I'm better than this situation. I deserve more, basically. I said to one person before, they said, I deserve more. I said, okay, well, like, what do you mean by I deserve more? I said, do you mean it in a cosmological sense, or do you mean it in a Shara'i sense? And they said, I deserve more. I said, if I went to a hospital with you and you saw a blind child with no limbs, what would you say? And would you say they deserve more or not? Like, Allah gives you exactly what you deserve in one sense, but then He recompensates you in another sense. So this idea of deserving more, we have to try and think about this properly, because I think this is the root of the problem is actually a psycho-spiritual problem. Is adamu shukr. It's the lack of shukr, because we don't have a culture of shukr enough. We have a culture of entitlement. We have a culture of ingratitude. So if we transform the culture for men, women, and children, and we say, look, let's have a culture now of let's be grateful. And I will say brazenly, especially for women, because the Prophet ﷺ gave us a special advice for the wife. يَكْفُرْنَ الْعَشِيرِ. You have a tendency to it. Now you might say this is actually very misogynistic. We say now, like, even one thing about Jordan Peterson, which is good, is that he brought a big 5 personality traits and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And he said that one thing which unites women, or which is a more cross-cultural, and I saw some peer-reviewed studies on it as well, and which is known, is that women are more likely to have trait neuroticism. This idea of thinking things are bad, or having unpleasant feelings of anxiety and these kind of things. And trait neuroticism and ingratitude are inextricably linked, because you can't be neurotic and optimistic at the same time. Someone who is neurotic is lacking in the optimistic, grateful, demeanor. And so if we are able to reduce psychological neuroticism, which is more prominent and more clear as per the psychological studies that we have on the Big 5, for example, and increase gratitude and increase or humbleness. Whoever humbles himself to Allah, Allah raises them. Then I think that this is actually the solution to one of the spiritual solutions to the marriage crisis. That people need to just be grateful for what they have. And if you are given something, if someone comes to you as an opportunity, as a man, a good man, and he comes to a woman and says, listen, I don't have that much money, or I make a reasonable amount, I try my best. However, I believe in this. I'm a principled man. This guy is for you to turn him down because you don't want to settle with him. You will feel the pain of that in 3 years' time, when now, quite frankly, you're not as you used to be, and you're still searching, and you will regret that. Wallahi, I think a woman will regret the fact that she didn't go with this guy, and now he's with another woman walking the street with a baby in a pram, walking happily ever after. She'll be very regretful of that, because of that kibr that she had, or that entitlement and so on. It's something which you need to stamp out.
Yeah, I think very beautifully said about the importance of shukr and how we really need this spiritual value in our life. I think that also there are certain kinds of structural features of Islam that generate shukr, or put you in a position of dependence where you can be more thankful and you can be more dependent, especially as a woman. So one of the things that I advocate, for example, in my dawah is that it's better if you don't need to work. Women should not work. Women should, remain in the home as much as you can. قَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنْ And this is going to create a dependence, because you have to be thankful as a woman. Islam creates that necessity that you have on your husband, and that necessity that you have for your husband to provide for you and protect you, that will generate naturally, psychologically, feelings of shukr, feelings of gratitude to Allah, to your husband, and that just strengthens the marital bond, so you're less likely to leave. Whereas if you are, making your own money, sometimes women are making more than their husbands increasingly because of whatever pro-women hiring policies and promotion policies in the workplace nowadays. They're making more than their husband. So what, as you said earlier, what value am I getting from this man in my life? I'm better without him, or I can do better. Whereas that situation can be entirely avoided, and marriages can be stronger, families can be stronger, if we just had a policy, or we just taught this value that, don't encourage your daughters to go work. Don't encourage your daughters to go become these high-powered working women who can then, because it's ultimately better for the community, of course, because you have more stronger marriages and families, but it's also better for the women themselves, because what is ultimately going to bring more happiness in a purely dunya sense, but also in terms of akhirah, having a strong, happy marriage, raising children, raising strong believers, or, being a, successful PhD businesswoman or corporate executive. Which one ultimately is going to have more value for the woman herself, let alone for the community or for the ummah?
I think that's exactly right. And at the end of the day, that last point you mentioned, I think is I've been experimenting with that angle of it, which is that to let women know that actually this is in their own best interest. And I think that's a really good way of putting it, because at the end of the day, all the studies that we've had, and I've done a lecture on this in Belgium, which is on the Sapiens YouTube channel, where I say that how feminism has harmed women by telling them that if you get this stuff, if you do this, live this life, will make you more happy. But all of the studies that we've seen have shown categorically that women, because of these changes, or after these changes have been made, have shown to be more psychologically fatigued. They have nervous breakdowns. They have lower life satisfaction. The biggest study, Blanche, Flower, and Oswald, for example, which was done over tens of years, concluded that. And so, at the end of the day, there's a reason, and this is, I think, one really good part of your da'wah, where you show that the rules of Islam not only benefit the individual, but they benefit the family, the society, and the whole unit. And so it's amazing how when people go away from that and they experiment with everything else, it really destroys their life. The studies that we have on LGBTQ families, and two men from the same family, two women from the same family, and a child, all of that shows categorically that it's more disadvantageous for everybody. Sometimes it can be, that's a benefit that comes from them implementing these policies, that we can see how much of a failed policies they are. And subhanAllah, I was thinking as well, one great benefit of LGBTQ, I'd never thought I'd be starting a sentence like this.
They're just gonna clip that. They're gonna say
one great benefit of it is that it's a really powerful way for them to destroy their own civilization from within. Because if you think about it, the Western civilization is really powerful, right? Western Europe and its extensions. It's really powerful in that sense. And you think to yourself, how can a civilization or a country like the United States of America, which has a military budget which is more than the 10 most countries or 13 most countries combined, how can a civilization like this with Hollywood and all this how can there be a competitor to this civilization? And you think to yourself, who's going to beat it? Is it going to be Russia? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be the Middle East? Is it the Muslim world? And all of them, in many ways, you can see how a case can be made, economic case in the case of China, military case in the case of Russia. But it's not really convincing. What's more convincing to me is that the Western civilization, with LGBTQ, with all of these things that they have, is most likely to destroy itself very quickly. Because, I'm not sure if you saw this video recently. It was very funny, actually. It was you've got the Russian army, they're doing these drills and stuff like that. The Russian army, the military. And then it's just these men, they're going obstacle courses, shooting, and then they juxtaposed it with the American one. And it was a woman who started off as a lesbian, She was like, I always wanted to go to Ends of Man. I don't know what it was. Yeah, it's like LGBTQ guy. I was thinking to myself, like, at the end of the day, if this is if these are the guys you're going to put on the front line, I mean, an enemy to the Western civilization, that is a dream for them. To see you put these guys on the front line, to women in the UK, for example, women were not allowed on the front line. Only recently they changed the law that can now put women on the front line. If now these guys, whoever you are going to be facing next, you can see women in the front line and this lesbian here and that woman there and stuff like that. This is like it's a gift. You're gifting them. Yeah, and at the end of the day, do you really think that they can do what these guys in World War II did for you? There's no chance. If your armies and militaries were composed of that, we would have a world now which is dominated by Nazi-speaking Nazis. Actually, we'd have a completely different world. So the point is that the LGBTQ phenomena is one of the best. It's a double-edged sword for everyone else who has had enough of Western dominance. Because on the one hand, yes, we're being infiltrated and affected in a Muslim world, and we have to protect ourselves. But on the other hand, it's a surefire way that the Western civilization is destroying itself. That's undoubtedly. And the families now, they're not. I went to Italy the other day, and after that I went to Germany. And both countries are seriously aging populations. Like there's 26% of Italians are over the age of 65. This is because they have a disregard for families and structures and stuff. And in the Muslim world, it's not like that. In the Muslim world, there's the reason why Pew says it forecasts that we're going to be like 1/3 of the world's population with 2100 is because we care about families and having kids, and we're following the prophetic advice. Takatharu, tanakahu, takatharu, get married, have lots of kids. This is what the Prophet ﷺ told us to do. And so these guys are going against that. They're not even getting married because of the financial disincentives and because of their hypergamous needs are gone out of control and entitlement. We as the Muslim community need to safeguard ourselves away from that and let the building fall in front of us. Or let the house of cards fall in front of us. But we don't need to be in that house of cards. We don't need to be engaged in this thing.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. But unfortunately we are in the house of cards. We're living here in society. So the sexual degeneracy has been arguably the cause of the fall of many civilizations, like the Roman civilization. And you had even Ibn Khaldun refer to this in the Muqaddimah that it's the sexual deviance and what's the word? It starts with a D. I forgot the word for it.
Well, degeneracy
and decadence. Luxury, and we have to taste every taste and experience every pleasure, and the entirety of life becomes about pursuit of pleasure and luxury. So this is something that Ibn Khaldun says creates the fall of civilization, and a repeated pattern that we see. And the West is now in that state of utmost decadence, utmost prioritization of pleasure through sexual freedom. That's what sexual freedom is. So it's not a surprise that they're on their downturn or downfall. So let's shift gears a little bit now, and we're gonna the chat has been going crazy for the past couple of hours with these people that we call madakhila. So they I find it very interesting how you have a long experience battling with these people. Recently, they've come after me heavily. And it's interesting to me that this group of bootlickers, let's call them what they are, they target me and you, amongst others, because we aren't affiliated with any kind of political organization in the West or in the Muslim world. We don't advocate for a particular political party. The main focus of our dawah is to question and critique atheism and liberalism and so forth. So why do you think that they are targeting us, and they've actually escalated their attacks on du'at like us in the West?
There's different groups within it. It's like it's not just one group. It's now become different groups. And the thing is, if you would have I saw your trajectory going up from about, I would say, 2 years ago. And if I had to predict anything, and I did actually predict this to friends of mine and close colleagues and stuff, I said, they're going to go after him. they're not going to go after him now. They're going to go after him when he reaches such and such. I thought it was going to be after 100,000 subscribers, but they left you a little bit longer. But it was a matter of, you know, I thought they were going to come after you after a certain time because it's predictable behavior. They did the same thing with me. They didn't say anything to. In fact, they were had good relationship with me in the beginning, and it's like you actually thought you evaded. Well, in my sense, I thought I evaded their scorn or their attack or whatever in the beginning. And then when you reach a certain level or a certain threshold, it's as if they have a team meeting and they say, "Now we have to, we have to go for him now." And I'll be honest with you, bro. Like I think that there's different madakhila of different stripes, and the official madkhalis who follow Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali, they are different to, let's say, for example, brother Sajid and so on. They're not. I wouldn't consider them to be madkhali, for example, right? I would consider them to be like more on the Jordanian style of Salafism. Some have called it Halabism, Halabi. Yeah, that's what the terms that they use in the UK. Some brothers they use this term. I've been told don't use the term because Sheikh Ali has died recently, and it's disrespectful to him. We don't disrespect anybody. The point is that Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali and Sheikh Ali Halabi used to be great friends in the beginning, in the early 2000s, and then they diverged. Okay, so they used to be great friends, and then they started. And then Rabi' ibn Hadi in particular, he refuted Ali Halabi and so on. So that, and obviously Ali Halabi was refuted by the Lajna, the Saudi Arabian committee, whatever, and he was declared to be a murji actually, which is it's for me it's harsh, whatever, but it still nevertheless happened. This is the history of it. So what we find in the UK is that we find brothers who are more associated with, let's say, the Madkhali stripe of Salafism, which is Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali, and brothers who are more affected by, let's say, the Jordanian Salafism, who in the figureheads of which are Sheikh Ali Halabi, Mashhur Hassan, and others in Jordan. And
what is the distinction, though? What is the
distinction is in tatbiq, it's in implementation. So in the Madkhalis, generally speaking, they will make tabdi'a, and this is not an over exaggeration, on every scholar on the earth except for the ones who they make tazkiyah of, basically Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali. It used to be Muhammad ibn Hadi al-Madkhali, but now he's been dropped. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but it was a big scandal in the West. He's been dropped by Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali. So now there's the Madkhalis have split into two different groups. The ones who follow Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali and the ones who follow Muhammad ibn Hadi al-Madkhali. And those guys are going at it with each other. And the ones who follow Rabi' ibn Hadi al-Madkhali, those guys are really like they only take a few scholars. Now the ones who now follow the Jordanian Salafism, who would also take from Sheikh Fawzan, all of these guys would take from Sheikh Fawzan, Salah al-Fawzan. They would quote Ibn Uthaymeen, they would quote Al-Albani, they would quote Rahimahullah Jami'an, all of them, and obviously they would quote Bin Baz. And those guys, all of them, they would go back to these. So the difference is with those who follow the more Jordanian style is that within them there's a spectrum. Okay, so within that there's a spectrum. On the right side of that spectrum, you have people like Abdurrahman Hassan. Abdurrahman Hassan, I'm not sure if he's a very knowledgeable, a very good guy. He would make tabdi'a on people who he doesn't agree with. That he has a more, let's say, and I don't think he would object to this. I know him personally. He has, let's say, more intolerant than someone like Abu Osama al-Dhahabi. Abu Osama al-Dhahabi is considered by that group of Jordanian sympathizers or Jordanian Salafi sympathizers. They're considered to be watered down. So someone like Abu Osama al-Dhahabi, Abu Taymiyyah, I think he's basically on the edge. If someone like Abu Taymiyyah is basically on the edge, is he even in that or not is a question. So this is the spectrum. You have on the right of the Jordanian, let's say, call it Salafism, Abdurrahman Hassan, Dawah man. You have these kinds of guys. They would, if you ask them what do you think of Ali Halabi, they would always praise him. They would praise the guys in Jordan, Mashhur Hassan and so on. And then you have a sliding scale, people in the middle. Green Lane Mosque is somewhere there. Not everyone in the Green Lane Mosque is the same. You have people, and then the left side you have like Abu Osama al-Dhahabi, who would sit with people who this side would call to be innovators and this would not. And then you have the madkhalis, which I would call them the far right, right? Because they make tabdi'a, they literally make tabdi'a of those guys. So someone like Shamsi, right, would make tabdi'a of someone like Abdurrahman Hassan. He would Abu Taymiyyah, he would make tabdi'a of him. They don't consider them to be Sunni. They'd make tabdi'a of Ali Halabi. So this is the level of we're talking about. Where would they differ in terms of aqidah? Where Allah is, the istighatha, the tawassul, the mawlid, they wouldn't differ on any of that stuff, any of it. But they only differ on one thing, which is who are the scholars that you take from? This is the question. My dad is bigger than your dad. This is it. So this is what's going on. I don't think anyone can disagree with what I've just said here. This is well known that this group here will make tabdi'a of this group here. The madkhalis will say like Dawah man is a mubtadi'a. They will say Abdurrahman Hassan is a mubtadi'a. They will say Abu Samad Dhahabi is a mubtadi'a. They'll say all of them. The madkhalis will make tabdi'a on every other type of Salafi. Yeah, so that's no doubt about it. They are most intolerant and they have the smallest circle of tabdi'a. The ones who follow the Jordanian Salafism are on a spectrum. Some call them Halabis, but I'm not going to do so for respectful reasons. Which on the far right of it is someone like Abdurrahman Hassan. On the far left of it is someone like Abu Samad Dhahabi and maybe Abu Taymiyyah now. And then you have like people who are Athari, who don't like any of this stuff, who have had enough of this stuff. They don't even, and I would put you in that. I put myself in that. I put the majority of like people there. Like, Mufti Menk is there. People like that are all Athari. Like if you taftish of them, but then that has a sliding scale, as you know, and that sliding scale, I'm sure you're aware of it. And on the far left of it, you have Yaqeen and this, which are more like, appeasement to, liberalism or feministic people or proponents or elements. In the middle of it, you have, I would put you somewhere in the middle, but maybe not on the right. Before you were more on the right, now you're here. Sajid Lipham, I'd put him on the spectrum. Where is he? He's kind of out of the Halabi circle, but he's where Abu Taymiyyah and those guys are. Like he wouldn't go out there and say Ali Halabi. Amr Shatila, who's his friend, is he follows Ali Halabi. He would mention his name. He would promote him. This is the sliding scale of Salafism today in the Western Dawah. Now, Hamadi, this guy, I don't know much about. I've spoken to a few times, but he.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've spoken, but he's not really like too important to speak to about. But he, like for example, where he would stand, he's now on the fringe of Madkhali Halabi. He's in a no man's zone. What do you call it? The no man's area.
No man's land.
No man's land, yeah. Because he has to decide whether he wants to be with the Madkhalis or whether he wants to be with the Jordanians. These guys are against each other, so that's where the issue is. If he goes with them, if he praises these guys, the Madkhalis, then he can't praise Abdurrahman Hassan and Abu Taymiyyah. No way, because these guys, for all intents and purposes, make tabdi'ah of each other, or at least the Madkhalis make tabdi'ah of these. So that's why when he came out and he started praising Shamsi, and at the same time praising these, so it wouldn't work. He's gonna eventually be put into one of these two boxes. I believe, personally, he probably will succumb to the Madkhali, full on Madkhalism, and go to SP, because it's maybe
he praised them, right?
Yeah, and don't forget, politically, it makes sense for him because that's the only thing that's allowed there. I mean, he could choose. I mean, for him, what he can choose. He can choose to be a Halabi, and he can, let's just call it people who follow Ali Halabi and others like them, Mashhur Hassan and so on. Or he could choose to be a Madkhali. He could choose to be either of those two things. He cannot really choose to be where we are, where we could tolerate certain things and speak with certain people and maybe have a lunch with a Deobandi here or something like that. This is seen as absolutely ridiculous. However, the guys at the right of the spectrum here, of the Jordanian Salafi sympathizers, they would do that stuff. So I wouldn't, if you said to me Abu Samad Dhahabi is going to have a lunch with Deobandi, or is going to a Deobandi mosque, I'd say I believe it. I believe you, because it's not far away from what they believe. But if you said to me Abdurrahman Hassan's doing that, I'd be shocked. If you said to me Shamsi's doing that, I'd think I was in a dream.
your head would explode.
Yeah. So how to deal with them? First of all, this roadmap is important. So all of these guys.
Yeah, mashallah.
Yeah, so if once you know that's where they stand, one of the best things is really, I think with someone like Sajid, bro, I think he's a good guy all around, and I think manhajan, he's not madkhali, and he's not really like that. He just come out of Medina, I think so. You know, he went there, he studied their stuff and whatever. He came out. I think he likes you. I think he loves you as a brother, and I think that, you know, what's happened in a sense is unfortunate, but in another sense, it's allowed you personally, because I saw the last video that you've done, it's allowed you to come out and really show your skills in terms of Islamic studies. I think in terms of a presentation, it's probably the most, it's the best presentation you've done where you've shown Islamic studies knowledge. So and that's what it done with me, I'll be honest. When I was dealing with the Madkhalis, they were attacking me vehemently, like Abu Ayyad and these guys and that. And I was taking it with a pinch of salt, but at the same time, I was taking it personally, very personally. And the mistakes that I made is that I took it too personally. Okay, and that's, no one will disagree. I had to offer so many apologies to them, and you know, because I'm a reactive character. I'm an impulsive guy, and so obviously some of the stuff they said, I responded in a bad way. However, the good thing that came out of it is that they really pushed me to do some studies that I would not have otherwise done. For example, I really invested a lot of time with Ibn Taymiyyah. So much I would not have read that much if it wasn't for them. So I have to thank them for this, because you know, it's your enemies that will actually sharpen you up more than your friends, or it's your adversaries that will help you out more. Like, you know, so for example, when I go to do jiu-jitsu or grappling or whatever, and I'm dominating the guys and I'm having a good time, which is what happens 95% of the time. But then that sounded like a great praise. No, it's because of my size. If you're big, and it's what happened, you dominate, you get this delusion. But then when someone comes out, he's ADCC guy or this and that, and he starts messing you about and putting you in a position, and I think about that the whole day. I'm thinking, I need to change my strategies. I need to do this. I need to do that. Same thing with dawah, and this might be a good thing. It might be a bad thing. We have to rectify our intentions, but it did sharpen me up. Wallahi, like, you know, I started with them maybe 2-3 years ago. 3 years ago, I think it was. I don't know when it was. It forced me to go into the Butun Kutub al-Salaf, the books of the Salaf. It forced me to go into Ibn Taymiyyah's aqwal and speech and this and that. It forced me to retract certain things. It forced me to even question my own ego, like on a spiritual level, to humble myself. So it was, in terms of dealing with them, I benefited so much from them. I benefited more from the Madkhalis than they probably benefit from themselves. Yani, one Madkhali to another Madkhali, how they benefit. It's not how I benefited from them, because if you think about Abu Ayyad, he wrote a 600-page book on me. Like, he would not do that for any of his students. He would not write 600-page taqrir, you know, marking or anything for any of his students. But he wrote a 600-page book on me. I actually thought I'd be paying you to find my mistakes. I would actually pay you for it. You're doing it to me for free because of ego issues or because you have a grudge against me, but you've helped me. So the way I look at it now is I look at it in a completely different way. I say that these guys have really helped me, all of them. All of these guys from different stripes of Salafism, they've forced me to become a stronger person, a better person. And it's effectively, you know, especially because we're doing dawah to non-Muslims and stuff like liberals and feminists, this actually helps with that stuff. You'll be I feel like it's helped me with that stuff, because it's like, you know, when there's going back to a soccer example, there's the if you like the national league, or like we have the Premier League here, the best league for soccer. And then you have the international stuff like the World Cup. So this is when Muslims kind of refute each other and stuff like that. The negative is it can confuse the awam, the negative, whatever, but there's positive, which is that we're strengthening each other up so that when we do go out, our swords are sharp with the sharpening that's happened from within our own community. So I feel like there's a positive there, akhi. And some will say, well, the scholars of the past didn't refute and they didn't do this stuff and that. The scholars of the past did refute each other, and the poets of the past, like Al-Farazdaq and Al-Jarir, very famous. They used to have naqa'id, like these poems which refuting each other and stuff like that. They were funny. If you read them now in Arabic, you would laugh because of how, like, Farazdaq said to Al-Jarir that, you know, I'll kill you. I'm going to find you. It's how personal it got. And then Al-Jarir said that I heard that someone's going to kill you. So give them the great blessings that you're going to have a long life. Like, he's making a mockery out of him, you know. the point I'm making is that this has always existed. So on the one hand, yes, we need to make sure that the way you did it was very nice, because apart from a few things here and there, maybe whatever, which can be perceived as personal, because your temperament is quite stoic, I'm I'm angry. Like, there was a video I made. I shouldn't even be mentioning this, about Sajid one time. Yeah, and I brought the camera on. I started shouting at him. I was actually angry. My face was red. I was like, "How dare you do this?" I was shouting at him. I was shouting at him like he was like, because it hurts more when it's a friend of yours, or you have love for the brother. And with Sajid and all the Muslims, I have love for the brothers, you know. So I was shouting at him, and I had to delete it and apologize. And it's always like, you know, you're doing the same thing over and over again. But the point I'm making to you is, it helped me. I think you'd be better at it than me because because of your temperament, because you have a good presentational style, and all these kind of things. But I would say don't engage in it too much, because it can actually derail you from what the ummah really needs you. Since they've got your number, like since they've started with you now, you're gonna have, it's like a pie chart of your work, your portfolio. 5% is going to be required from time to time just to clear up some misconceptions or whatever it is to speak about them. But you know, I wouldn't dedicate too much of my time for them, because they see an uphill trajectory with you. They're worried. They're threatened. That's what it is. They're threatened. But if they didn't speak about you, it would be worrying to you, because it's like, why didn't they speak about me? Am I not enough of an influence? Now this, okay, actually, yes, they consider you as. So at the moment, I think you're doing the right thing. I think that, you know, if you just from time to time, one video here or there, you know, but don't get sucked in, because it can become addictive. I'll be honest with you, it can become addictive, and it can harden your heart. It can ruin your spirituality. So you're on the prayer and you're praying and you start thinking about what I'm going to say to this guy, or what I'm going to refute this one. You don't want all of that. So, you know, at the end of the day, we have to really examine our own spirituality, and don't make the mistakes I did by making it get personal. Because someone like Sajid, Akhi, I think he just wanted to be consistent. That's what he wanted to be. He said, you know, I've refuted these guys and I've refuted these guys. And I think he didn't even want to do it, because the way when you came about and did your thing and you asked him questions, he didn't really respond. He had a response, yes, but it was more to do with this happened and I was right and whatever. But I don't think he really wants to engage. I think he's got a soft spot for you. I think he's definitely not. It's not personal. I think he's just it's what he believes at the end of the day. It's what he was taught in Medina. I think he's sincere to his belief. And he's been
This
trying
is
to be
a dangerous belief. I mean, that's the problem. It's a dangerous belief, and it wouldn't merit any attention if it was just some issue of ikhtilaf, because there's many issues of ikhtilaf that we don't dedicate this much time to. The problem with, you know, I really appreciate the kind of roadmap that you set out and the different spectrum and of what is counted as madkhali, etc., because I didn't have that knowledge. So I benefited greatly from the way you laid things out. But the way that the madkhalis are operating, I'm using that term specifically for those who will tell you, do not criticize secularization. Do not criticize secularization of the Muslim world, liberalization of the Muslim world. And if you do so, if you do criticize it or speak about it in a negative way, that makes you a mubtadi'. And that takes you, you know, out of Sunni Islam. This is extremely dangerous, because they're in effect acting on behalf, maybe not like as if they're on the payroll, but in effect, they are acting on behalf of the secular powers.
I understand that. And the worst guys of that roadmap are the madkhalis. Those other guys, like, and which I say, like, because these guys probably get paid by them. Actually, they do get paid by. A lot of them get paid, for sure. They get paid by them, yeah, by the governments. Mm-hmm. Like the madkhalis get paid by them, yani. And some of them are, you know, working for the governments or being told by the government, whatever, yeah.
That's
and
dangerous.
So you can't really trust anything they say. Pardon?
It's very subversive to the Muslim community.
It is. But actively trying to. If you look at SP files, we went and looked at the figures. We've got, for example, there was a center in the United Kingdom, you know, that was doing this, and they were getting paid by Prevent, and they were getting paid by the local council, and this one's getting paid. And we showed the documents, and we went and spoke to the people, and they admitted it. They said, yeah, we used to be part, because now there's a great, because in the UK in particular, there's a huge number of people that have left, that we used to be part of the cult, the madkhali cult, and they left the cult. So they come out with all the secrets, especially the higher ups. This is what happened, this is whatever. Now, for example, some of my closest friends were ex-madkhalis. You know, like, you know, they took solace in us and whatever, alhamdulillah. Like, nowadays, a lot of the dawah, what happens in a back seat are people that were used to be ex whatever it is, you know. And so what I'm saying is that, you know, what I'm saying is that a lot of them get paid. Now, the other guys, we can't say that. Like, do you know what I mean? Without evidence. Even the madkhalis, we can't even, like, with someone like Shamsi, I can't be sure that he's getting paid. I'll be honest with you, I don't even think he is getting paid. You know, I think you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of them that are getting paid, and there's evidence of it. And you've showed the RAND reports and the incentive for it and all that kind of stuff, and it's there, and in all the Arab countries and the Muslim world, and also in the, you know, the probably other countries in the West for sure. But these other guys, we can't be sure about all of that. Now, someone like Sajid, once again, I don't think he would make tabdi' of you. I think he, in abstract, he'll agree with the principles. But to do tatbiq and say Daniyal Haqiqatjou is a mubtada' khariji, I don't think he'll say that. I think he will resist from saying this. Whereas
he won't say it, but he's had people on his channel saying it.
Yeah, I get it, but he will not say this. He will not say it because, and I don't think he will not say it because he's scared of. I don't think the guy's a coward, actually. I think if he believes something, he'll come and say it. I think he won't say it because he's not sure of it. And because on his manhaj, it's not sure that you're a mubtada'. He can give you other. He can say Allahu A'lam. He can do tafweed of it. He can say scholars can make a decision on that. I don't need to get involved in that. You know, so I don't know if he's walking around believing you're a mubtada'. I'll be honest with you. Whereas these other guys, for sure, 100% madkhalis believe you're a mubtada'. They'll call you a khariji. They will call you a ikhwani. They will call you sururi, qutbi, whatever. You probably had it all. Those guys on this side of the spectrum that we talked about, from Abu Usama al-Dhahabi onwards, you can actually speak with them. They're very very moderate. You'll be surprised at what they believe in. You'll be surprised at the accommodation they'll make for you. They'll probably tell you we don't make tabdi' of you. Do you get it? Like, so you have to appreciate there's a spectrum, and I feel like Sajid falls in that part of the spectrum where he's not an immediate threat to you in the long term. I actually misread him because I thought he was more on the right. Then I started to see his attacks on the madkhalis and so on those guys, and I thought he wouldn't be speaking like this if he's that much on the right. So I positioned him, and I saw Omar Shatila. I don't know if he's related to him by family. I think someone said he's married to his daughter or something. I don't know. But he's more on the right in terms of Jordanian Salafism. Yani, I think Sajid does respect that, but he's not necessarily that, yani, fully. So you can, I don't think he's that much of a threat, I'll be honest with you. And I think in terms of the exchange you had with him back and forth, look at his own comments. Because I went on his YouTube channel, everyone was saying, like, you didn't answer the question, I'll take Daniel's side. The fact that he left those comments on, the fact that he left the video up, wallahi, is actually an act of sincerity for me. Because for me, if you really cared about yourself and your reputation and your ego and all these kind of things, you wouldn't let everyone see all those negative comments about yourself on his Twitter, everything negative. Yeah, it must be that he just feels like, you know, I just want to bring it out there and I just want to say my truth and whatever it is, and that's it. I think it's done with him now. I don't think he's going to come out against you again.
You know, he was in the chat, right? He was in the chat in the chat of this live stream. Was he saying something like, you know, no.
Okay, well, I'm saying good stuff about him.
He paid a super chat. You know, I think earlier in the stream, he paid a super chat saying like Daniel is spreading lies, and is like in the chat of this very live stream.
Tell him hi, Sajid. How you doing, brother? Look, we you know what it is like. I think that our objective, let's make it very clear what our objective is. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا, and hold together in the rope of Allah and do not be divided. And especially, you might say, oh, we can't divide on falsehood, and we've heard it all before. And you know, we have to divide on the principles, and what they mean is divide on their sheikh's opinion. No problem. All I'm going to say is this, is that, look, think of another verse in the Quran. فَلَا تَنَازَعُوا فَتَفْشَلُوا وَتَذْهَبَ رِيحُكُمْ. Yeah? This is a beautiful verse. Do not divide, because then you'll fail. And this is in the context of war against the disbelievers and Uhud. What I'm saying is that if you really think about it, what Daniyal Haqiqatjou is doing is not just dawah. He is doing jihad with his lisan. That's what Daniyal Haqiqatjou is. He's doing. The Prophet ﷺ told us, "Jahidul mushrikina bi anfusikum wa amwalikum wa alsinatikum." This is what is a hadith. He said you can do وَجَاهِدُهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا, and do jihad with them with it. The Quran, yani. Jihad is not just with the swords and this. It can be words. It can be. Because how can you do jihad with the Quran? How can you do it with the Al-Sana and so on? So there's a difference between refuting someone and refuting someone when that person is attacking the enemy, like the attacking the enemies of Islam. Aaron Ra and this one and that one, they're attacking Islam, and then Brother Daniel's coming and you're attacking him. If you were to see two Jewish rabbis attacking each other, punching each other, and differing with each other, what would you think? You'd look at them and say, look, تحسبهم جميعا وقلوبهم شتى ذلك بأنهم قوم لا يعقلون. You think that they're all together, look at them, they're divided. It would make you less likely to join that religion, or respect these guys. Likewise with us, when they see us attacking each other and refuting each other to this level, the negativity of it in terms of dawah and going against enemies of Islam is too high. And so what I'm saying is that you need to, yes, refutation is a place for it. And this is just an advice to me and everyone. We're all going to refute each other, no problem. Daniel doesn't mind. I don't mind. We're not scared. We're interested in it. We don't mind to engage, whatever, no one cares. I've been engaging with the Madkhali SP files for, I don't know, 4 years. As the Sha'ir said, actually forget that. Put that to the side. What I'm saying is, what we need to all be mature about when we're refuting each other, which we're going to continue to do because we disagree, we fundamentally disagree, is we need to realize there's a bigger enemy, and the bigger enemy is coming to take our children away and bring them into kufr. And people like Daniyal Haqiqatjou, he's bringing down the Radd al-Shubuhat. He is doing things you cannot do, not because you're incapable of doing it, or because you have a low IQ, or because Sajid is not a good man, or because he's not eloquent. He's fantastic. Sajid Libham is a fantastic man. He's come out of Medina University. He's a convert to Islam. He's better than me because, he's done things I haven't come into Islam. I haven't had my sins like that. And he's, whatever. However, please, let's just, remind ourselves the bigger objective here is we're trying to save ourselves. We are a minority in the West. And we need to limit the refutations. We can do it. You can do refutation, but it cannot be all you're doing. You cannot be known for refuting Muslims, because khalas, then that's how you destroy Islam. That's how you destroy the Muslim community. You can refute Muslims a little bit from time to time, but the bigger picture is the liberal project, the feminists, the disbelief, the atheists. This is what I have to say, man.
I think there's an objective. I'll push back a little bit, and I'll let you get the final word on it. But I think that there can be people who are dedicated to refutation of Muslims. It really depends on the level of deviance. And I think there's an objective standard on that. I don't think it's all relative. I think that objectively, the type of refutation that Sajid would do of me and the issue that he is raising into this big question of tabdi'a, and is this a bid'ah or not, of making inkar of the munkar and criticizing the ruler, like that objectively is something that shouldn't be made into a controversy, and it shouldn't be made into, he would disagree with that, obviously, but I think there's an objective right answer, as opposed to refuting, because that's what people accuse me of, right? They'll say
but for him,
Daniel is just making, Daniel's just doing fitna by criticizing LGBT, criticizing these feminists. He has all these videos on, Omar Suleiman and Yasser Qadi and all of this. Daniel only cares about refutation. That's an accusation made against me quite frequently. And my response to that is that, well, this is not something minor. This is actual distortion of the deen, and it's actually serving the enemies of Islam to further liberalize Muslims and take us out of Islam. And therefore it's justified to have this level of response. Arguably, I haven't done enough on these people. I haven't put enough refutation out there against this kind of deviance.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Saudi scholarship on the issue, like of these issues, there's a clear difference, and no one can deny it, between Muhammad Ibrahim, the teacher of Ibn Baz, and then afterwards what Ibn Baz and Ibn Uthaymeen and these kind of things. There's a clear difference on these issues. Okay, on the kind of parlance that's being used. And so if you ask somebody, it's very interesting because Faisal Jassim, who's one of the guys that, Dawah Man and those guys they used, one of his books, he was talking about the fact that, he was mentioning that it's a difference of opinion if someone does حكم بغير ما أنزل الله, if they're kafir or not, and he referred somebody to another book and so on. And why is he saying it's a difference of opinion, which seems to be a very weird thing to say, considering that after Bin Baz, like, that wasn't really being said as much, except for, you mentioned Albani, he did have some criticisms and so, but it wasn't being said. It was definitely not the narrative in the 90s in the Mamlaka, is because he looked at, I think he was being more fair, to be honest, someone like Faisal Jassim on the issue, and he can say it's a difference of opinion, and you can say, well, I would say, look, at the end of the day, if those individuals, and I've put this to many of them, and I won't mention their names because it was done in private, and this is what I will say for a fact: if Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab was alive today, what do you think he would say of the Muslim governments in the Muslim world today? What do you think he would classify them as? I asked some of them, Uqsumu billah, I was so surprised. They said to me, and they were all on that side of the spectrum that I told you about, they would make takfir of all of them. This cognitive dissonance, I'm thinking to myself, on the one hand, you say that if Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab was alive today, he would make takfir of all of the governments in the Muslim world, except for maybe a few, or maybe not with except for a few, maybe all of them, yeah? And at the same time, you're saying that someone who does the same thing as a Khariji is a mubtada'. There is a cognitive dissonance. There's a problem here. So anyway, the point I'm making is that you, as an academic, as effectively what you are, you cannot help yourself but see the nuances and see, okay, well, this one said this and that one said this and whatever. For them, akhi, it's different because they have been educated in a certain way, that they've gone into Medina University, wherever it may be, and they have certain scholars, very reputable scholars, very fantastic, brilliant scholars, who have taught them this is the way and this is the only way and there's no difference opinion. It's molten ijma'. And whoever goes against it goes against the sunnah, and they'll give you like Lalaka'i and Barbahari and all these things who say similar things, and then they do Hikayat al-Ijma', and they have their own arguments that they build up. And what I'm saying is that with that kind of individual, it's difficult to change them and to let them see the nuances. And let's say we change them. Let's say, for example, Sajid Lipham is listening to this and he says, you know what? There must be some nuance. We won't call them this and we won't do that. And maybe it's not this and maybe he's right. Fine. There's going to be a new Sajid Lipham that comes out. You know what I'm trying to say? Someone who's been taught the same things. He's going to do the same things and say the same things. And there's going to be a new whoever is XYZ. This fikr, unfortunately, is going to persist for a very long time. So there's, as you said, there needs to be someone who on academic level specializes on, okay, let's see the issue and see what happens. And there's that's a special academic specialism of some sorts. And then there's us, the dawah people that just do dawah to the people, that we don't need to concern ourselves necessarily with this too much, because it doesn't affect our day to day. Like, the only man that has authority over me is my father, because that's what the Sharia has allowed. There's no ruler that's over me, yani. I don't care, yani. There's no ruler. It's the case. My friend said this to me yesterday. I was like, this is a good point. He said, there's only man that's got authority over me is my father. And he said that the only thing I'll do in terms of authority that I fear of is the prison. Yani. So that's my legal context. I don't need to think about what's happening in Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Yemen or Oman or wherever other countries. I actually don't care, because for me, it doesn't matter. I've got 4 masail that I look at, that political masail that I will always be with in the West, because I think I can have influence them. One of them is Palestine issue. The other one is the Rohingya issue in Burma. The third one is the Hindutva issue in India. And the fourth one is the Uyghur issue in China. These, for me, as a person living in the West, I don't need to go anywhere above and beyond that, because I'll be spreading myself too thin. So I've kind of limited that for myself. These are my 4 issues. I'm not even going to speak about this leader here or that one there, because it doesn't concern me, and the people don't care. You know, the Somali brother that's living next door to me, or the Pakistani guy that's living across the road to me, or the Egyptian guy that's living, Moroccan guy. We in the West don't need to care about these things, because for me, it's not a big Ghani issue. You can have
it's a big issue in the sense that these countries are being liberalized, so they're threatening the future of Islam in these countries.
No, I mean,
that's the danger.
Yeah, it's a big issue for them. For those
for
guys,
us too.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm not going to affect change. I'm not going to affect change in those. I know if I had to choose my 4 issues, those are my 4 issues that I'm going to focus on, because those other issues there's ulama, there's guys that are on the high level you know what I'm trying to say? These guys are big timers. And I don't believe that everyone's khawana. There are some people, scholars, who will say this has to happen, this has to happen. These guys, I personally believe that these issues relating to the Muslim leaders, for me personally, are way above my pay grade. I'll be honest with you, because if I start speaking about it, I feel like if I say something wrong, something bad can happen, and I don't want that to be attributed back to me. So for me, those 4 issues personally are the ones I focus on. And as you say, in terms of like making tabdi'a on the basis of how someone decides to approach, like you might decide differently. Say, I decide to have a different portfolio, I have a different way of dealing with the issue. I would say, okay, therefore you're mubtada. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's a pathetic way of reasoning. Now, those guys do because they've been told that's what you are if you do become this. But some of them will do adhr bil jahl, adhr bil ta'awul, adhr bil whatever. And I believe Sajid is one of those guys, and I don't believe he'll make tabdi'a of you. And I think that, generally speaking, he wants the best for you. And I think is that, of the people that we mentioned, he's not really the worst of the worst at all. He's not a bad guy like that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that Sajid is the worst of the worst. Like, I'm actually surprised that he's released a few videos the past few weeks, like just calling me dishonest. One video where he's calling me schizophrenic, or someone else like on his channel is calling me schizophrenic and having mental problems. So I was surprised by that. I thought Sajid would take the high road and he wouldn't, resort to these kinds of cheap shots and
it happens, Akhi. It happens, and you can forgive him for it because who cares? At the end of the day, calling you schizophrenic, everyone knows you're not schizophrenic. Schizophrenia is a medical disorder where someone has lost touch with reality on almost a permanent basis. It's a kind of psychosis, actually. It's not if you met schizophrenic people. I think what he means is bipolar, but bipolar, once again, it's it's a misunderstanding of the thing. What I'm saying is that he's just saying these things, and it's natural. Of course, he's going to feel upset. He's a human being at the end. He's not a psychopath, just like you will feel upset. But as I say, I made the mistake of attacking the brother personally. I don't want you to make the same mistake. I think
I'm not planning to. I just challenged him to a debate, and
he won't accept it because at the end of the day, look, I'll be honest with you. Look, I know this might sound so crazy, yeah. There's a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam where the Prophet said, "La yu'minu ahadukum hatta yuhibba li akhihi ma yuhibbu li nafsihi." Yeah? Very famous, that you won't really believe until you love for your brother what you love for yourself. Now, obviously, we're all somewhat like concerned of our own interests and stuff like that. Now, for me, if I'm doing some sports with let's say, I know this might sound whatever to some non-Muslims, but I'll just say it anyway. If I'm doing some sports with some Muslims and they beat me in the sports, I feel bad. I feel like, I should have won, whatever, but I don't feel that bad because I feel like, let him be happy, no problem. And the same thing, if I do it with a non-believer, I feel much worse. I feel like I should beat this guy, I'm saying that. What I'm saying to you is, Akhi, like, at the end of the day, if he wants to say a couple of things or you say a couple of things, that's minor. It's a personal thing. It's not going to change anything. You guys have a different way of thinking about certain
it does
issues.
change. Like, look at the people who are in the comment sections, right, that you refer to yourself, and they're saying, okay, I didn't realize that this issue, and I learned a lot, and now I see that this kind of position on not criticizing the ruler is completely false and ridiculous, and there was something productive that happened.
Yes, I think your presentation was actually like probably the best presentation you've done relating to Islamic studies that I've seen. And many people, like Talabat al-Ilm, students of knowledge, have come to me and said, I was surprised that, we're seeing this, because it's the way it was put. It was almost like one of them said that it was almost like a teacher that you put it forward. You help people really understand it. So, no, I think it was decisive. And I think if Sajid wants to reply to those points, Akhi, he should reply to those points. I think he should reply to those points, because you asked 5 questions at the end, didn't you? And I think that it's only fair. If he comes out now and starts becoming personal, please, brother, don't become personal. Don't make the same mistake as I did with you, yeah? That you do it with Daniyal. Calling him names and stuff. Please, we're all brothers, we all love each other. We're all وَخْفِضْ جَنَاحَكَ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ وَخْفِضْ جَنَاحَكَ لِمَنِ اتَّبَعَكَ مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Lower your wing to the believers, lower your wing to those who you follow.
I mean, for Sajid, I'll do that. But for someone who is defending bloodthirsty tyrants,
do that, because
for people who come out and defend bloodthirsty tyrants who are resulting in deaths.
I agree, but he's not like that. Like, There's a difference between this
I agree.
Firas.
That kind of
Yeah,
that
Firas
kind of
is he will be like he is whatever you want to call him. Like, you know, he's literally everything I'm seeing on online is him defending somebody, or, you know,
praising and you know,
Israel.
going
I
out
think
of his way. Yeah, saying
I don't know,
Palestinians have betrayed
I
themselves.
didn't know what he said about Israel. I don't even want to see. I don't even click it because I don't want to get myself upset, or I don't want to get myself upset. But the point I'm saying is that there's a great difference between his approach and Sajid's approach. Sajid's approach, to be fair to him, he's not going out there trying to talk about how good these guys are from this country or that country, or, you know what I mean. I think he just believes in a certain thing, and he's
I distinguished, you know, Sajid, because I use the term bootlicker for a specific group, the ones who are going and praising these rulers and their crimes, and they're even betraying the Palestinians. Yeah, I'll call them a bootlicker.
Because some people thought that you were talking to Sajid when you said that, but you weren't talking to him.
I made it very clear. Whenever I refer to Sajid, I said my brother Sajid, and made dua for him, and I've maintained that. Okay, you want to call me all kinds of names, no problem. I'm not going to reciprocate that. But I'm not going to stop using the term bootlicker for those, not Sajid, but those who are
on the right side
normalizing the crimes of you know, these tyrants, are normalizing, want Israel to have the foot in the door in the Muslim world. I mean, Abraham,
as I say,
this is a fitna, huge fitna to the Muslimin. We have to call it out for what it is.
And, you know, and Sajid he's not been doing that, to be fair to him. And I think that inshallah you can still be nice to each other, even if you disagree. Like, that's one thing I think Sajid, even me being like in the middle ground here, or call it whatever you want. Everyone's got their own spectrum. I'm going to put myself in the middle of the spectrum, no problem. That's it. I'm the middle here. You know, we call it the wasati. So we're somewhere in the middle, you know. But, you know, even with me, he's very gentle, to be honest, very nice. And I think we can respect him. And I think that you can disagree. And I think now the public has been educated. He said his piece. You said your piece. You've asked him questions. Whether he decides to answer or not is his decision. Like, I made a video a long time ago about Ibn Taymiyyah and his position with philosophy. And I asked him questions and I gave them a challenge. No one met the challenge. So I see that as the end of the conversation at that point. Okay, like, you know, because that's another point. Like, you also, I saw your article, someone sent it to me actually some time ago, about the use of philosophy, and you had the same position as we have in, you know, Sapiens Institute and stuff. If it's in line with the Quran Sunnah, if it's not in line with Quran Sunnah. They didn't attack you at the time because I think they were being Machiavellian. The enemy of the enemy is my friend. Yeah, I think at the time
not
they were
the big ones, but some of the smaller guys, they were attacking me for that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the big guys, they probably thought he's not at the level, the threshold where we where we need to attack him yet. But it was the same thing, because obviously your liberalism is a philosophy, feminism is a political philosophy. All these things are philosophy. So at the end of the day, you know, you're engaging in the same things as we are. They probably thought it was too much to just to attack Muhammad Hijab, and these guys here for the use of philosophy. But then you've got this guy who's doing the same thing, and we're leaving him. But that shows you that, which is, I found it quite amazing actually, is that they have a level of pragmatism that they operate on. That there is a kind of maslaha, mafsada calculus they have, and you would have thought, because of their, you know, their strict ideological commitments, that they wouldn't even put maslaha mafsada into the equation. But they do have that, and they waited for you to reach a certain level before they attacked you. I'm not suggesting this for a second, yeah, but I was intrigued in your case, because I was thinking, at what point exactly? And I saw your subscribers and I saw the brothers' subscribers, Sajid, and it was the same. It was exactly 162,000. This is dangerous now. What's going to happen next? and then refutation sites come. Now, I'm not saying that the reason why the refutations come because you're overtaking him in subscriber base. Wallahi, I'm not even trying to bring that to the table. I don't think so. I think that he thought to himself, it's getting too much now. This is my belief, and I have to be sure, as he said in the video, that, you know, that I'm disavowed or disassociated from this kind of dawah, because I don't want to be associated with it. And to be honest with you, it's better now than later on down the line, Akhi, because your future is clearly uphill. Yani, if I was a stock market dawah broker and I had to put my money on something, the Daniyal Haqiqatjou brand, or the Muslim Skeptic brand, you can tell because of it's a knowledge production which is outside of the box, where you've got a team, where you're thinking about things, where you're articulating things in a certain way, it's going to go up. No doubt about it, it's going to go up. Inshallah, we'll say, like Yani. And we hope that it does, because it will mean we have to look at one of them actually said something to me, something very powerful. I won't mention who it is. Some guy on the spectrum. We have to look at the dawah, he said, not like businesses. Because if, for example, KFC, he said, if KFC goes down, McDonald's will be very happy. Because, you know, they have more customers now. People are going to come to McDonald's. We have to look at the dawahs that we're all disseminating the same material. Like, if the KFC goes higher, then McDonald's should be happy, because then more people will be eating. Now, in the sense that if Haqiqatjou gets higher, I should be happy, because that means if I'm sincere to my cause and what I've set out to achieve, which is to reach the world in da'wah, now I have a brother of me that's helping me do it. If we all have that attitude towards the da'wah, I think we will start to change who we refute and why we refute them. Because it's like, I'm watching Morocco tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be as well. Inshallah, everyone will be. Play football. And there's something in me that wants them to win. I want them to win. They're Muslim people. They do sujood. I want them to win. Because لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. I want them to win. Simple. I want Muslims to win in anything. I don't even feel ashamed to say it. If I see a Muslim person doing anything, whether it's examinations, football, da'wah, I just have this. I want this guy to win. And if we remove in our hearts, because yes, refutations are important. They're part of the religion. They always existed. But we have to try and sit down with each other and try and remove a tahliya or tahliya. We have to remove anything from our hearts that resembles jealousy, envy. We really have to remove it. I'm not directing anybody. I'm speaking about myself. I have to remove everything in my heart that is like resembles jealousy. That how could he be outstripping me? How could he be getting better than me? We have to remove that. And the way to remove that is to go back to shukr. It is the remedy for removing of jealousy. You say, think to yourself, subhanallah, Allah has given me a channel, has given me a way to get to hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people actually. Allah has given me this, Allah has given me that. So then all the jealousy in your heart starts to melt away, because you think, subhanallah, Allah has given me this. The Prophet ﷺ told us, انظروا إلى من هو انظروا إلى من هو أسفل منكم ولا تنظروا إلى من هو فوقكم فهو أجدر أن تصدروا نعمة الله عليكم. The Prophet ﷺ said that look at those who are below you, meaning in the dunya. Don't look at those who are higher than you, because if you do, it can destroy the blessings you have. So what I'm saying is that this is something very important, spiritual thing. We're trying anything that just, brother here, he's doing better than me, the trajectory is going higher. Because why now? Why have they started to attack you now? I mean, you were doing this stuff and you were saying these things for maybe 5-10 years. So my question is, why now? Because your trajectory is uphill and is steep, exponential. Maybe, could be. I'm not saying anyone in particular, but I'm saying it could be. لَعَلَّ وَلَعَسَى. So I'm saying, therefore, to the brothers, please, including myself, including everyone, the spiritual aspect, at-takhliya wa tahliya. You remove from your heart all of those remnants, the ghil, the resentment, the jealousy, and all these things. This is our brother. We love our brother. We want him to win. We want him to Harun Ra. Yes. When I saw his debate with A Puss, oh Allah, we were happy in the office. We were talking. We were buying each other's drinks, and you look, this guy, look what he done to him. We're laughing and joking, and everyone was talking about it in the UK. It's like, yes, look what he done to the Apus. You know, it was enjoyable to see the decimation of Aduwallah at the hands of a believer. This is the spirit. This is how it should be, man. And wallahi, if we're all like that, then Sajid, when it's his turn to, do his da'wah and to speak on the cameras and to do things he does, we say, alhamdulillah, look, he's gone through to these people, to his converts. He can say things we cannot say things. We say, alhamdulillah. And it's this guy or Faris or whoever it may be. Subhanallah, they're all talented people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in our on the spectrum at all. People wouldn't even be listening to them. There's a reason why Sajid Lipham has 160,000 subscribers. And there's a reason why Wajdi Aqari, he's a very comical guy. Wallahi, I watched some video of his recently and I was laughing. Wallahi, I was laughing. The guy is a comical guy, I have to say. And Abdurrahman Hassan, he's very knowledgeable. I respect him so much. This man is a very good man. Dawah man, he's a pioneer. He's a pioneer, akhi. The guy, he was in the Dawah scene, the UK, dawah scene doing things we were never doing. Everyone copied him. The guy is a brilliant guy, helping the people from knife crimes and this and that. Fantastic, brilliant, and the people love him as well. And so, if we have this feeling of love and respect with each other, we can accomplish so much with each other. Wallahi, the dawah scene can become a fantastic fraternity of brothers that just all support each other. And me and Daniyal, we're just dealing with one janib. You guys can deal with the other janib. Like, you can deal with the other stuff. We don't mind. Yes, we will disagree with you on certain issues, but let's not forget, even Allah says about the divorcee woman, if you divorce a woman, don't forget to be nice with the woman. Let's not forget to be nice with each other. Brother Wajdi, I like him. Brother this Faris, so he's very fantastic. Karam, very good. I think he's from Iran as well, actually, because the Hamadis, they're actually from Iran. They come and they Arabize. Yes. And so there's connections there between you and him. He's Iranian. And Abdurrahman Hassan, fantastic, and Dawah man, brilliant. Abu Taymiyyah is now he's look at his trajectory. I'm so pleased with him, and so on, akhi. And so if we all have this mentality, inshallah, there's no hiqd. Like this hadith, wallahi, amazing hadith where a Sahabi came in. And the Prophet ﷺ said that this man is a person of Jannah. And then, the famous hadith. And then at the end of it, he says, what do you do? He said, I don't do qiyamul layla, I don't do fasting, whatever. He said, I just go to sleep and I don't have any ghil in my heart for any believer. I don't have any ghil. I don't have any hatred. I don't have any resentment. I don't have any of that. And the Quran says, وَلَا تَجْعَلْ فِي قُلُوبِنَا غِلًّا لِلَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. Do not put in our heart any rancor or resentment for the believers. And wallahi, I say this today in front of everybody, in front of all of the brothers on the spectrums that I mentioned, and those who I haven't mentioned as well. May Allah unite us on the truth, and may Allah, wallahi, remove any ghil and jealousy and hiqd and hasad from our hearts towards each other and in general. And wallahi, I think it's an uphill trajectory,
Yeah, so I agree with this message of unity. I would just not maybe do it as wide as you're presenting it. I don't know, you had something to drink or relax the nerve. You seem very, open-hearted right now, mashallah. So I think everyone appreciates that in what you just stated. But yeah, mashallah. So, I'm clear. And certain people, I feel like they are helping the enemies of Allah, and I can't have that kind of openness with them until they go away from that path, and there's a clear distinction, I think, between those who are following a tradition, a pre-modern tradition of Islam. They care about what the Quran and Sunnah says, and the Salaf and the Khalaf, they care about that. And there's a diversity, there's ikhtilaf. And then what distinguishes that group from a very powerful group of Muslims are those who say, no, we have to reform, no, we have to liberalize, no, we have to, take out these parts of the deen because they don't conform with feminism and so forth. These reformists, they pose a very significant threat. And the thing about them that's so dangerous is that they present themselves as conservative imams or scholars, when in fact they are pushing the demise of Islam. And for those people, like really need to be exposed. And if they repent from that and they move away from that path, then of course we have open arms and we welcome them back into the fold. But if not, then we have to treat them for what they are, which is subversive elements that threaten the future of the ummah. So that's the only asterisk I would put on the very beautiful, eloquent message of unity that you presented.
And that's, to be honest, in practice, what we have been doing. Like, obviously, we've been giving them a taste of their own medicines and stuff. But it's always, like when you give a message like I've just given on the back of a war, like on the back of a 3-year refutation, it's so much more meaningful than if I have just done it without any war, because covenants are but words if they're not backed by swords, as Thomas Hobbes famously said. If you don't have any consequences, the Arabs used to say, "Man amin al-aqubata asa al-adab." Whoever doesn't fear the consequences will get rude to you. Will get, they will. So no doubt there is a bit of that as well. But today I just wanted to push this message because I think that we don't want this to degenerate, akhi. And in a way, I'll be honest with you, in one way I was thinking, yeah, look, why are they not attacking him like they're attacking me? But in another way I was thinking, just let them not attack him, because at the end of the day, we need somebody who's not being attacked who can focus on these matters, you know, on the dawah, because it can be a real big distraction, akhi. Big distraction. But at the same time, inshallah, the fawaid will be there as well. We as the viewing public as well, because I've given a message to the du'at, the viewing public, akhi, the message I'll give to them is be mature with disagreement, because disagreement always existed in the ummah. Wallahi, it always existed in the ummah, with scholars, with du'at, with mashayikh, with everything, with poets. It always existed. This idea of a perfect time where there was no disagreements and this was the golden era. No, the golden era had the most disagreements. If you look at Ibn Taymiyyah as a character, what made him what he was? It was his disagreements. I'll be honest with you. At the end of the day, if it wasn't for Fakhruddin al-Razi, Ibn Taymiyyah probably wouldn't be as prolific as he is. Al-Razi brought something out of Ibn Taymiyyah that maybe wouldn't have come out otherwise. Al-Razi, brought that polemical genius out of Ibn Taymiyyah, and likewise, As-Subki as well. And you can say the same thing with his students, Ibn Taymiyyah's students, or let's say, for example, even in classical philosophy, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, all of them, they didn't reach that level just from everyone agreeing with each other. So a disagreement has its fawaid. There's no doubt about it. Sometimes you just need that. Conor McGregor, for example, to give if it wasn't for this might sound sad, but if it wasn't for Conor McGregor, Khabib wouldn't be who he is today. He would not be who he is today. So sometimes you just need those antagonists and those guys, and it's good. However, as Muslims, we need to be careful of the issue of tafarruq, the issue of disunity. Because nowadays, if you go to certain Salafi circles and you say, unite on the path of Allah, on the rope of Allah, they will caveat it. They'll say, no, only on the truth and only on this. The Quran doesn't caveat it in the way that you're caveating it. The Quran doesn't speak like that, because the Quran just wants Muslims, or Allah is telling us clearly, unite. Unite, because especially in our times, we need to unite. And we can't be as part of hizb and firaq. As Hudhayfa bin Yaman, the very famous hadith, وَأَعْتَزِلْ الْفِرَقَ كُلَّهَا, leave all the firaq. We don't need to be part of any group. We're not part of a group. We just want to call to the Quran, the Sunnah, of course, the way of the Salaf, of course. But at the same time, we don't want to be, I have to follow this scholarly opinion, otherwise you're mubtada. What's this? It's not mulzim. It's not something which it's a bid'ah to say that, actually. Because if you're saying that, what you're saying is, if you don't follow person X and his opinion, then you are mubtada. And that's what Ibn Taymiyyah says, من جعل شخصا من الأشخاص غير رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من ولاه كان من أهل السنة والجماعة. Yeah, so كان من أهل التفرق والحزب and so on. He said that.
Yeah, but it's someone who is on Quran and Sunnah and is part of Ahlul Sunnah. That's the caveat that he's making.
No, but what Ibn Taymiyyah is saying is that if you make somebody a sheikh of yours, whoever the sheikh is, that if you agree with him or disagree with him, this person's Ahlul Sunnah, except for the Prophet ﷺ, you're mubtada. You are deviant. Ibn Taymiyyah said that. The Madkhalis are telling us, for example, if you don't follow the tabdi'at of this sheikh, you're mubtada. According to Ibn Taymiyyah, this is bid'ah itself, because the mashayikh can differ. لا إنكار في مسائل الخلاف. This is what they need to appreciate. لا إنكار في مسائل الخلاف. There is no censure in the issues to do with disagreement. You cannot attack me because I disagree with you on a scholarly opinion. I am leaning on a scholarly opinion of a great scholar of the past, whoever it may be. You are doing the same thing with another scholar. So why am I mubtada and you're not? So this new innovated principle, which has been innovated, I believe, orchestrated by the US government. I believe the US government, they've done a great job. I have to give credit where they're due from their perspective. They said we need to have a mechanism where within this Salafism, we need to have a mechanism where they divide the Salafis. There must be a mechanism. And the mechanism will be that they will fight over which scholar is the right one and whatever. And this is how it's going to happen. And somehow, I believe it came from there. Wallahi, I believe it came from the US government itself. Some clever guys from there. Very clever. Divide and conquer. Somehow it seeps through to us. And now, can you believe it, Akhi? I'm in London, Hounslow, Hayes, Harlington, Uxbridge, and this guy, he's not speaking to his brother because he thinks this sheikh, whose name is Ali Halabi or Abu Hassan al-Ma'rabi or Falah Harbi, or is a Sunni, and the other one doesn't believe he's a Sunni. These elderly gentlemen from Saudi Arabia are attacking each other, and this one is taking this guy's side and this guy. And these two brothers from Hounslow, London, are now not speaking to each other as a result of that. This is unbelievable how they've succeeded to, but this doesn't work in that. SubhanAllah, this movement is not that big in Egypt, and Saudi Arabia itself is not big. Saudis go to them. They will laugh at this stuff. In Qatar, there are a few people, yes, 1% of the population. But why is it in the West? Because, they prey on the ignorance of the non-Arab speaking population, the revert or this or that. They prey on the ignorance. So what I'm saying is that it's unfortunate that now you have figureheads that have made a name for themselves online and probably been propped up with the algorithm by the enemy. Maybe, Allahu Alam. But it's clearly divide and conquer strategy. It's Lawrence of Arabia. It's Lawrence of Arabia, but it's just in a different form. That's all it is. That's what I personally believe. It's a very clever way. Yeah,
I agree with you.
And if you think about the fatwas before and after the 80s and 90s, it's clear that there was a shift. No one can say anything about that.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to do a time check. So do you have energy to keep going and maybe answer questions from the chat, or do you want to leave it at 4 hours? Because
let's do 15 more minutes. Let's do 15 more minutes, inshallah.
If we do 15 more minutes, I have to take a break and for 5 minutes and come back. Because I have to.
Yeah, I don't mind. If it's up to you. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. If you also want to refresh yourself, and everyone on the chat, stay online because we're gonna look at chats and we're gonna respond, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah.
Okay.
I need to order some food, okay. Oh, is it? Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Muhammad.
Yeah, salam, bro. How you doing? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, Messi did score, bro.
Yeah, penalty.
Yeah.
And then he set up another one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh my
Are
god.
you starting now?
Yeah. Just turn the light on. How do you think it's going? Is it all right? Are we live again?
Yeah, we're live. We're on.
Oh, okay. We were talking about the football as well.
No, you were muted though at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now Argentina's in the final now. Yeah, it's going to be a serious one.
Okay, yeah. So, alhamdulillah, I think. Yeah,
go on.
Zishan is in the background.
Yeah. He's just laughing about it. Yeah, go on, bro. Listening.
Yeah, so alhamdulillah, we are happy to have you on, and you're being very generous with your time. But I think everyone is benefiting, mashallah, beyond our expectations with the gems that you're dropping. And I thought we were going to have you on as instigator in chief. Really, you're more like the peacemaker in chief. You're like the diplomat in chief. So mashallah, you're really giving us a lot of insight and wisdom on unity, and we appreciate it, brother. So I mean, this is clearly, I think, you'll forgive me for saying, an evolution in your approach, an evolution in maybe your dawah approach, or maybe even in your debate approach. So what was really the influence of that? If you agree with that characterization, how would you say, what influenced you the most to become the way you are right now?
I think, to be honest with you, I started to introspect a little bit more. I started to reflect a little bit more. I started to think about, I went back to what am I doing this for? And, these kinds of things, because at the end of the day, when there's a certain dopamine reaction that you get from just putting up videos and stuff like that, that's quite addictive. And I've always been cognizant of the fact that I can become very obsessive, or I have a potential to become very obsessive with certain things. So this is just a way of me kind of holding myself to account and trying to inject some spirituality into my life. Because at the end of the day, I don't really get that much pleasure anymore. I used to be more thrilling and excitement from, attacking people and, especially Muslims. I don't get it. Even making videos and stuff like that, I have to be motivated to do that. My motivation has reduced, just generally making videos. And so I just feel like, at the end of the day, we have to consider why we're doing it, the intentions. That all actions are based on intentions, and at the end of the day, I don't want to harm anybody, man. I feel like sometimes when I see Muslim people and I've said something or done something to harm them, I feel like even if it is someone like Sajid, or even if it's someone like who I would consider to be harming me, I feel kind of sorry for them, Akhi. I'll be honest with you. I feel like I'm making their life harder. I don't want to do that. So I just feel like sometimes, introspective and repentant for all of that stuff.
Is there someone who really influenced you, like a teacher or a scholar or imam, who had that kind of positive influence on your thinking?
I think Hamza Zoltzis has probably been very, very influential in terms of doing that stuff, because I don't know, I started doing counseling as well, Muslim counseling, and then I started to go deep into the crevices of my own psyche and stuff like that, and so speaking to people that mashallah, they actually did it for free for me, they offered the service. And when I started doing a combination of different things where, different mentors and counselors and people would speak to me about my own life and stuff like that, and I start writing down emotionally how I feel, and I start being more in touch with the emotional side. I know it's a very feminine thing to say, isn't it? But being more in touch with the emotional side, and consider why I'm doing things all the time, and really try and get myself out of any kind of obsessive behavior, and then I have less of an appetite to harm, to just get at people and stuff like that. And I feel like it's there's no need for it. I have less of an appetite for it now. Before I used to have more of an appetite. I used to be more. I still do have it. Like just 2 weeks ago, I was refuting Shamsi, laughing at him and stuff. But then once again, I come back to my senses and I apologize, and so I get the urge sometimes, but more generally, I've been looking into myself, introspecting, writing things down, speaking to people, being honest about why I'm doing things, trying to manage my own inauthenticities. It comes with a human package, just egoistic self-interest. I'll be honest with you, like I've been trying to limit it, and I think that's what it is. I think that's probably what it is, man.
Yeah, tazkiyah, I mean, is such a critical part of being in dawah and having a public voice. Like, if you do not take hold of your nafs and that ego, then it can destroy you. You know, the not checking it, basically. And I mean, one of the things that I do is I make sure to because there are all kinds of positive comments constantly coming and praising you and saying this and that, and I make sure to moderate that by reading the negative comments as well. And no matter how unfair that the comment is, as long as it's not going to like threatening my family by people labeling me, you know, part of an extremist group or whatever. But if it's a negative comment like, oh, Daniyal is stupid, Daniyal is this or that, I make sure to read those, and I don't, you know, delete them. They need to be up there, and for my own ego to just keep me in check, because I know, you know, what people don't see. I know about myself, who I am, and, you know, that people are praising me and they don't know really, you know, who I am in my heart and in my nafs, and only Allah knows. And if there's any nifaq there, if there's any kind of hypocrisy, spiritual problem, then I have to purify that and prevent that from growing into a disease that destroys me. So do you have strategies like that, you know?
Yeah, for me, like recently, I've just stopped reading. Like, I don't stop reading the comments, but it was the frequency as I did it. I think it was too much. Because when I was doing my self-assessment of my own, you know, well-being, if you like, which I like to do quite often, like I sit down and actually write down emotionally how I feel a certain time and why I feel it. I do like a lot of self-tracking and stuff. And I realized that when I read comments of any sort, it actually reduces my quality of life. This was a strong positive correlation. So I realized that, yeah, it's not, you have to kind of read the comments to know what's going on. But the frequency as what I was doing it, I have reduced that a lot now. And even now, for example, the time I spend on certain social media websites and stuff is much less. So you know, these app tracker apps and stuff like that, where you're seeing how much you spend on this application. For me, I can't, like, I've got time limits in my mind. Like, I can't spend more than 20 to 30 minutes on, say, Twitter in a day, because if it becomes more than that, it's too much. Yeah. I can't spend more than 30 minutes, even on looking at YouTube or stuff like that. You know, I can't spend too much time looking at comments and stuff like that. And if I do want to look at comments, I'll do it sporadically, or like I'll space it out and stuff like that. Because generally speaking, the whole idea of, and I think, to be fair, once again, there's good psychological information about this, about when someone is thinking about themselves a lot. Self-obsession. I realize that there's a high degree of self-obsession. Oh, I care what people think and this and that, and what this person thinks this and this person that. There's a certain liberation that one gets from just leaving the whole thing and focusing on something else, some other people. Like even watching the World Cup and just focusing on other teams playing, for example, not me. It's no longer an egocentric project. Doing something which includes other people. It's like, let the third person reality kick into place. I think that helps, Akhi. Because just sitting there on your comments and stuff like that is it effectively reduces my quality of life. And so for me, a good day is a day of productivity, where I'm doing gym and I'm doing martial arts. I'm spending time with the family and I'm speaking to people, and just sitting there on your phone and looking at comments all the time. It's too much. I think it reduces my quality of life, Akhi. So that's one coping mechanism I would say I've implemented.
Yeah, mashallah. I think that's great advice for everyone, to limit their time on social media. So, are you open to looking at super chat or questions that are coming in
Yeah.
like that, and we can address? Okay. So here is one super chat that came in. It's not really a question, but we'll just show it. Love you both for the sake of Allah. I pray that any dark groups trying to divide the ummah are exposed. I pray that we forgive each other and keep our focus on the bigger goal. So Jazakallah khair for your super chat, brother. Here's a question from brother Rami. Wa alaikum assalam. May Allah bless you both for your work. Sometimes it feels like a lot of people are extreme Salafi. Are they just a loud minority?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. There is, I think that's exactly what it is. Absolutely, because most people are not any of this stuff, man. Remember, we are interested in religion. Most people, as one great scholar said before, is the Ammi has no madhab, doesn't even know what the difference is Ash'arism and Asarism is, let alone Salafi in this. So yes, they're a loud minority, especially on religious pages, but it makes you think that they're bigger than what they actually are.
Okay. Good. And also one thing that you mentioned, I don't think you meant it like that, but you're saying that Sajid is from Medina University, Islamic University of Medina. And we should just make clear that not everyone who graduates from that institution comes out with that same manhaj.
Of course, right? Yeah, good thing you pull me up on that. Is absolutely. But what I meant by that is that there are some elements within that university which can have that impact on people. So, and it's not like I said. I don't think he's a deviant or anything. There's nothing wrong with what he believes necessarily. What does he believe that's so bad? Yeah, is in that sense. But it's just his approach to certain things, which is is unnuanced compared to or less nuanced than maybe some other people. But yeah, definitely some of my greatest teachers and best friends are have graduated from the university, and it's the best, one of the best universities, if not the best university in the Islamic world. So,
yeah, mashallah. Here's a fun question. If you could spend a day with any scholar, past or present, who would it be and why?
well, not including, I'm going to agree this. Not
You said
including
Ibn Sina. Don't say Ibn Sina.
not including the Sahaba and the Tabi'in in these.
Yeah, let's just put that restriction, like not including the Sahaba.
Imam Ahmad.
Muhammad. Yeah,
I have a
that's
lot of questions for him.
Like what?
Yeah, I would ask him, because he changed his approach from when he wrote Usul Sunnah to when he wrote Ar-Radd al Jahmiyyah, and I want to investigate that, because even this is a big issue of controversy for the brothers. Like, a lot of them say, we just stick to the Quran and Sunnah, stick to the Quran, so don't engage in philosophy. But there was a change in his behavior, and I came across a saying of Imam Ahmad when he was Al-Khalal, in the collator of his speeches, was saying something effect of, I didn't get involved in these kinds of discussions except when these guys came out, and then I got engaged in that. So I wanted to open that up with him a little bit more and say to him, we're living in an age where this is the only thing, and if blah blah blah, and if I were to ask him that, how would he respond? That would be very powerful.
That's a very interesting answer. Yeah, I agree with Imam Ahmad. Another one, Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah. Really respect his intellectual contributions, and he just combined massive intellect with massive piety and massive bravery. That combination, I think, is very amazing, and such something that I would love to see in person with him. So then, this is a comment more than a question. I think you gentlemen should give brother Andrew Tate some anti-Madkhali dawah when it's appropriate. His Muslim circle is filled with them, unfortunately. So maybe you agree with that or not. Any comment?
No, I don't think his Muslim circle is filled with them like that. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to look at that.
Okay. Someone is asking, what is your stance on Khilafah in this day and age?
Yeah, of course, every Muslim aspires and loves the sentiment that there's a Khilafah and a Muslim civilization, and that there's one ruler, and that, and so on. So that's my stance. Absolutely, I'm pro, in that sense.
Okay. Let's see. We're getting a lot of questions. Is it silly to seek a spouse at 21 in the UK?
No, even 16, 17 is illegal, and it's not absolutely not. 21 is a very good age, especially for a woman, right? For a guy will find it more difficult. But I got married at 20, actually, when I was in the UK. So when I was 20, I got married, and it wasn't unusual.
You were still in university?
I was still in university. Yeah, I got married when I was 20. I was turning 21. I was in the second year of uni. So.
Wow. And that was not very difficult, right?
No, but I was looking for maybe a year or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's a question that might be good. You both love history. Are you familiar with the 19th century Sokoto Jihad in West Africa? You'll find a lot of Islamic literature on criticizing rulers and inkar there.
Well, I'm not aware of that particular thing, but it's Sokoto. Is that the Donfolio and stuff like that? The Fulani tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was somewhat aware of that. When I went to Nigeria, they told me about the Fulani tribe and Donfolio and his contributions and stuff like that. And I need to know more about it for sure.
Yeah, me as well. I need to learn more about it. Let's see. How can we manage our time better and start actually using it to gain Islamic and secular knowledge in reference to Islam while in university? Any advice that you have for college students?
I think I would prioritize Arabic language in the Quran, because I memorized probably about 90% of the Quran driving to places in my car. You'll be very surprised what you can achieve in your transportation, like if you're in your car, if you're in your train and stuff like that. And so just use every moment. And the Quran and the Arabic language, because it's going to act like a key to everything else. And there's no, it's like a bahrun la sahila lah. It's a sea with no shore, the Arabic language. So I would focus on just those two things, and obviously like basics everywhere else, but those would be the two areas of focus for me anyway. That's how it was, and it's I think it's the best approach. And just the ma'ani, the meanings of the Quran, some simple tafsir, some simple. I'll be honest with you. When I was growing up, I listened to Nauman Ali Khan so much, bro. Yeah, I don't know if you refuted him or not. But for me, he was for me he was a go-to guy, man. I'll be honest, some of his stuff was so brilliant. Like his Juz Amma. I'm not sure if you ever encountered it. But when I was growing up, I was waiting for him to bring the next one, like the next surah. And then eventually he brought up the Bayna TV. And then I listened. He done a whole translation of the Quran. I listened to the whole thing, akhi. So it was actually, for me, it was a good resource. Anything to do with Quran, I was just all over it at that particular time. I don't know. I haven't been following him as of recent, but I really like the guy, man. Actually, I owe a lot to him in terms of learning about the surah of the Quran and stuff like that. In terms of when I was growing up, this was about 10, 12 years ago, man. So any resource that helps you understand the Quran in the English language, the meanings of the Quran, that is the juice. That is the juice. That is the most important thing about Islamic studies. There's nothing higher than that. Knowing the meanings of the Quran Kareem, that is the juice of it. All of the other things you're doing are instruments to understand that juice. It's the qisas of the Quran, the stories, the ibar, all these things are so powerful, and it's so enjoyable as well. So make sure that you get involved in that, and just have a program. And I would say, like, for example, if you say to yourself, well, I set myself a time. I said I want to do 1 hour of hifz a day. Even if you say I want to do 30 minutes of hifz a day, 30 minutes of memorizing the Quran a day. How do you do the hifz? Like, I would say, listen to Al-Husari, recite it, or Minshawi, or one of the great scholars, and just read the page, listen to him. Because I'll be honest, this might sound ridiculous, but I wouldn't ever trust myself to memorize the Quran without listening to it first. No way. I have to listen to it, keep listening to a whole page, and then start memorizing line by line. And if you do half an hour of that a day, or 45 minutes or an hour, it might take you some time, but you will memorize the Quran. You will memorize it. You get so many juz. You in 6 months, 1 year, you'll be so surprised what you can accomplish. You can memorize 3, 5, 6, 8 juz. You'll be surprised what you can memorize, and then just keep revising that and try and understand the meanings of it and the Arabic language. Someone to teach you a bit of the Arabic language, and the best way to learn Arabic is through speaking it. So I personally believe the communicative method is the best way to learn. So this Medina book style, yani it's a good supplement, but if one wanted to depend on that to learn a language, you will fail. I have to be straightforward and honest. I don't think it will be successful.
So where should they where should they communicate, or in what context?
I think that
someone
they should,
in like the UK or
like
America.
I think there are some institutes. We have a website ourselves where we do things electronically, which you can use to start off. It's called criticalcontent.org. The Bayna way, I checked it. It's more of the grammar translation model, which I was a bit surprised about, because it's a bit like the Medina book. So he had at that time he had something called Arabic for Husna, his daughter, and it was okay, but I don't think it's the best approach. I think
that approach was for reading, being able to read and understand the Quran, not necessarily speaking it or being a scholar even, because I don't think he was aiming for that at that time with the program.
Yeah, I don't know if he's improved it, but I'm sure I don't know. But that particular one wasn't the best, but it's good. Like, if you go through that as well, why not? It's £8 or sterling pounds a month or something like that. Anything which, but the best thing is to speak, to communicate. Like, if there's a book that I would recommend, the 2 best ones that I've come across for teaching Arabic is, especially for beginners, is Al-Kitab Al-Asasi. Okay, I think that's pretty good because it's got like pictures and stuff like that. I like it. And Al-Arabiyya Bayna Yadik, which is like literally conversations that you would actually have. And if you just practice the conversations, the dialogues, where is this? What is that? That is a good way that I've found people learn that language. Now, you need to try and practice speaking somehow, because you will get the language so much quicker. Reading, obviously, if you don't know how to read, then you have to find someone. There's many places that can do that. You start with that, and then after you've done the Qaida Baghdadiyya or whatever they call it, then you can move on to like actually trying to formulate sentences, akhi. And you can get it done in 6. Anyone can get it done in 6 months to 2 years, and it's good.
Becoming
like
fluent, or what do you mean, like being able to understand the Quran in 6 months to 2 years?
Like, I think that you can start understanding basic meanings of the Quran in 6 months. I think that in terms of, I distinguish between fluency and you can be fluent but not conversant. So you can kind of understand what's going on and you can speak a little bit, but would you be able to hold a 1 hour conversation? Not really. So there's a certain level you can get in 6 months of doing, let's say 10 hours a week, 10 hours of pure work a week. For 6 months, you'll get to a certain good level. I think you'll get to a good level. And 2 years, if you're doing it more regularly and stuff like that, and you start delving into it and you start reading books now and listening to Arabic lectures and immersing yourself in that kind of thing, I think you can get it done. And I think it's worth it. This is like what I really recommend, because then it gives you, it liberates you. It allows you to go into books yourself. It allows you to access the scholarly works yourself. It allows you to do these kind of things yourself. Is a really good thing to do. So the Quran, and these 2 things go hand in hand. Quran and Arabic should be your primary focus. Obviously, you do a book of Aqidah, you can do a book of fiqh and stuff, but these should be your 2 things that you're doing like on a weekly basis. You're putting hours into it. And for 2 years, whilst you're doing your university, it's not that bad. In your exam season, when you've got exams for university, you can dial it down a little bit. You don't have to do as much because it's going to be too much work for you. But when it's not like the case, push it up again. So you can do both at the same time. You can do both at the same time. Memorize the Quran, read it, do the Arabic language, and do your studies. It's all possible. You have 168 hours in a week. That is a lot of hours. You can really proportion yourself and do it. I don't see the issue. So that's what I would advise.
Here's a good question. What are some top books, Islamic or otherwise, that have had a deep impact on you both?
What would you say? I think I'm interested to hear what you say about that.
Well, I mean, in terms of non-Muslim books, I'd say The Structure of Scientific Revolutions
Okay, yeah.
by Thomas Kuhn, because it really attacks the intellectual basis of science as the end-all, be-all of knowledge. So this is something that Muslims really need, is to take science out of the pedestal that it's been placed on. Is there an echo, by the way, brother?
No.
I hear some echo on my side. But yeah, so it's Structure of Scientific Revolutions, I'd say. But in terms of Islamic studies, like the Al-Arba'in of Imam Nawawi, like just in terms of spiritual impact of the Sunnah directly, and going like through a sharh of it with a scholar, that experience that I've had was very impactful just on the spiritual level for me Islamically. But other books that are very influential, I think, for my work, Dar at-Ta'arud of Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, just understanding, this conflict between aql and naql, reason and revelation, and that really contextualizes our conflict with liberalism and scientism, materialism, atheism. I think the approaches of Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah to that conflict is 100%, 110% relevant to how we are battling these claims to reason coming from the atheists, the scientists, and the liberals, that they say that we have reason and we are the rational ones. It is Muslims, or it is believers who are irrational. Those who follow revelation, they're the ones who are irrational. The methodology of Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah to flip that and to show that no, this is how we understand reason, and this is how we should understand reason, not this impoverished, misguided understanding of aql that is being imposed on the Muslim community. That is a very, I think, revolutionary approach, and it's a much superior approach to saying, well, no, the liberals and the secularists and the atheists, they do have aql, they do have reason, and we are trying to mold Islam to fit their definitions, mold Islam to fit their understanding or categories about the world and about, reason and so forth. I think that has really affected my approach in dawah and in understanding these issues.
For me, I would, in terms of like what I would do for enjoyment, like read Islamic stuff, is the Arabic stuff is Father Samar Ra'i. And this is funny enough, Nauman Ali Khan always mentions this guy.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if you're aware of, he's done these books called what do you call it? Lamasat Bayaniyah. He wrote a book called Lamasat Bayaniyah, and he wrote a book called, I think it's called Ajaz al-Quran or something like that, or something about I think it's Ajaz al-Quran. But Fadl al-Samara'i's works in general in the Arabic language are brilliant, because in that he's going into why did Allah choose this word and not this word. Like, for example, let me give you some examples of what he mentions. And you might have heard this from Nauman Ali Khan, because that was the good thing about him at the time. He actually took it from Father al-Samara'i. But to be fair to him, he would give him credit. So, for example, وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَوْلَادَكُم مِّنْ إِمْلَاقٍ, and وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَوْلَادَكُم خَشْيَةَ إِمْلَاقٍ نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُهُم وَإِيَّاكُم, and the other one is نَحْنُ نَرْزُقُكُم وَإِيَّاهُم. So there's two ayahs in the Quran. Do not kill your children from poverty. Do not kill your children for fear of poverty. One ayah says that we will provide for them and for you. The other one says that we will provide for you and for them. And when it says that for fear of poverty, وَلَا تَقْتُلُوا أَوْلَادَكُمْ خَشْيَةَ إِمْلَاقٍ, do not kill your children for fear of poverty. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran that we will provide for you and them. But when it's for min imlaq, we'll provide for them and you. So it's basically prioritizing the issue based on need. And this is so delicate. And if you just read the Quran like quickly, you will not appreciate that. But what Fadl Samar Ra'i is doing, like, let me give you another example. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. That if my slave asks me about me, then I am near, and I answer the caller of the call. I answer the call of the caller when he calls. Usually in the Quran, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ قُلْ هُوَ مواقيت للناس والحج, or يسألونك عن الخمر والميسر. They ask you about this, they ask you about that. قل يسألونك عن ذي القرنين. They ask you about ذو القرنين. قل سأتلو عليكم, and I will tell you about this. And يسألونك عن الروح. قل. It's always say. Yeah. Here it says وإذا سألك عبادي عني فإني قريب. If my slave asks me about me, I am near. I answer the call of the caller when he calls. There's no qul there. There's no say. Why? Because Allah is making it closer. Because He's trying to project to us the denotation of closeness is being shown in the proximity of the words. So Father Samarra'i is an expert, one of the top experts, one of the biggest grammarians of the modern age. Okay, and he is, I would say, one of the greatest guys who have done this in the modern age. Obviously, there's two tafsirs. Al-Tahir ibn Ashur's tafsir is very good like that when it comes to language, lamasat, bayaniyah, and stuff like this. And less popularly, obviously, Az-Zamakhshari wrote Kashaf, which is a Mu'tazili. But don't read that one because you might fall into bid'ah. Mm-hmm. But anyway, these are all very powerful, because I think if one delves into the linguistic miracle of the Quran, yani it will satiate, fill you up in terms of convincing you that Islam is the truth. For me, it really did. And that was really powerful. I think Nouman Ali Khan is the best guy to have translated this stuff into English, to be honest with you. A lot of the stuff that you might have seen from his divine speech theories and even his thing of Ayatul Kursi, very famous video, he's talking about the structure of Ayatul Kursi and stuff like that. It comes from Fadl al-Samarra'i. It's actually taken from him. So Fadl al-Samarra'i is the manba', he is the reservoir. So in English, in Arabic, I would definitely recommend. In English, there's a book called Road to Mecca, who I was reading recently. It's very powerful. Muhammad As'ad. I don't know if it's As'ad or Asad, but he wrote to Mecca, and the way he was talking, because my friend recommended it to me, I started reading it. He's a translator of the Quran, very beautiful book, very good book. He writes, it's an English book, and he's talking about his journey, and he converted to Islam, and he starts talking. It's a social commentary. I think you would like it if you haven't read it already. I think it's so relevant to today. It's crazy. It's like he's talking today, yani. And in terms of what you say, Islamic. So
he had some deviated views, by the way. Like,
did he? Yeah, I'm sure all of them.
It came out in his translation of the Quran.
Really? Yeah. But the book was good. I mean, it's yani. In terms of to be honest, non-Muslim ones, I wrote of Mice and Men when I was younger, when I was in school. It actually had an impact on me because I was thinking, this major plans of John Steinbeck of Mice and Men often go awry, and this idea of the American dream, all that stuff, like social commentary, which is very applicable to us today. We learned it in school, basically in England, but it's I think it's a small little book, and it's a good social commentary of Mice and Men. So that's probably something. And Shakespeare stuff, as I've grown older, I've started to get more and more of an appreciation of Shakespeare. I don't know, it's this dhawqi aspect I'm starting to generate a little bit, but I swear it's like, the guy's serious, like some of his lines and stuff like that, even going back to Othello and Romeo and Juliet, it's very, very powerful. And most of his stuff ends in tragedy and stuff like that. I think if you want to have a real taste of, good English literature, then Shakespeare's the guy, man, to be honest. Mm-hmm. He's good, to be fair. So these are the stuff I would, recommend.
Do you have any kind of books that you're reading, because you're in a program, like a graduate program right now, right?
Yeah, but all that stuff I'm reading now is like I'm doing like reading a lot. For example, in the first year I spent the whole year doing reading Islamic stuff. Basically, I'm going to start reading this other modal logic and this kind of later, but I've been reading a lot of Ibn Taymiyyah, a lot of his stuff, like the stuff you mentioned, and thing Tablis al-Jahmiyya. We're translating a book, Sharh al-Isfahaniyya, translating that. It's about 250 pages. I've done a lot of Ibn Taymiyyah stuff, but if you're not interested in systematic theology, you're not really going to be interested in that stuff. Me and you will be interested in it because it's in to do with our day-to-day life. But if you're not interested in that stuff, you might not be interested. But in terms of what people are interested in, they're interested in stories. And a book that I haven't read yet, which I want to read, is Abu Hassan al-Nadwi's book about why Islam ماذا خسر العالم من what do you call it? What's it called? I forget the name of the book. But why did the world lose out from the thing of Islam? It's like what decline of Islam, basically. Why he's doing a social commentary. I think a lot of his books have been translated. Abul Hassan Nadwi.
Yep.
A book that I read with one sheikh before, which I actually liked. It's controversial, but I'm going to mention it to this guy. Yeah. But it's basically there's a guy called Ad-Dahlawi. Yeah, it's a famous scholar, Indian, and he wrote a book called Hujjatullah al-Baligha. And I went through it with Sheikh Akram Nadwi a long time ago, and it was fantastic. It had these. I know he's got his own problem. I used to be a student like maybe 5 months ago. 5 years
5
ago.
months. Okay.
5 years, sorry. 5 maybe 6 years ago.
Just last week.
No, I started with him for like 2 years, you know. But anyway, this was one book we went through, and I liked it. I enjoyed. I got that book, and it's fantastic. This guy Dahlawi, what do you call it? He is. I think he's so underrated, especially for Arabs. They don't know about the Indian guys, like Abul Hassan Nadwi, what do you call it, Dahlawi, and these guys. It's very nice, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of those big ulama, they're from Darul Uloom, either Darul Uloom Deoband or affiliated madaris. But Abu Hassan Nadwi, he's a giant, mashallah. And I think all
he started up Medina University. He helped start up the University of Medina. I don't know if that's true or not, but
he helped start it. He might have been involved, yeah. And Shah Wali Allah, as you mentioned, at Dehnawi, he was giant, mashallah. So their contribution.
In many ways, I think these guys are big scholars. I don't think the Arab world has produced things like scholars like that. Like
in the modern times, yeah. I mean, that's a big
in the last 100 years, like.
Yeah, but they were a lot of them were in Medina and Mecca, and they were teaching hadith in Masjid Nabawi and things like this. So, but their works, as far as the Western Muslims who are learning Arabic and they're trying to access the works of the great ulama, they shouldn't overlook. I think this is what you're saying. They shouldn't overlook the giants like Abu Hassan Nadwi and
of course,
Shawi, all of them. So, mashallah. But I wouldn't put Akram Nadwi anywhere.
Akram Nadwi, his published works, like he wrote Hadithat and stuff like that, but it's not a book that you would read. It's just like he wrote, just like female scholars and stuff like that that existed in the past.
Yeah, but there's a lot of problems with that. A lot of problems with that work because he's using like, I don't think the official title is Muhaddithat. I think that's like the title of the Muqaddimah that has been circulated, but he's being very loosey-goosey with what he's calling a muhadditha, because muhaddith, it's serious, like memorizing 100,000 hadith and doing compilation of hadith. There haven't been like thousands of muhaddithat. Arguably, there hasn't even been one, other than from the Sahabiyat and those likes. Like, where's the female analog to Imam Ahmad or Imam Bukhari?
Yeah, no, there isn't. Imam Ahmad, there isn't, but there is obviously, unless you're including the Ummahat al-Mu'minin, in which case there's Aisha and stuff. But no, definitely though. I mean, there is a case to be made for the fact that women always were there in scholarship in Islam. Like even from the very beginning, you had like Al-Khansa. She was a famous at the time of the Sahaba. She wasn't just a muhadditha, but she was a poet and stuff like that, and she was she was seen as one of the top poets. And it's there. If the question is it more than men? No, of course not, no doubt. Some people try and reinvent history to create it as more than men. No way, and that's not going to be the case with anything, with any civilization.
Yeah, but the other thing that someone like Akram Nadwi does is he will misrepresent the role of these women. Like he'll make a claim that these women were in front, like on the mimbar, and preaching from the mimbar to men, like with no barrier. And
yeah, but I've heard that from other than him though as well. I've heard that from like Said al-Kamli and others.
I'll have to see the references, but the ones that Akram Nadwi has made to such a thing happening have been completely refuted.
And there's a series called Huquq al-Mar'a fil Islam by Dedo. Do you know that? Have you heard of Sheikh Muhammad? Yeah, Dedo al-Shaqiti. And to be fair, a lot. He makes a lot of claims that you would not hear from, let's say, for example, Saudi Arabia inspired Salafi school Medina types. You wouldn't. So yeah,
Like what?
there are some things. Yeah, if you listen to that series, it's in Arabic, حقوق المرأة في الإسلام, that it will give you another perspective. And there are some interesting things here. Clearly, there's some things which one would disagree with. Let's say no problem. But he brings, when I watched that series, I'll be honest, I changed my perspective on a few things because he started providing references that I didn't know, and I had to kind of soften my view. I had pretty stringent view in the beginning as well. If you ask my wife in the first 2-3 years of marriage how I was with her, it's you know, it was all the I can say this, like most those guys are Salafis and that they I was worse than them, man. But then I started to really loosen up because I started to be kind of look at other scholars, what they say in the world and stuff like that. The Maliki scholar, the Mauritanian scholars. I'll be honest, I had to change a few of my views on the matter. I have to.
Can you be specific? Like, give us the example.
Okay, I'll give you one example. Like I would say to my wife, you can't go out at night, for example. Yeah, and for us, we have nighttime starts at 4:00.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's problematic. You know, you got universities and stuff like that, and 4:00 is a short day. So and then other things like other things which I was very, very, very strict with, which I've become less strict, I'll be honest, is music. Now, I'm not saying I believe in music is true, is halal. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that, for example, if I'm listening to something in the background and there's a bit of a jingle or something like that, I'd go to the other place. Like if I was in a supermarket, I wouldn't want to be there. I'd move them myself. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's wara and all that. But then I realized, for example, there's a difference between as-sama' and mustama'. Like, and even Ibn Qudamah mentions in Mughni, there's a big difference between as-sama' and actually, I think he says a jahil doesn't know the difference between as-sama' and mustama'. As-sama' is someone who just hears something, and mustama' is someone who's listening to it.
Yeah.
So the mas'ala of hearing something, I can't just stop myself from moving and stuff. And this was a big, big issue because any device that would come into my house which produced a jingle or musical sound, I would destroy the device. Even my daughter reminds me one time because they brought in like a device one time and I destroyed it. And she goes, "Remember that time you broke that thing?" I was like, "Yeah, I broke it." And that, but that was back in the days. Now I wouldn't do this thing, because I think that's too much, and especially, considering the distinction that I've just made, and you learn in it. Like I didn't know those distinctions. I was very, if you like, literalistic in the beginning and very rough.
I mean, this is why I wanted you to give examples, because when you say just a broad statement like, "Oh, I've softened my stances," or something like that, people's minds will jump and they'll say, "Oh, how has he moved?" But these things that you're mentioning, like, I wouldn't consider them a big shift. Or look at the kinds of shifts that we see among some Muslims in America, which is a completely different context.
I get your point. No, I think with that is like, it does actually change your day-to-day life quite a lot, because imagine like there are certain things that could not even be in my house, so it's kind of like, it's not Amish or way of living, but there's certain real strict routines that I had that I thought. But then when I started listening to different scholars from all around the world and doing usul fiqh, and things started to change for me, I'll be honest, in a way which is I was very rigid.
No, even the point that you're making about music in the background, I don't know of any stores that, like department stores, that sell basic life goods that you need, that don't have music like playing on the stereo in the background, at least in America. So you'd have to cut yourself off from it. Would become so much of a difficulty, mashaqqa, for the average believer. If anywhere that music is playing you can't go, then you basically can't be in public, because it's so prevalent throughout department stores, even airports. You can't go to the airport, they're playing it in the background.
Yeah, but then I was thinking things to myself like, well, you can put headphone in and play it when you get into the department store, stuff like that.
Okay.
I already had all that. I thought about all of that in it, but then this whole thing about Sama Mustam, really helped me out. Like, I'll be honest. So these are just some examples, but like, of how I used to be quite strict. I used to be quite strict in the house, and you know, I used to have a routine for my wife, which I would tick it off like a, you know, report card for the schools. Just, no, honestly, you know, I'd invite her to do the same thing for me. I say to her, look, you can do the same thing for me, but I'd have a report card and for her and stuff like that, and rate her performances in different areas, and she would do the same thing for me. And it was actually quite a good thing because it helped me to, you know, progress a certain level and help her to be a certain way. Actually, for example, Fajr. If you ask my wife how I was with Fajr in the beginning of the marriage, it was actually comical, actually, yeah, because you know you can wait until shuruq. Obviously, you shouldn't, but I would be very. Like, if she didn't wake up straight away, I'd open the door, open the light, open the window, and the wind would come in. I start shouting. I start doing adhan loudly. so Yani, I'm just giving you an example of something that I used to do, like, which I wouldn't do that now, Yani. I would do it in a different way, but I wake up, I'd do it, Yani. But one big thing was about service, like obedience, and I was a different level of guy. I've had to reduce my stances there. Still do have it like that, but I'm not as bad as I used to.
What do you mean service?
So, for example, I had, you know, so for example, like, you know, like certain things had to be breakfast times, you know, yeah. Like breakfast time, stuff like that. You know, I had to have the breakfast on time. So that was a big struggle in the beginning, like for me to get my breakfast on time and stuff. Because I there's a certain time I had to get the breakfast, let's say. And
Mashallah,
we have a very good system now. I realized before that I was very, very staunch and
you're inspiring the brothers, mashallah. You're like, oh, okay, we need to have a report card for our wives.
No,
breakfast ready at a certain time,
her,
lunch,
look, if you want to
dinner.
send the report card to me, I'm more than welcome. I'm more than welcome, you know.
She sends a report card about you.
Yeah, 2 times. Yeah, she like, for example, I would say to her, like, name 3 things about me that you want to see me change, and I'll name 3 things about you that I want to see you change, and I'll rate you on the basis of that, and you rate me on the basis of that on a daily basis. And so now I have, I got married in, I think, 2011. I have report cards on my email because it was all electronic from 2011. So if there's anything that happens, like but I think that's what, you know, I think this has helped my marriage. I'll be honest with you, because it's just set expectations and boundaries with the wife, you know, and she's done the same things with me. Like, or there's something she don't like about my behavior. And I'll be honest with you, I feel like she's helped me grow into a better person by telling me this is kind of odd behavior. I don't like you to do this. I don't like you to do that. But from my side, yes, there are certain things on the report card that, yes, you'll be getting 5 out of 10 today. You get 6 out of 10 today. And I've even set like incident sheets. Because I remember, as it's like schools, you have incident sheet. If there's some fight we had, like some verbal disagreement, I send it as an email. I say, I'm going to date this. I'm going to send this as an email. Everything's professionalized. At the end of the day, we have to look at our families like businesses. You know, I personally feel like, let's be professional about it. You know, if we can't get along, let's, you know, let's put boundaries in place. But wallahi, right now, it's like she knows exactly where my boundaries are, my wife. She knows what will make me happy and what will make me sad. It's taken. I've been married for 10 years, I think. So she knows where my boundaries are, and I know where her boundaries are. We respect each other's boundaries, but that sometimes it has to be a formalized process, like, you know, writing it down, putting it electronically. Now, if I have an argument with her, it can just simply be, look, refer to point 5 of the, you know, this thing of the incident sheet. You know, it can be that kind of conversation rather than, you know, yeah. In 2013, you had a similar problem. And this is a continuity in your negative behavior from 2013. So this is clearly a persistent problem, you know, and then we have, you know, discussion about it, and vice versa. She can say, look, this is a problem with you. Like, you always do this. I say, no, it's not always, because actually, and then I bring the report card that she does on me is very important, because I use that as an evidence that I wasn't always doing that. Say, wait, you're saying I always do that, but you said these good things about me. So that's clearly, it breaks your generalization. And so, to be honest with you, I have these kind of rules. And with the kids, I have a star sheet. in the house. We haven't been using it for a while, but if you do good, you start this and that. Everything has to be professionalized. Everything has to be formal and professionalized. We know where to wake up. We know that the food's going to be on my bed. Forget about table. I have breakfast in bed every single day. Yeah, this table thing is for other men, not for me. I have the
This is inspiration, mashallah.
Yeah. So when I have
all the brothers are saluting you.
Comes on the table, and the coffee is there, and I drink my coffee, and I eat my breakfast, and I see my wife, and my love increases straight away like that. So I eat the food, I enjoy myself, and this and that. There's time for everything, and then I feel like I want to reciprocate. So I feel like, she's made the breakfast now. Let me take the kids to school. So I have my own duties that I do. I impose upon myself, not because I have to. I don't have to do it. I take the children to school. I give them Arabic lesson. I give them this. I give them that. I do swimming with them. Things that she can't do, I do. And that's how I do it. That's how I interact.
So when are we going to get Muhammad Hijab's guide to successful marriage? We need that.
10 more years. I feel like I've never come out and spoken about this because I'm still in the process of figuring it out.
No, I mean, it's brilliant. What you're saying is already, inspirational gems. You can see in the chat. People are saluting you, and
no way.
Mashallah, this guy's a Chad. He demands breakfast in bed at a certain time on the dot.
I don't see if this is a problem with that. I think this is right, because I like to lay down. I like to eat the food. I love it. If something I like it, why wouldn't somebody give it to me? Why wouldn't my wife? She knows that. Why wouldn't she give that to me? And obviously there's all this kind of things. That's why when I hear like men saying to me things like, "Oh, my wife doesn't give me the physical rights," I actually get triggered by this thing. Very triggered by this thing, because it's sad to see that men are going through this plight, and it's very sad. And likewise with women. Hamza Zortzes got a message, someone bragging about my wife. My wife has never seen me naked. Sorry to say, bragging about that. I was thinking, what the hell is that to brag about? Like, there's a taboo of like the sexual aspect in the Muslim community, and there has to be some level of sexual liberation. I'm not talking about the liberal side, but Islamic sexual. We have to have an outlet. And the man has to be happy, the woman has to be happy, and yes, the woman has to be very happy. And I think it's a part of manhood. We talk about masculinity. Wallahi, it's a part of manhood to make sure that the woman is always satisfied in that regard. She cannot be upset. You cannot be happy and full up and everything. And she's not. And she has to be satisfied financially. And she has to be satisfied physically. And she has to be satisfied from protection perspective. And that you're a good father and all these things. That's very important, man. I think so.
I think that you're giving us the right balance. You're talking on the one hand, she has to be satisfied, and on the other hand, I need breakfast in bed on the dot, right? Breakfast, lunch, and dinner served. So that's a good balance. I think that's very healthy, and it increases the love, actually, the mahabba that you have, because it's a reciprocal exchange. It's not just one way. And she gives you her allegiance, her obedience. She gives you her loyalty. And you give her, you cherish her, you love her, you're affectionate with her. So, I mean, I'm speaking generally about man and woman. That's the way it should be. So, mashallah, we want to get this course. We want to get an online course, Sapiens Institute, Muhammad Hijab, Love Doctor.
I think Hamza also should give that one, because he's got real good tips, this guy. A couple of guys in the dawah, man, that you probably don't know about them, and I wouldn't mention them, but who have multiple wives, like 4 wives at the same time, and they all. This is where the challenge is. Having 1 or 2 wives is not a challenge. 2 wives is a challenge. Having 1 wife and looking after 1 or 2 wives, you can get by. Where it's like these guys who have 4 wives and they're everywhere and they've got kids with them all. This is a big challenge.
Yeah.
But 1 wife, we should be okay with this, inshallah. We should be all right.
Inshallah. I mean, there's some miskin in the comments saying we want 1 wife. We can't find 1 wife even. So
well, then you appreciate her more when you get her. Because I was in your position as well. I was looking for a wife. I was asking everyone. I asked my friend this, that. I went there. I went on the apps. I went Pure Matrimony. It was there at my time as well. I went on it and I came on. I came off. because I couldn't find anything I wanted. You know, I went on all of these things. You know,
But,
so I'm one of you. Don't worry. I'm just on the other side. It's a different kind of struggle as well. Marriage is a very painful process because you get hurt, you go physically, psychologically hurt, and stuff like that. If you're not getting what you want, if you've hurt the person, if the person hurts you, it's a very delicate relationship.
do people come to you and ask for hooking up, you know, with a spouse? Like brothers who say, "Does your wife know anyone? Can you put us in contact?" But have you ever thought of doing that in a more organized?
I've done it. No, not organized. I've made many nikahs in my time. You know, I've done the nikah. Not me myself. Like, no, I've got brothers married. Like a lot of brothers married and stuff like that. And yeah, it's pretty easy. When they come to me, I always try and facilitate it. And I have facilitated a few marriages, maybe 5, at least 5 or 6, 7. You know, something like that.
Yeah, mashallah, that's good. Yeah, I also get a lot like people who need help getting married, but it's like you mentioned earlier, the problem is with women. Like there's a lot of men who want to get married, and the women candidates are few and far between, especially women who want to have a traditional marriage, who will do things like you're mentioning, bring breakfast to bed, or will be obedient. Like unfortunate in America, maybe the situation is a lot worse than UK, but here you'll hardly find Muslim women who are religious. They are wearing hijab, they're going to the masjid, and they know they've memorized Quran and whatever, but they do not want to be obedient traditional Muslim wives, or they don't even want to get married until they're established in their career, or they have a PhD and they're in their 30s or 40s.
I think that if the guy, if she loves him, if she gets a guy that loves, you know, if a woman loves a man, like if she really loves him, she'll do all that stuff, man. You know, she'll do all that stuff. Even if she's if she's an extrovert and she's this and that, wherever she is, she'll end up doing all that stuff for him. Honestly, he just needs to play his cards right, and she'll do everything for him. I don't know why it's a big deal. Like, if she's not doing it, then she doesn't love you. That's what that means. Or if let's say she's doing some, like, the amount of service, that's how I see it. Anyway, I might be completely wrong about this, but maybe I'm wrong about this. But if she's doing nothing for you, if she don't respect you, do you agree with that? Yeah, yeah. If she does, how could she love you? How could you love someone and you're not doing anything that he wants? You're not giving him his physical rights. You're not giving him his food and breakfast in bed. It's minor. I mean, it takes 10 minutes to make a breakfast in bed. You can change the whole dynamic of the day.
But they've been indoctrinated to think that that's subservience and that will lower themselves, and they don't want to be oppressed. And so they have this battle where their nature is telling them to be loving and caring and cook the food and present the food. But then there's
I'll be honest, I would say that, wallahi,
voice.
if a brother marries a woman like that, he should give her some time and then he should divorce her. Like, I would actually say that.
Wow.
Because at the end of the day, she's not fit to be the mother of his child. She's not fit to really be like, he should give her a time period. Like, this is what I would say to the brother. So say, look, listen to me. This is what, if I was the brother and he had a feminist wife, I'll say, listen, you know, I love you and you love me. Let's say, even if it's not true, let's just say it. Yeah, no problem. We're in this relationship together, and you know, we want this to work out. Yeah, and this is what I want to happen. Forget about ideologies and religions and all this. I just want this for our marriage. You know, I want us to, you know, start a new leaf, and in that, what I want is breakfast in bed, okay, at this particular time, or whatever it is the guy wants. Like, fill in the blanks. He might not even want breakfast in bed. I'm just saying what I want, but I'm saying the brother says to that. He says, look, and just these physical rights or these things here, and don't come home at this time or whatever. These friends, don't see them. This is what I want. Now, let's say she fulfills 60% of that. I call this the ratio. Yeah, wallahi. If this is just subjective opinion. If the woman goes below 50% and she goes below 50% for more than 6 months, you must take action. Now, what are the actions you can take? I would say, imma, you give her talqa ta'dibiyya, a talaq of ta'dib, and you leave her. You give her talaq. You have 3 for a reason. Because if you live like that, that means the dynamic is impossible. Like, how can you live like that? Even Jordan Peterson, in his book, you know, his newest book, he says that you got to negotiate these things with your partner because you can't live like that for the next 30 years. You got to ask yourself, can you live like whatever you're living with like that for the next 30 years? If you can't, then okay, tell her what your guidelines are. Say, look, you've got don't tell her you got 6 months. Do not tell her you got 6 months. Maybe it's even 3 months, depending on the thing. If she goes below 50%, and you should be writing down in your notepad, a secret notepad that you have, or in your phone or something, what her levels are. If her obedience levels go below 50% for over 6 months, you cannot live like that. If she's at 60%, that's like a C grade. That's all right. But if it goes below 50% for over 6 months, you must. Now, if you've got a kid, maybe you want to think about it twice, but you don't want to be with a kid in an asymmetrical relationship. So I say give her talaq ta'dibiyah. Give her talaq. Give her 1 talaq. If not 3, just 1. You go somewhere now. You go to somewhere else. Your mom's house. You go to this person. You live somewhere else. And if she doesn't come back to you and say, look, I'm sorry, I'll change my ways and this and that, maybe it's not worth you being with her. Maybe you should look for another one. If she does that, then you start the process again. And, you hope to get over like 65%, 70%. But if you can't manage controlling the behavior of your spouse to get her from a 50% obedience rating to a 65 or 70%, then you're not really a qawwam. You are an equal in the relationship. And you cannot afford to be an equal in the relationship because the relationship will break apart.
The problem is that you don't really have much leverage because of the legal system, because of the social system. I mean, mashallah, you have leverage because you're who you are. But the average Muslim man doesn't have this kind of leverage because the legal system doesn't allow it. The social system is telling the women that you just need to be independent, be strong, you can do better. This is what is constantly being told to women to liberate themselves from the clutches of marriage. It's men, unfortunately, who are put in this weak position that they have no choice but to live with a woman who says, yeah, I'm not going to satisfy any of your needs. In fact, you're lucky to have me in the first place, that I would do you the favor of living in your house and taking your money and eating your food. This is like the level of entitlement that a lot of these
the
women
things
have.
that the Sharia gives you, like there are some things, for example,
They don't care. They don't care about the Sharia.
No, but I know, but it's going to cause anxiety. If she loves the guy, here's the thing. Here's my premise. If she loves him, if she loves him, and I think love to be honest, is the most central thing. Love and respect. Those 2 things are the most, and trust. These are the 3 pillars of a relationship. Yeah. If she loves him and he is now threatening to leave her, let's say, for example, he does ila, which is not talaq, it's 1 level below it. He goes somewhere else. He's not speaking to her, just like the Prophet ﷺ did for 29 days with all of his wives. He's not speaking to her for 5 days, for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks, for that long. It should affect him, make him anxious, and it should make her anxious. It's a game of anxiety, accruement. Now, if she doesn't come back and say, oh, I want to be with you and this and that, that means her love for him is either very low or her threshold for anxiety is very high. If her love for him is so low or her threshold for anxiety is so high, that means she might not be the woman for you. Because notwithstanding whatever situation, that economic situation, if the woman don't love you, if she loves you, it doesn't matter how, like, love is so important. It's the biggest possible leverage. If you remove the love and she don't see a reaction, that means she either doesn't love you or her threshold for anxiety is higher than yours. In either case, you need to work on yourself. You need to increase your threshold for anxiety, or you need to find another woman because this one doesn't even love you. That's not an action of someone. You're telling her you don't like her, you're leaving her, and she doesn't care. If she doesn't care, khalas, then go to another one, do polygamy, leave her, do whatever. But these are another leverage. Polygamy can be a leverage, but it's not. You're not doing it to punish the woman. You're doing it because a healthy jealousy can sometimes fix the situation.
The thing is that what these Muslim women are learning is that if your husband leaves you, or if your husband makes you feel any kind of discomfort, that he is abusing you, and he is actually committing domestic violence. They've expanded the definition of violence to such an extent that, and that's the thing about love. I would just add this point, and that the love is actually a secondary phenomenon. Like, the love comes after the kind of obedience or mutual exchange that, especially when it comes to Islamic marriages, because you don't have time in an Islamic doing things in a halal way. It's not like girlfriend, boyfriend, where you've had extended contact and then you've developed feelings of love for a person before you marry them. Usually you're getting married and there's not really a deep love that the husband and wife have for each other. Sometimes it's an arranged marriage. They haven't even seen each other for any extended period of time or conversed with each other for extended period of time. But the love comes later, and the love comes because of respect. It comes from obedience, comes from mutual exchange, like exactly like you described. Your wife is bringing you food and your love for her increases. So it's like a chicken and the egg. The action, the obedience comes first, and then the love grows. But if there is, no respect, there is no obedience, there is no even qawama that we're talking about, even psychologically for women, like they can't love someone that they don't look up to. They can't love someone in that deep way, a man that they're actually looking down upon. And so a man is going to be seen as not worthy of her love. And so all of these things are limiting the options of men to actually have leverage in a marriage to create love. And this is exactly why feminism is destroying. Feminism is just destroying love in marriages.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, you're right. And the whole thing about abuse, if I'll be straightforward with this, and this might sound very bad advice for some people, but I would say if your wife starts throwing around the word abuse and she starts accusing you of certain things which get you, I think you should divorce her, bro. Because if she starts using it, she can accuse you of something. Now, if she starts using the word abuse, it's a huge red flag. She can destroy your life with that, especially if she starts saying things like domestic abuse and this and that, and it's not happening.
She can destroy your life with divorce too.
Yes, no, but if she's using that as a leverage, I think that should be disqualification. It's like a red card. Now you're using the word abuse, which means you're trying to use the law, especially if she calls someone from her family or somebody from the police or something, and let's say we're assuming this is not happening, there's no abuse happening, there's no physical confrontation, and she's using this now to leverage him. You're abusing me, and this, I'll say, listen, if you say that again, you're divorced. Don't ever say that in my face again.
That's not any kind of leverage against her, because in the divorce proceedings, she's going to call you an abuser, and plus she'll call you a terrorist too, because she'll say that, oh, this guy is a Muslim.
I don't know what kind of rule you're dealing with there, man, in America. I think you should come here, bro. Your ones are very bad if that's what they're doing. But no, I don't think they would do that.
It's not even theoretical. These are real cases. Bad. Yeah, these are real cases. I'm not even talking about hypotheticals. These are real cases.
Doing that, then the man starts doing secret recordings and stuff. Because I know a case like this. I'll be honest. Yeah, I know a case like that where one brother was going through this, and she started accusing him of this and that to try and stop the kids seeing the kids. But what saved him in court was a secret recording that he put. But you'd only do that in a case where the woman is malicious, where you can stop seeing your children, that she can accuse you of some major thing falsely to get leverage of the law. But a really great thing is secret recordings. If now it's a matter of war. Now you've come into, now you're saying abuse. You want to put me in a prison. You want to stop me from seeing my children. Now it's a different situation. Now it's no longer a matter of I want to be with. I really don't want to be with you now. Because if you said that, it's finished now, let's be honest. So now it's a matter of how do I make sure I get out of this scot-free without any criminality. So I would say now you have to start being, there has to be a technical gap between your thinking and her thinking, technological gap. You need to start putting traps and this and that and doing things,
That's the thing. They train these women, like just this year alone.
Well, now we're training the men. Now we're training them.
Yeah, we have to train the men. I mean, that's what kind of red pill is about.
Well, I've got the golden pill now.
Yeah, the golden pill, the breakfast and bed pill. You've given us all the breakfast and bed pill. All the brothers are like, this Muhammad Hijab is a chat.
Nah, man, they don't know about that. My wife has a lot to say, man. She comes in, she says what she needs to say, from time to time, and
yeah, that doesn't contradict being a Chad. That doesn't contradict. That's part of being a Chad.
I always have to bear in mind what my wife's saying and her emotions and stuff like that. And she's probably if you're living with someone, you always have to care for their emotions, and so you have to know their boundaries.
Yeah. So I'm saying Muhammad Hijab. They're nicknaming you in the chat.
Yeah.
So, mashallah. No, I get exactly what you're saying. I would just point that the amount of leverage that we can use is the Sharia gives the man a lot of leverage, and it's because it is in the interest of a man to preserve his marriage. Because if he divorces his wife, that's a loss for him. Like all else being equal, it's a loss because he has put so much resources into marrying her through mahar, through all of the nafaqah maintenance that he has to pay over time. Maybe he has children. So this is all sunk cost if he divorces her. But the Sharia gives other kinds of leverage that he will have over his wife. And we can talk about Surah An-Nisa. We can talk about how you mentioned some of it.
Like I would say that with that, but I would actually advise brothers not to, like, for example, if whether symbolic or whatever, not to put their hand on their wife. Why? Because now this doesn't fulfill what it used to fulfill back in the days. Nowadays, if a woman videos you doing that, or she records you saying that you did that, you can go to prison.
No, like, even without recording, she just accuses you.
Accuses you of that.
She calls the police right on the spot, whether you did anything or not. She just accuses you. And there was a case actually of a woman. I think she was even Moroccan. Actually, she went out of her apartment and she slapped herself and had a red mark on her cheek and called the police. My husband's beating me. And the only reason the man didn't end up spending 5-10 years in prison is because there was a video camera in that hallway that recorded her doing that. Otherwise, he would have been gone. No questions asked, only on the testimony of the woman.
It shows you that, like, that's one thing. I mean, you don't need the Prophet ﷺ, he controlled all of his wives and his affairs without engaging in that. He didn't. In fact, he even said the worst of you are the ones who keep hitting. The ones of you who keep hitting your wives. That's the worst of you, because it shows that you can't control yourself actually. And the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ also told us that women can be adhaba li lubb ar-rajul al-hazim. This hadith of Sa'id al-Khudri in Sahih Muslim, which is that you can make a principled man lose his mind. This is very powerful. Just in the hadith, it's just that a principled mind loses his mind. So you have to take a step back. Now, what you have to see, what is your artillery? If you're trying to control the situation, you have ila, you have talaq, you have hajar, min al-madja', you have maw'idha, you have polygamy, which can be done, is not as a punishment or anything, but just it can be done. That she can't do this. You have, you see, you've already got many things here in your artillery that she doesn't have.
You don't have those things in your artillery. That's why
you can give a talaq.
The legal system has made all of these options illegal. Like they're actually illegal, or they can be used.
If you decide I'm not going to have sex with my wife, they're going to come and arrest you, for example.
No, she'll accuse you of abuse as well, and when she divorces you, she'll get all your property. She'll get custody of the kids.
Then American Muslims shouldn't get married by the British law, the American law.
It doesn't matter. If you're doing, even if you just do your nikah, it's still you're still legally obligated to these things. You're still accountable to the There's no distinction.
How would you prove that you've done nikah?
How would you prove that you're married?
Nikah, yeah.
No, all she has to go to court and say, yeah, he married me in the masjid, or he married me according to Islamic law. And that'll actually count against you, because the judge will say that, he is using religion to manipulate her.
What if you deny that you've done that?
How can you deny it? She'll say, he's been living with me. He's been paying for the apartment. He's been sleeping with me. We have like 3-4 children together.
Yeah, say, no, it's none of your business how that happened. Like, you can deny it. Like, in terms of physical proof, fuqaha say you don't have to do a physical nikah with the written. You can be
Her family will come to testify against you.
Her family is a biased party.
We'll
do nikah.
I wish it were that easy, but unfortunately,
I don't know. I think that I don't know if it's every state is as gloom as you're making it out.
Most states actually have common law marriage, and according to common law marriage, just the fact that you have been living together, regardless of their nikah or marriage, you count as a married couple, and you can be divorced, and you can.
Okay, in that case, then the brothers should put their assets and their things in other people's names. They should put that in that case. The brothers need to be savvy with the. There's obviously a way out. I'm not a tax expert or a inheritance expert or something like that or whatever. But you just put things in other people's names. So you have a good friend of yours. You put the company in his name. You put 60% of the shares in this guy's name. You have your mum. You give her 30%. Then in that case, it doesn't make sense to you to put. We get in the UK, for example, you have a company's house. Get a company. Get your assets in that company. Get in the UK, you can have something called trust bond agreement. The trust bond agreement, you can have different people inside the agreement. No one needs to know. Yeah, prenuptial agreement in America you have. So
those can be broken very easily, because if the
can be broken.
The prenuptial agreement, what the woman's side will argue is that this was coercive, like she didn't have her full, she was influenced.
So if you have a company that's in somebody else's name, or offshore company, or there must be a way of getting around this thing, man. You have to trust other people. There's no doubt, but you have to have a couple of guys that in your life that you trust them, that you give them a part of your company, this and that, so you can avoid this nonsense. Because in Islam, and Muslim women need to understand, this is completely haram to take 50% of a man's earnings. You have no right to take this money. This is theft. You are stealing his. You are a leech. How dare you take his money? So there's no reason for you to take his money like that. And if he feels like there's a chance that this woman will do any of that, do the prenuptial agreement anyway. I mean, even though there's ways of bypassing it, I don't know, the legal things. In England, you can put things into a company and then get a trust bond agreement and then put it into different people's names. You can do all those things. And of course, in England, you could, for example, do a nikah, and it can be shafawi. It doesn't have to be written or anything. You can just say it like that. Yani 2 witnesses and nikah and whatever. But to be fair, like, alhamdulillah, I actually married my wife by the law. Yeah, I trust her, alhamdulillah, she's all good. But I've also got things in place. And so these are the kinds of these are the kind of things that we all have to do, because at the end of the day, you never know who's going to do what. If you have kids with your wife, then obviously you need to have inheritance. Everyone should write a will anyway. Everyone should have a will. In England or in America, in any other country, they should do a will. And in that will, they should do an apportionment according to the Islamic taqsim. And that's what I've done. I've done a will with the apportionment according to the Islamic taqsim and stuff like that. Whatever. At the end of the day, like, the best thing is to have the mentality that if the money comes to me, it's from Allah. He gave it to me, and whatever money is taken away, I don't care anyway. So if you have that mentality, but obviously put these safeguards in place and speak to lawyers and professionals in your area. In Canada, I don't know if people are listening to us from Canada, from Australia, there's law there. I don't know, it's different. Every country is different, People are probably listening to us from Saudi Arabia and UAE, so we don't know what the laws is there. I think it's more favorable to the Islamic system. So it really depends on where they are. Basically, you need to safeguard yourself. It's true. As a man, especially in the West, you need to safeguard yourself, and we should be aware of all of these things.
Yeah, I think that we should take the measures. You have a very practical approach that I think everyone appreciates. I would just add to that the awareness that look at where feminism has taken society. Like, look at how feminism and empowerment of women, how it has distorted society and created this legal situation and social situation that is so disfavorable to not only men, but disfavorable to the institution of marriage. And we have to have that kind of awareness. Why? Because we can push back against this feminization. We can push back in our own societies and also in the Muslim world, because unfortunately you have speakers or imams in the Arab world or in India or in Malaysia who are pushing feminism, thinking, oh, this is just about women's rights and we're in favor of women's rights. So of course, in Islam, why wouldn't we promote women's rights? But what they are mistaking is that, no, you're promoting things that are actually contrary to the Sharia, and step by step by step, you're creating a situation that is completely disfavorable to marriage, disfavorable to the rights of men, and so forth. Like, this is a dystopia. Like, the kinds of steps that you're telling someone to take at 21 years old, you didn't have this knowledge, right? To like create offshore accounts and like divide it up and do a prenup, like that wouldn't come to your mind. And for most Muslims and most men in society, that's not available. That kind of legal means is not available to them to protect themselves. So they're at the mercy of a feminist system. recognizing that dhulm, I think, is really critical, because the Muslim youth and the imams and the community as a whole can reject this ideology out of hand and say that we don't want this system because look at where it leads. It leads to disaster. It leads to 40%, 50% of our Muslim daughters and sons not being able to get married.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And I think that's what makes your particular brand of dawah mutamayyiz a very distinguished, is that we're dealing with the major issues, you know, and the head of the snake is liberalism, and now we're living in a liberal feminist order. That is exactly what we have to do. These are the two things. I don't know what you think, but I think these two ideologies in particular are the most destructive to Muslims: liberalism and feminism. And so I think nowadays, before Christianity used to be the major competitor, now liberalism is to Islam. And now, unfortunately, it's more coercive and more influential on Muslims than probably Christianity ever was, actually. So we need to know what this is. We need to know what these ideas are coming from and why they're there. And that's what Muslim Skeptic is all about, for example. And, you know, the Al-Aqsa Institute that you've also got, I think you do, you know, systematic courses and stuff like that, which is really good to break these things down. And obviously we've got Sapiens Institute and all of that together. If someone has tathqif am, like a blueprint of, okay, this is where this is coming from, this is one of the most powerful things they can have.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. So, Akhi, I mean, we've taken so much of your time, over 5 hours now, and we could just talk to you all night. But we respect your time. I think everyone has really, really enjoyed it and benefited from the diversity of topics that you've brought up, and really so many gems. So I think there's endless amount of content for our audience to benefit from, inshallah. So, you know, with that, I again give you my full appreciation for taking the time. And
thank you so much. Make sure you come down to London one time. We'll do some stuff here, and it'll be fantastic.
Yeah, we'd love to do that, inshallah. So, Jazakumullah khairan for everything. And if you can come to Texas, like I said, the shooting ranges are here.
We should do like an event there in Texas. We'll do like a debate event or something, man. It'll be fantastic.
Yeah. Would you travel to the US?
Yeah. I've done it many times before.
I don't know if you remember. So one teacher that I have, Mufti Yasser Nadim, he has his own YouTube channel. Maybe you've seen him. Debates. He's a very good debater, mashallah, and scholar. And he actually messaged earlier on the chat inviting yourself and me to a program that they have in February in Chicago. So I'm not going to put you on the spot to answer, but just something to keep in mind if you're available to come to the US and come to this conference in Chicago. So many Muslims in Chicago as well. I think it'll be excellent, and we can do other activities, debate, conference, or whatever. We can organize it. So I think a lot of people would really enjoy that, inshallah.
Inshallah, man. Thank you so much. I'll look at that and see what we can do. And obviously the invitation is open-ended from our side as well.
Barakallahu feekum. Thank you so much. Okay, talk to you later, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum.